Hello all. Thanks for being here. If you're here, we are going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. It'll be slightly different from the way we usually do it, ever so slightly different. But I think you will enjoy it. Sorry, just. All right, let's get started. And jump. The name.
Zoom was awful. I had major problems with Zoom.
What were you saying, Lactoid?
I can't even hear Lactoid.
No, he was talking.
He's muted and deafened right now.
Oh.
As far as
Maybe
he's
he
talking
did
to his
that.
chat, man.
No, I like literally before Prime dragged us in, he was talking to me.
Now he's undeafened.
He was complaining about being Canadian.
Yeah,
I
hate to
mean,
be
can't do
Canadian.
anything about him being Canadian. Just gonna
It's rough.
put
You
that
have
out
to
there.
accept it.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, man. You guys got to get a new joke for Lactoid, man. Like this.
No, I don't think so.
Starting to get
I don't
boring,
know
man.
what joke.
Like I've been
you're
hearing
don't
this
know. I
making.
kinda
Canadian
feel
shit
like
for like a
it's,
year and a half.
I don't
man.
know what.
It's like, bro.
I don't know.
Well,
what,
we found out that he's a
I
tank.
just got here, so it's new to me.
It's all
That's
fresh.
fair.
He's a Canadian tanky. That's what we discovered. Not right, Lactoid.
I don't
He's
think
still
so.
deaf and muted in Discord.
Okay. All right. There's only one other person.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I agree with you. I also hate Zoom.
The worst.
But for whatever fucking reason, like a lot of times when you like talk to like a professor or something, it's like
That's all I know.
it's just a lot easier. Like if you give them a Zoom link, they're like, "Oh, okay, I know what I'm doing," right? But if
Yeah.
you try and give
My
them like a
wife's the same
Discord or
way.
like a StreamYards, they're like, "Oh, what is happening?" Especially if
know-
you're talking to somebody like in their 60s or something.
Yeah,
It's like
Scott.
every now and then I interview someone that's like an expert in their field or like, or just a college professor that like wrote an interesting book or something. And when you get those people, it's like they're just not hip to any of the other shit and you have to go to where they go. And then you're just like, fuck, I have to use Zoom.
Yeah,
And, it's
Scott.
like, and it sucks because
had,
it's like, fuck, man.
I had a similar
Arr.
issue years ago. I was actually trying to like do exactly that, do more interviews and reaching out to people outside of our world. And the moment one that you even mentioned Twitch, like I don't understand, right? And then two, if you say like
Streaming, what's that?
Discord or anything like that, yeah, like it has to be like, hey, I'm going to do a Zoom interview and like leave the rest out. Like honestly, just leave the rest out. Like it's going to be somewhere, right? I'm going to put it on the internet, right, or YouTube. But like don't like mention anything that might scare them off because then they're like, I don't understand. I don't know. This.
Yeah. I had a similar thing when I interviewed Walter Block, like where it was like he was just like Discord, what? And I was just like, I gave him a direct link, and I was like, click the link, make sure your web browser has access, and he was like, what? And I was just like, dude, just click the link, and if a pop-up occurs and says allow, click the allow button, and you're good to go, brother. Like you're good. And it was like, and then we had to use like Zoom, except I didn't have like the pay, or it wasn't Zoom. It was like, it was either Zoom or Teams or something, or Skype, I think, or something like that. And whichever one it was, I didn't have the paid version. So it was like, we only get 45
Limited by 45 minutes.
Before the
You're
call
gonna
cuts
get out.
off. And then I had to like recall. And I was just like, oh my God. The editing that I had to do to not make that look awkward as a YouTube video was so rough. And it was so bad. And I was just like, why, dude? Why could you not figure out this click thing? It was so rough. I mean, but like, luckily, we still got like an hour and a half interview out of him. But like,
They're literally
it was
suspicious of anything else. Like it's not just like they're like
Yeah.
they're suspicious. Yeah.
they're like, is this a Nigerian prince that's trying to get me to wire transfer money or something? And I'm like, dude, you have a Facebook? I promise you, all of your data has already been sold. Just click the fucking link, bro.
Multiple times.
Yeah, multiple times. Yeah, exactly.
It's really strange though, because I mean, I understand exactly what you're talking about. My wife is the same way. I told my wife, I'm like, she's like, hey, I got to meet with like a bunch of people, and I'm like, oh yeah, cool, I'll set it up for you. So I give her all this StreamYard. I set up StreamYard or Streamlabs. I forget which version it was. Had everything ready to go, mic'd up, everything. And she's like, I don't understand any of this. What do you want me to do? I'm like, just talk.
Yeah,
all you
sit
gotta do
here.
is talk.
Yeah.
I've got everything else.
Look.
All you gotta do is talk.
I will give one person credit, even though fuck him because he blocked me because I wasn't nice enough to Israel. Because the objectivists went fucking off the goddamn deep end once fucking the Israel-Palestine thing hopped off because they're all total war people. And by the way, I'm not even a fucking like pro-Palestine person. Like I'm pretty fucking centrist on the issue. But before that, I will give him that. Like Yaron Brooks had like his whole team of people. So like I wasn't even like when I DM'd him and he was just like, I was like, has he got this figured out? And it's like, oh, I'm the intern. It's fine. I've got all this set up for him. And I was just like, oh, okay, cool. He's got like young. I was like, yes, at least the fucking one boomer knew that he was like technologically dumb and was just like, yeah, I have a 22-year-old that does this shit for me. And I was like, thank you for recognizing that problem and fixing it ahead of time.
Although I said it before,
time...
Gen Z is like also, I think, at least pretty, depending on, I think, in my experience, anything outside of an app, Gen Z doesn't know how to deal with. I said it before.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's... go ahead.
So when I was doing some teaching at university and like supervising students like in the lab and they have computers to gather data, okay? And like very often time would run out, okay? And they're supposed to write down their data in their lab notebooks. But since they're in a rush, I would tell them, just take a screenshot of your data and email it to themselves. And what would they do? They would take out their cell phone and take a picture of the monitor. That's their version of a screenshot. And I can't tell you how many emails that I get when I ask for a screenshot. It's just a picture taken from the phone of their monitor. No matter what.
So argue in their favor, though. I will grant this: it is not fucking easy to screenshot even on a computer. Like I've used screenshot.
It's very easy. It's never been easier.
Hear me out. Like, so the reason why people do this phone thing is because I can just do this. Click, send. Right? On a computer, I have to press print screen, I have to save the image, I have to go to the email, I have to send the image via email. And if we're lucky it's in Outlook or something, then I can upload it directly.
This is a terrible opinion, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I understand why they want to do that.
You're just technologically illiterate too.
Horrible opinion.
And listen, I don't do that. I deal with screenshots all the time.
This is your worst opinion, actually.
Even
drone bombing the children was more acceptable than this.
Listen. Hold on. They need to make it as easy as it is for phones as it is for
I'm
like.
not going to disagree. I'm not going to disagree at all.
I wouldn't have much of saying. I wouldn't have an issue with it, but I always get just a low quality. They can't even take the picture properly. It's just like blurred out. Like they're trying to send me a question, and like half the question is cropped off. Like they can't even do it properly. So it's just like absolute fail.
I mean,
yeah, exactly that. No, but
it's not a selfie, so it's hard.
Corey's talking about like a real like identified issue. And it's not something I want to ridicule like the younger generations for. Like it's just like a matter of experience, right? Like older generations, like we're dealing with desktops more. Apps are designed so that like all work is done within the app, right? And it has an extremely easy interface, and basically there's nothing to fix, right? Older generations would have to, use like what Gibbs was talking about, various like programs to like accomplish a task.
Well, yeah,
and sometimes they would hold on, let me finish. They would like mess up along the way, right? You'd have to think about it, like how do I solve these things? Like when employers are looking for people, like because remember this was a bullshit thing on your app job applications, right? Like they would ask, oh, you have to have Microsoft Word and Excel experience, right? And everyone was like, of course we do it, right? Yeah. But actually now that's important because you might not have that. Yeah. So like a lot of them don't know how to use these programs. Again, I'm not trying to be like old man, hey, like back in my day or some shit like that. No, I'm just saying that like they just haven't had the experience and we need to give them that.
Well, it's like, the way apps were slowly designed to be able to capture a larger audience of people with less computer experience, right? Older people, and etc. And as the new generation is coming in, they're growing up in a world where many of those features and apps already were tailored to incorporate a large group of people that had limited experience, right? So I think the millennials do kind of sit in a certain sweet spot where like, even if you're not a computer nerd, if you're in your 30s, right? Even if you're not a hardcore nerd, you remember when Windows would crash and then would give you a code, and then you would take that code and then you would go search that code, and then you would know what the problem was, and then you would fix the problem. Right. And then Windows, was it like 8 or something came out? And it was just like, oops, there was a problem. And I remember when that came out, I was like, where's my Windows 7? Where's my XP? Where's my Vista? Where's my fucking code that tells me what the goddamn
Vista was
problem
awful.
was?
Oh, Vista was so bad.
Yeah, Vista was bad.
Yeah,
I
Vista
remember
was
I like
bad,
Windows
but at
ME way
least
better than
I just
Vista.
I just mean that like
XP was
all
so
of them
better.
had that feature, right? All of them had a feature where it would give you a fucking code, and then I could look up that code and then be like, oh, I had a memory issue. Maybe I have a bad stick of RAM or something. Like maybe I need to like run a program to see if my RAM is working, or like, you know,
Dude, my chat will
like,
literally.
or maybe I need to like increase my
An
VRAM or
example in the
something with
Discord
my
chat of
RAM.
what a student has sent me. I want anyone to tell me that is like legible. That's a good screenshot.
Sociologic's
Do
in
you
the
get it all
way,
the
by
time?
the way.
Do you get them all the
Gibbs is
time with like
approves.
lines where it's like where like they took it at a bad angle even? Where
Yes,
it's like,
I
Yeah,
get
and the lines, you can't see
monitor.
shit. It's awful. Yeah.
every permutation. Like, it's just like
that
it's
is
wild.
not. I mean, that's bad. I get it, but I'm
That
just
is
saying.
you, Gibbs. That's what you're defending.
No,
Gibbs,
no,
literally
look.
open up the snipping tool, draw a box
Hold on,
around what you want,
I
and then
know how
right
to
click
do it.
copy.
I do it all the time. But even in the defense of somebody that does this on a daily basis, like it is still harder that I have to click 4 buttons, than to go click,
so
click,
hard.
boom. Like
No.
it's not hard. It takes
You're
long. It takes
proving the
30
point.
The
seconds.
quality is shit, though. The quality is shit, and
I
it's
don't
really
have
not
this
that much
problem.
easier,
Like,
okay?
I'm just
Yeah.
defending them for like, nah, listen, that's unforgivable.
Gibbsy got a
Great.
new
Take it
camera?
over here.
What's going on,
we have
Gibbsy?
new lighting. First of all, new lighting.
Yeah,
My
we
whole-
can see
my
you
whole
now.
house-
Hey,
my
Brian,
whole
you need to
house-
get a little watch out.
Yeah,
I will
don't
say
worry, we'll
this,
work it out.
Admiral Gibbs, you're washed out a little bit. You
Yeah,
need to get
we'll
some
worry-
soft lighting.
You gotta
We'll
lower
worry
that
about
light.
that later.
Do you have,
We'll worry
do you
about
have
that later.
LED? Do you have LED as your lighting?
I literally opened up. This is what I was going to say for the new year.
Just turn
and
off
my
your
birthday.
overhead lights.
He has his phone, the
Yeah,
flashlight.
I actually
aimed
got my
towards him.
phone flashlight. No, I have like my whole house is new boxes, of like new furniture and new stuff. I've done like a full remodel, and I literally got the lights out of the box like 5 seconds ago. So we don't know. We're gonna have to adjust
Hold
with
on,
those as
hold
we
on.
go.
If
I'm
you
so
go,
proud.
If you go to the, hold on, there should be a button, right, where like where
Yeah,
like,
there's a
where it
dimmer
shows, like,
button.
different
Support
type of
incoming.
lighting. Well, not dimmer. We don't want to reduce the amount of light. What we want to do is we want to change it to a
Change
soft
the
light.
temperature.
So if you have that
CT.
setting, if you can cycle through, there you go.
There we go.
There you go. If
Yeah.
you can do
You
that
gotta
from a couple
turn off your
different angles-
overhead
Do a little
lights,
dim.
man.
Yeah,
You
the
need your
overhead
lights
lights.
above you.
We'll figure it out later. It's not going to be a today
Right.
project.
Well,
It'll be
yeah,
a
and then
tonight
just
project.
cut the light off in the back of your
Yep.
Yeah, we'll work on this. It'll happen.
I'll DM you. Hold on, I'll DM you some tips and stuff. After
Yeah.
Boomer
the
tech
show.
support needed.
This is also like I said, I've
Listen.
had it open 5 minutes as of 10 minutes ago. So 10 minutes total. So like
No,
I
for
haven't
sure,
got to
for
play
sure.
with it.
I'll DM you and give you some tips to make it a little
Yeah, no
easier
worries.
to make your lighting look good.
White people all look the same to me, so it doesn't make a difference. It's fine. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, white people have to be a little bit more. We have to figure out our lighting a lot more than black people. Okay, black people, you just put any.
that's true.
No, it's true. You put any fucking bright light on black people with a camera, and they're good. But white people, if you put if it's too much white, guess what? We look like fucking Casper. And if it's too dark, guess
Yeah,
what?
but
We
it
look
will-
fucking weird.
I
Yeah,
always
but
look
for
like
black
that.
people, if the light's
reflects
too
more
dark,
light.
it's just like, just
Yeah, no,
black.
for sure.
Vanta
for sure.
black, right?
Like, listen. If you
Vanta
want,
black.
if you want to
You see a smile?
if you want to understand lighting and with photography and with videos as a white man, all you need to do is just be in a relationship with a black girl for 6 months, okay? And you will become a master.
Only 6
at
months?
It's a lot
adjusting
easier
lighting.
said than done, brother.
Jesus
It's
Christ,
not-
what the
it's-
fuck?
It's not that hard. It's not
Also,
that hard.
technically,
You're telling a bunch of guys to get into a relationship with a girl
wanna look
first,
like
much
it.
less a black
Oh,
woman.
okay.
Son.
Yeah.
Okay, technically, I count as one of the
What were
brown
you
people here,
thinking?
so it's like
I was
technically
thinking
I
you're being
count as one of the
racist,
brown-
like, oh, you have to date a black woman.
I
That's
know
what
that.
thought.
Yeah,
No, what I'm
2025,
saying
new
is
year,
you
new
will-
me.
you'll
Like, wait, I
take-
got you.
Listen, what I'm
Okay.
saying is you will be taking so many
More
photos
racist?
where you have to figure
A little bit.
because let's say you put the flash on a photo, right? You look like Casper and she looks normal. And then you take the same photo, same lighting with no flash. Guess what happens? You see her teeth. You you look normal. And then you see her teeth. And then she's like, hey, man, did you seriously just put that fucking photo up on Instagram? Like, seriously? Do you see what I look like in this goddamn photo? Like, take that shit down right
like
now.
the voice of
you'll
experience.
No,
figure out.
this is solved. This
He is
is
the voice of
solved. You
experience.
just combine
So,
the two
for example,
photos with
Scott
AI now.
Gates,
You're
yeah.
Here's
welcome.
another
Scott,
one. No,
Scott
here's
likes
another
dating
one.
different
You put-
races.
You're welcome.
Listen, you
Use
put a
AI to
black
combine the
girl-
photos.
listen, put a black girl 45-degree angle in front of you, in front of the camera, and the lighting
think I
hits
need
her
this so
first
early.
and then hits you second. And then that's one of the ways that you can get both of them in a photo in a quick selfie, because like when you take the photo, like she'll be lit well, but it won't be too bright on you because you're more in the background.
I'll be honest. I haven't seen a white girl in about like 10 years since I moved to San Antonio. It feels like so. I can't relate to this problem.
Yeah,
And
but
they
it's,
don't care what I
it's
look like.
Latinas. It's different. It's not.
What do you mean? You tell me that
Half
it's
of
the
Latinos
shade
and
is
black
Half of
women.
closer.
Latino- Pause, dude. Half of the Latinos are just fucking white people with fucking Mexican accents. Stop. Like
Oh
there are
my
plenty of people with a lot of Spanish
Like
DNA,
Gibbs.
primarily.
Yeah,
that are mostly
for the record, like white Hispanic Latinos apparently only make up. I looked this up because that stupid rigged poll. I don't know if I told y'all about that, but it's only like 3% of all of San Antonio. So fake news. Y'all are wrong. And also, y'all the polling y'all Democrats do. That's why y'all lost. Or it's one of the reasons, because y'all over here trying to discount data that didn't match y'all's little happy results that y'all wanted.
Alright.
That's what it was.
What about
Special
the
snowflake
what about
results.
like the Zapatos or whatever? Like those people are all fucking
Zap-
The
white.
Zap-
Zapato, the Zapato, oh my god, I'm done.
Uh,
I'm just not even gonna try it.
This is the
Um,
worst thing, Corey, you've ever like. This is wild.
Yeah.
Well, it's
pisses
me.
off
It's
Latino
like
more
No, I know,
than
I know.
saying Spanish words.
don't
with a
get me wrong.
super
I love
English
all my
accent.
students, but this is like they're unfortunately they're not
fucking love
technologically savvy.
yeah. I think
Can
there
I
was
get
just
the quesadilla?
there was
Oh,
this
God.
idea that like inherently children are better at like technology than others. Like no, like it's they grow up with a certain technology and then they're better at using that
Oh my
thing,
God.
right? But not
Yeah.
the things
Oh my God, what the
before
fuck?
or after it.
Scott
Oh,
seeing the
sorry,
fucking screenshot. Yeah,
I just
it's
saw the
bad.
Holy shit.
So
Yeah.
bad.
Real bad.
So
Oh my
bad.
God.
The cursor is
Oh,
there. You can
fuck.
see the cursor.
That's like the shit night, dude. You know what, Corey Campbell? You know what? I have
That
a
has
whole
to
new
be a
view.
meme.
I have a whole new view and understanding of like teachers' assistants that I didn't like in grad school now. It's like if they're dealing with that level of shit regularly, I get it now. I'm sorry. To all the TAs that I shat on when I was in grad school. I'm sorry because I never did that shit. I was like, they were like, you
Yeah,
don't want
that's
a TA
bad.
job? They were like, you don't want to be a TA job for a professor? I'm like, no, I have a fucking kid. Like, I
To
have
be
shit
fair
to
though,
do.
we
Like,
do kind of sound like boomers right now, talking about how like millennials can't change a tire or like rail.
This is what I'm
yeah,
saying.
I think I posted. I posted today because I saw this girl like post on Twitter that like someone had like it was like Jew genocide. I think was the name in like Marvel.
I saw that.
Rivals. And then they were like, seriously, guys, you guys aren't banning this. And then I just posted and I was like, millennials version of the Gen X phrase, we drank out of the water hose outside, is you would never survive in a Call of Duty lobby. And I stand by this. I stand by this.
And COD
You
wasn't even
fucking
that bad
pussy.
compared to some
You
of the
couldn't
other ones.
handle one kind of edgy name for a match. You're like, I need to be protected from this username. Like, shut the fuck
I know
up.
we want to move to the main topic, but just real quick to add to that, Halo, the originator of teabagging, in all games, they fucking they had a discussion because so many people were complaining that teabagging was a current part of the game.
You gotta get rid of
They almost banned it from the HCS. They said like they were going to cause people to forfeit their next match or like not be allowed to compete and have to use a sub if they teabagged opponents. And luckily it got voted down. But it's like such a bad thing that these little snowflakes now have to feel special.
Pause.
They can't even be teabagged.
Pause. But the boomers and the Gen X were exactly the fucking same when like NFL had to be like, you dancing too much when you get a touchdown.
No,
that's
nobody
not-
was
that's
a
not
fan. Nobody
that.
hated that. That was just the NFL. That was like the NFL and the old people. Everybody else was like, yeah.
No.
You remember
Another
how
sports
popular
leagues as
Miami
well,
was
they
when they did that?
should do like goal like dances or celebrations, right? Like that's the thing. I don't
Yeah, that's what I'm
understand that in
saying. I'm
sports.
saying
Well,
the older
they
generation
changed
had
it.
that same like don't celebrate, man.
Well, they changed that. Like it became a big thing. They didn't even have a rule for it. And then I don't remember the U. They started all that shit in the '90s and or early 2000s. I mean, and then they were like, oh, we're gonna ban celebrations. And then they brought them back. And then you know what? One school that was the one school that bitched about people doing celebrations in the modern era as of last year. I'll tell you, it's those fucking liberal pussies over at the University of Texas in Austin. They were crying because people were doing horns down, and they wanted
It
people
was
to
a
get penalties
Texas
for it.
school, though.
It's in Austin, the University of Texas, the Longhorns.
It's Austin, not
Austin
Texas.
so much.
I can't even use the right words on Twitch because what they
It's
really are, but
But Lacto, that's why I was trying to parse my words there. Is that like I don't want to like criticize these individuals, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, like a boomer, like, oh, kids today don't know how to balance a checkbook. Well, I don't fucking need to. It's online, right? Like, it just doesn't all.
To be fair, though, there are a couple.
Neither does the government. So
there are a couple skills though that I do think that like the boomers are right that have been lost that are actually pretty useful, right? Like
Cursive writing.
no, that's bullshit.
Yes,
I'm
cursive
talking about
writing.
no oil changing, changing a tire. This is an odd one. Talking on the
Oil
phone.
changing.
Talking
yeah,
on the
that's
phone.
annoying.
Okay.
That's something that I've
because
I've been told this by multiple different like law partners who have said that like one of the main issues they're running into with like people of my age is like they're incredibly uncomfortable making a phone call. They don't want to make a phone call. They want to send text messages. But when you're in a law office, you have to make phone calls, right? The court has you call in.
How'd you make it through law
You can't
school?
text in. Because in law school you don't call
you're not
people on the
calling
phone,
anyone.
really.
Yeah.
You're generally not
Right,
calling.
They're
but
calling their
these
textbooks.
phone
I
calls
mean,
are more
well, like, wait,
stressful.
don't you have to be like an apprentice? Like, don't you work at a law firm or an intern or some type
You
shit
can,
like that, right?
you can. You don't have to. You can.
Really?
I
Interesting.
did. Yeah.
They usually
And,
hire
and yes,
you.
I made phone calls when I was, but like I've been always
Technically,
better at making
technically
phone
in
calls. I think.
Virginia, you don't have to go to law school. You can just.
Well, they have
enter
AI now to
law
make
school.
phone calls for you.
Oh my god, that's what's next. The fucking Gen Z, they're just be texting, and then some AI
no,
generated
it's not
voice
Gen
is
Z.
gonna.
No,
Oh,
it's
no.
not fucking
Not to
Gen
be
Z.
wrong,
No,
they're gonna
it's-
have
hold on,
AI
pause.
generate a text message, and that's gonna be sent.
No.
They're just gonna replace all
It's
jobs
not-
with AI,
hold on,
Corey, and then we're
hold on,
fucked. You're right.
Listen, it's not Gen Z that they're making the fucking phone call AI shit for. It's being developed for usage for call centers in India to get rid of Indian accents. And so that when people
Oh,
call,
we're
they
fucked.
don't realize they're talking to like a call center in India.
We're so
They think-
fucked. That's like the
think
one
they're
thing.
talking to John from Missouri,
Yeah.
and
That's
so,
how I
because-
actually
well,
know.
well, because apparently it like because people get angry and people get like violent and they're more likely to get upset and they're more likely to be like, send me to somebody that actually fucking speaks English, blah blah.
Yup.
And so they found that this AI improves the quality and speed that the calls go through because people are just think that they're talking to a somewhat dumb guy named John in Missouri, but they get through it without like getting super pissed. And even worse, they're using AI on the other end to filter out the curse words and change the word of the caller so that the person working at the call center doesn't hear them being cursed at, and they only hear
Or
the like
slurred.
the necessary
I have a
details.
solution. I have a solution, and it sounds pretty
Io
controversial,
American?
but I actually
Call of
do
Duty
think
lobbies for all Indian people. Got it.
no. So so if the Indian scammers they allow this AI that like lets their voices sound like with like an like American accent or something, I genuinely think we're fucked, right? I'm gonna get scammed. You're gonna get scammed, right? Like this is the dam that's like holding back all of my money from being taken from
Who's
I mean,
scamming
why?
you?
because
Wait,
because
How
I
are you
hear
gonna
because,
get scammed?
because I hear the Indian
No.
accent and I know I can just ignore it.
Oh,
right?
if it's an
I know.
American
It's
accent,
like
wait. If
If
I
it's an
called
American
you right
accent, I'm
now,
fucked.
if I called you right now, you would just I could scam you like that. That's like
Check
Well,
this out.
depends.
Actually.
No, don't
It
do that. You know what he's
depends.
talking about. You
Yeah,
know what
it
he's talking
depends.
about.
No,
I
yes,
fucking
yes,
hang
yes,
up
yes,
what
every
he's
yes.
talking
time.
about.
If hold on, if somebody calls me and it's like not like a regular accent and it's just like talking, explaining some kind of like thing,
That's it.
I'm gonna be like 300% more likely to believe it. An old person's gonna be 8,000,000% more likely to believe it. And
That's
if that
true,
happens, I actually
The
would
old person,
propose.
sure.
I think every phone call from I don't know how you would enforce this, but like, can we block calls from India specifically unless vetted?
Calls from a billion people. Okay. Anyway,
I bet you some significant
that's
percentage of
crazy.
all
That
phone calls
goes-
from India
that
to
goes-
America
that's
are
so
scam calls.
much weirdness, right? I'm not exactly sure how to categorize this, but so much weirdness in that one fucking
Here's
sentence.
how you do it.
Holy
you just,
shit!
You just
Like,
write it down, and when we get to free topic, just start.
The only
just
Indian
start
calls I
writing
get are
it down.
scammers.
Prime,
I
that's
never
just
get a call
true.
from an Indian that's not a scammer ever.
Well,
I
hold
have
on.
never
Hold
picked
on,
up the
hold on,
phone
hold on,
and
hold
heard
on,
an
hold
Indian
on.
accent.
a lot of it.
and
That
it
wasn't
wasn't a
that's
scammer.
not, hold on, that's
Yeah,
not, hold on,
Lactoid
that's
just
not the
hates it.
focus
Lactoid.
though. Hold on, the
Ever.
focus is, hold on. like, so that
Save it-
means that
save it
like
for the free topic,
it's not
boys.
that you have a critical analysis of what's being told to you. You
Yeah,
just
do it.
believe it. Like, especially if they sound right to you, you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
do it,
okay, all right, I
Fabian.
guess this is a trustworthy
Yeah,
individual.
I
Rather
agree
than
with
saying
Because it generally is compared to Indian scammers.
okay, all right,
Topic.
all right, we can leave it
Topic.
alone. We can leave it alone. We can leave it alone. Oh my
It's
god.
just pattern
Every
recognition. It's
single
just
call
pattern
I've ever
recognition.
gotten to my phone,
Are we just
and
gonna
I
do
answer it
open topic for
Indian
the,
accent.
Are
for
you
the
just
This
not
panel?
says
gonna
so
shut
much
the fuck
about
up
you.
about this, Lactoid? Like,
you say?
Yeah,
I
let's
said
get
you're
stop.
just not going to shut the fuck up about it. We get it. You've made your point. You've made your point. Every time you
Indian
use an
scammer,
accent,
Scott.
it's
Actually,
scam.
Lactoid, I don't quite understand. Can you explain again, please?
All right, I'll
What
re-elaborate.
kind of
Okay.
Indians are we talking about? Like how old?
So I get
Is
a
it-
call.
can you detect like the regional dialect?
What time-
or is
what
it just,
time
like,
do you get
Yeah,
these
yeah,
calls?
give us a
Yeah.
sample.
Yeah, what time do you
Are
get
they
these
doing
calls?
working
Yeah,
business
lie
hours?
to it.
What does the dude
Lactoid
sound like, Lactoid? Lactoid,
Yeah.
can you tell me like
Can
what the
you
guy
help
sounds
us
like?
out?
I might get banned if I could do it. But
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
They won't ban you for that. They'll just like
Uh,
penalize
Am
you
I?
slightly.
so let's get it. Lactoid is about to take us there, though, right? If this had been a regular week, Lactoid, that would have been it right there. Lactoid is going to take
the
us there.
HB1 thing was not the right thing to get mad at the Indians about. I'm just saying.
The last time it was FK, right? This time it's about to be Lactoid. We'll move on for our lives.
H1B. Sorry.
Thanks all for being here. If you're here, this is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a fantastic group of guests here. I'm really excited. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. I think we've learned enough. I think you've probably heard enough of Lactoid already. But still, Lactoid friend, thanks for being here. And we've missed you, buddy. We're really happy to have you back.
Yeah, thank you. So I get lots of calls. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me on Lactoid TV. I still got a little bit of the tail end of Rona. It's been 2 weeks. It's a pretty nasty bug. It sucks. But I'm on the tail end of it. I feel comfortable enough to do a stream. I am way better than I was last week. I assure you. Like it's not even close. If last week I wouldn't have been able to even get a sentence out, but right now I'm doing pretty good. So yeah, good to be here.
So okay, you're still going with the COVID excuse. Is that that's what you're going with? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I mean, it seems weird that Lactoid, who's been here literally for years, unbroken record, literally for years, right? The one day he disappears is the day that Justin Trudeau resigns, right?
Like, you had to weep, you had to cry, you were
Lactoid, a
depressed.
known intelligence officer for Canada. Hey, Lactoid, did you or did you not? I'm just gonna ask you outright. Did you or did you not like give Trudeau a visit to helpfully suggest that he vacate his seat? Did you or did you not do that?
Any allegation is unproven to that topic. It's not. Yeah,
Okay.
You can't. Prove it.
I mean, it just seems interesting. I
Lactoid
guess it's
doesn't
just
have
a
enough money to buy
coincidence.
Trudeau.
Money. I don't know what money would be involved here. Just that
Could have been other favors.
Yeah. Any which way, whatever it may have been, right?
I did not have sexual relations with that man. Okay.
That escalated quickly.
No matter what you get up on your off time, we're really happy that you're back. So shout out to our friend Lactoid. Scott, thanks Scott for being here as well. Happy to have you, friend.
Yeah, I am Scott, otherwise known as Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X or YouTube. I'm on other platforms, but I'm not really doing much on them. So those are predominantly where you're going to find me. Anarcho-capitalist libertarian. It's fun times. Come hang out.
So much. Corey Campbell, back with us.
I'll be right back. I got to use some
Yeah, I'm glad to see that Lactoid has mostly recovered. Hope he's recovers more speedily. And makes a full recovery, no long-lasting symptoms, 100% full recovery. That's what I hope for. But yeah, always grateful to be here. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to talking about the topic.
You know, I had a friend who dealt with long COVID, and it affected their memories, right? And like, you know,
It happens.
things that they could get up to. I'm hoping that with Lactoid, it'll affect his judgment, and so he'll decide not to ride a motorcycle anymore. Right? That
Actually,
that.
I would actually, if it results in just that alone of like some sort of like mild cognitive impairment that he's no longer eligible to ride a motorcycle,
Yeah.
I think that might be a net gain or net positive.
Maybe his balance, is off, and he's like, I can't do it anymore.
And bonus, right? If I lose that much cognitive ability, I start voting Democrat.
You really want to go down the cognitive ability route? Liberal versus conservative?
I guess studies too.
Let's go to our friend Grid. Happy to have you here again, Grid. How are you?
Yeah, great to be back. Great to be back. I think I got a call that was meant for Lactoid. It's Steve from tech support. And
Steve Smith. I talked to that guy. Yeah.
What does Steve sound like? To Lactoid's
they
ears.
sound like Apu from The Simpsons. I don't know. I just assumed they know what we're talking about. Yeah, it's great to be back. Looking forward to a good spirited discussion this evening, and I can be found on YouTube at An Unreasonable Man, and yeah, that's about it. Conservative-ish. Well, no, I'm pretty conservative. Yeah, here we go.
All right, he's still deciding on that one.
It's settled.
Yeah,
I'm pretty conservative.
I've actually been told that I am that I've probably gone a little further than conservative, but I don't believe that I have. So
what comes after conservative?
Racist.
Not so.
All right. Well,
I've also been accused of being a libertarian a lot lately, which is just sinful.
Well, when
Who's
Scott's the one who
racist, yeah.
introduces you to people.
yeah,
I
Talk
know,
a lot
right?
about freedom of
it's
association.
the company
This
you
is my
keep,
friend.
really. Yeah. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Right, he was way past conservatism. I think he's like entered a whole new realm.
Listen, I think I'm center right. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, I noticed this week that all the people that I know that have gotten COVID or long COVID were all communists. And I just realized this actually proves my theory that people don't change over time. And Lactoid is an unadmitted communist, and yet I still couldn't reconcile for a while there, and I just it clicked. It's got to be that he's actually a communist. He's just pretending to be libertarian this whole time. Especially we see sometimes those tendencies sneak out, and that's why he caught COVID, because like I said, all the other people that I know with COVID. Commies, bastards. Yeah, I'm Edward Gibbs, I'm conservative. We're going to be having a debate championship semifinal match this weekend featuring our favorite communist Lactoid versus Neolib and Ico Rich on Friday. It's going to be exciting.
Hashtag
Maybe-
Scott was
Is
right
there a topic?
again.
Maybe
We're
it's
working on
just
figuring that one out.
maybe it's just that the conservatives tend to be older and fatter, so that's why they die from COVID instead of getting long COVID.
Or they're just base genetic champions, and the only thing long over here is our dicks, not the COVID. That's all I'm saying.
Yes,
Giga chats. You're welcome.
Thank you for not staying silent. I was like, please spike the ball.
Well, I had it.
I appreciate it. It took
Just
you a
real quick,
second.
I'm
I was like,
Doobie,
whoa.
but I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, understood, friend.
Due to our academic ability, we have to the cogs move slower sometimes. Apparently.
It's the light. It's the light was so blinding. It took you a second.
Yeah.
Ali, thank you for coming through. Did you change your hair or something? Like, is your a haircut? I don't know. It looks a little different to me.
Like
but I don't
weeks ago, but yeah, thank you for noticing. I appreciate it. You right on the money. Right on the money. That's what you are. But yeah, I go by Sociologic. You can find me on the internet, right? I go by there. It's 2 L's in Logic. And yeah, I'm looking forward to discussing the topic with these fine, educated philosophers.
That was a very feminine reaction. Okay, all right. No, you didn't actually notice. I did get my hair cut, but it was weeks ago.
I got my haircut 3 weeks ago, and you were like, "Yo, did you get a haircut or something? Like, something's different."
No, the feminine reaction would have been if Sociologic came on and was like, "Did you see anything different? You notice it?
That's
Come
true.
on, like,
Oh,
are you
that'd be
seeing
pretty-
something
yeah.
different?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't pay attention to the little finer details. Okay.
You never
No,
pay
no,
attention
I-
to me.
That's a little neat. That's a little needy. It's a little needy.
Okay, friends. So yeah,
Notice
let's.
that he's actually did something new about sociologic. It's that he's getting whiter as it's gone on here. It must be the snow.
Right?
He's turning into one of the rest of us milk toast looking people in the cast. It's great.
It's yeah, I gotta get a tanning. I gotta find a tanning bed out here. This is fucking Massachusetts gets dark at like 3 p.m. It's the East Coast fucking trash when it comes to like sun exposure. Okay.
That's God trying to help you out, because who'd want to live in Massachusetts?
Yeah, you do what you gotta do for the time that you gotta do it for.
Fair enough. All right. So as I promised our friends last week, we'll be doing our planned topic first. And by first I mean 35 minutes into the stream.
You gotta have a little warm up. Get
Yeah.
it's a long stream.
Yeah. But we're gonna do it first. Yeah, and here we go. The consulting firm McKinsey reached a lenient deal with the Biden department for its role in the opioid crisis the United States is facing. McKinsey was accused of "quote unquote" turbocharging the sales of Purdue Pharma's OxyContin by getting the company to target pharmacists that were irresponsibly prescribing the medication. This happened despite McKinsey being well aware of the risks the drug posed. Independent from this, an illicit drug legalization movement has been growing in the United States. However, if successful, would that birth many more Purdue Pharmas and McKinseys, organizations that seek to push dangerous drugs for profits, regardless of the consequences? Often these discussions focus on relieving the prosecutorial threat from consumers of drugs. But should we instead focus on the rapacious producers who would look at vulnerable Americans as a profit center? Even if we should have the freedom to take whatever drugs we want, should we also have freedom to sell whatever drugs people will buy? If you don't know, the Biden administration reached a deal with McKinsey, and it just so earlier, the Biden administration said that companies who self-report when they're up to illegal activities, right, who make some sort of good faith effort to self-report, well, then they will receive more lenient treatment. And then McKinsey apparently, fell under this provision, even though those prosecutors were saying that McKinsey blocked them, right? They actively obstructed them from finding the truth. So that's something we can discuss in and of itself. But and so I want to relate that struggle, right? Like understanding this is like the pharma industry as it stands now, right? But and I know a lot of people here support making drugs in general, illicit drugs, legal or at the very least decriminalized. If we do that, and people can make a legal dollar off of it, well, will they simply repeat what we've seen in the current drug industry? So yeah, we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
My perception of McKinsey is that it's like a bunch of like coked up psychopaths who all got together and they were like, let's make a business. It's like if like Wolf of Wall Street was somehow like wilder, and then it became a business, and that was like what they did. This company has like a pretty checkered history. Not only did they do this opioid thing, they also worked with Enron. In fact, they were like instrumental to Enron, which was just a complete scam, right? And so the Saudis and all sorts of shit. So Rikers Island, they've done all sorts of like horrible shit. And I think that the big thing is that they have facilitated fraud. I think they facilitated fraud when it came to what they did with Enron. I think they facilitated fraud when it comes to what they've done here with Purdue Pharma. If you know that this drug is dangerous and you help an organization market and put out this drug, lying about its safety history, lying about what it can do, this is the equivalent of sneaking heroin into ice cream and selling it to children. It's not good, and I think it's perfectly fine to hold them responsible for doing this. And that's somebody who I think all these drugs should be legalized, right? I'm not looking at the fact that they promoted drugs as the problem. I'm looking at the problem is they knew this shit and hid it, and it doesn't seem like they have any problem doing unethical stuff. And so, yeah, I'm not a big fan of McKinsey, and I think that it's questionable how effective they even are. It seems like a lot of the like internal metrics they use like are a little bit shady in terms of like, oh look, we've gotten XYZ results, but like for like the Rikers Island complex, for example, they claimed all these benefits when in reality you look into them and they just kind of changed some of the reporting standards so it looks like they did some good shit, even when like the actual reality is they didn't do all this good shit. So I think it's a lot of, coked up psychopaths smelling their own farts, and if they get in trouble for fraud, I'm okay with that. It's good shit.
Thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, I don't have much to say that isn't already kind of been said to a certain degree by Lactoid. We're going to have a very similar argument here, which is, but I cannot stress enough that there is a giant difference between selling someone a known addictive substance and they know that it is an addictive substance and they choose to take an addictive substance that is going to destroy their life. Now, I have plenty of moral problems with that, right? But when it comes to ethical legal problems, I don't think it's the government's role, obviously, or anyone's role in actively using violence to stop that. And that there are a lot of unintended consequences to the drug war, to trying to stop that, a lot of high cost to that. In terms of McKinsey, McKinsey is a shut. It's like there is no better example of a group of people that provably knew what they were doing was fraud, right? Like McKinsey didn't just come in and then say like, here's how you should do your television ads, right? McKinsey did ride-alongs with pharmaceutical sales reps, right? They went to centers that were full of drug addicted, like they saw before most of Americans on TikTok and Twitter videos saw people, standing at 90-degree angles. They saw that shit way before any of us because they went there, saw that, and knew that those people were addicted to an addictive substance. And their response was to advise Purdue Pharma to specifically target areas that already had high rates of opioid prescriptions, such as Appalachia, places in Pennsylvania, places where coal mines had been put down, where they, where there was already large amounts of drug addiction, and to up the dosage, and that would do away with some of the withdrawal symptoms. They knew it was highly addictive. They knew that it was destroying communities, and they knew that Purdue Pharma was lying up until the FDA came out and said that it was addictive. And even then, Purdue Pharma just was like, oh, we'll see, it's less addictive. And I mean, like the story of the opioid epidemic and what Purdue Pharma did is one of the most disgusting stories in American history in terms of fraud and abuse and the consequences of it. This has nothing to do with drug legalization, because drug legalization does not mean legalization of fraud. And we'll get into it more as we go, but I just feel like you cannot stress that these are two totally different things enough that to try and draw the connection that it's just people selling drugs for profit and therefore we'll have more of this is horrible. And actually, final note, just real quick, I find it so interesting how often people talk about the government's role in protecting us from evil corporations. And over and over and over again, you see it, but you see it more so than any other case with Purdue Pharma, I think, in how, no, their role is the exact opposite. Their role is to protect the corporate wealthy elite from justice. Like that is what their role is, to maintain the status quo and to maintain order. And sometimes maintaining order means maintaining laws that harm, the peons. But that is their primary goal: maintain order, maintain the status quo, maintain the wealth of the powerful elite. And then all the way down at the bottom is the little guy, where it's like, well, we got to get your votes, so we have to pretend like we give a fuck about you. And the Sackler family, yeah, sure, they paid billions, but they're all in Italy right now living in fucking mansions after murdering millions of people. And they're immune to criminal prosecution.
Yeah, we gave him that. The rage.
I'm just saying, Luigi could have picked a better fucking target.
The rage that I express sometimes over, executives who get away with it, right? Where we'll find companies, we'll find them, but then like no one actually goes to jail. Yeah, like this is what I'm talking about. Exactly these situations. But yeah, let's go to our friend Roy Campbell.
Yeah, I actually don't have much to add on what has already been said. At least nothing. Well, all great points have been made, but I do want to amend Lactoid's characterization of the McKinsey Institute, where I think he called them coked up psychopaths. But really, it's just very educated, coked up psychopaths. That's critically important. And that is really sad. It is wild to me how this institute is able to like operate and exist. Pretty wild to me, and a sad state of affairs. But what I will do is use this opportunity to bring up something that I think gets often overlooked, in my opinion, when it comes to the opioid epidemic. And here is where Scott and I become allies, I think, or I'm reasonably sure. And I think people overlook the fact that, so I ask myself the question of like, well, why did this happen? Just like everyone else. And obviously it's multifaceted and many variables. But I think one that gets overlooked is intellectual property. And I don't think people understand how intellectual property and innovation institutions play a critical role in how this played out. And I'm going to read us just a small paragraph from a very nice journal article from the Journal of Law on the Biosciences, which I'll post in the Discord chat, where, starting off in the early 1990s, MS Contin, a controlled-release form of morphine sulfate, was generating millions of dollars in sales for Purdue Pharma. But MS Contin no longer had IP-protected exclusivity, and Purdue expected generic competition to eat into its profits. The firm pivoted to a new pain treatment market strategy. In November 1993, the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office granted Purdue's application for patent number blah blah blah, which claimed a controlled-release form of the opioid oxycodone. Just over 2 years later, in December 1995, the FDA approved Purdue's application to market OxyContin for treatment of chronic pain. Purdue's strategy, according to its 1996 budget plan, was to, quote, to switch patients who have been started on MS-Contin to OxyContin as quickly as possible. And there's a whole breakdown as well, very long article that I'll post. But again, there's many factors play into it, but I think a critical factor is like when it comes to intellectual property and the creation of demand that pharmaceutical companies can have or carry out, and they have a pure monopoly, and an opioid is a perfect sort of, what more could you want in terms of a monopoly on something, and you see in their pricing, they initially start off with a low price, they get the demand, they get people hooked, and then they could jack up the price. What better thing that you want? And I'm sure, we're going to see Gibbs fall to his principles of like, mind your own business, right? I'm sure he's not going to uphold intellectual property. Everyone should mind their own business when it comes to intellectual property, right? Because it doesn't exist. I'll leave it there for now.
It's like Corey said.
Okay. Well, then actually, why don't we go to Gibbs? Let him respond immediately afterwards, and we'll hit you grid afterwards.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, so continuing my theme of spotting secret communism tonight, of course, libertarian Lactoid would come up with this take that's very communist. Coked up psychopaths, I think was the exact term. Notice how Corey and Lactoid have similar points. And Corey is openly in favor of socialism. Very strange. Very strange. I'm willing to bet. Also, I'm willing to bet that more money has been made by concepts that people came up with at 9 a.m., coked up maybe, after partying all night with their business associates. Who are we to judge? Who are we to know? I don't think they keep exact statistics on that. But based on some life experience, I think that that's probably an accurate assessment. Now that that's out of the way, let me give you an actual based capitalist take that our libertarian friends somehow missed. The only reason they had to resort to, quote, nefarious tactics and conceal their true goals, which was to generate wealth, was because it was illegal to do it in the first place. They should have been allowed to set up opioid vending machines right outside Narcotics Anonymous and rehab facilities. That's what they should have been allowed to do. But instead, daddy government's going to come in and tell them they can't do that because it's bad for reasons. Also, who is the government to tell people what they can and can't do in their own homes. If these people want to pop pills and rage out, then sure, as long as they don't hurt nobody else, let them. Yeah, exactly as Corey said, mind your business. They don't need to know what I'm doing in the privacy of my own home. Capitalism is base. We need less regulations. And these people should be lauded as heroes because they're allowing everybody to have opiates if they want them. That's what I think.
Much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
I'm Gibbs.
Oh, sorry, did I say Gibbs? I mean Grid. Sorry, I'm looking. I was looking. I told you I can't tell the difference. Right? If
One
it's
of
melon
those
to
G
five, I
guys.
don't know. Okay.
Even
One of
with
the
the single
G-men.
pieces?
Grid. I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. It's fine. So while I would echo some of the sentiments of Lactoid and Fabian Liberty, I actually have to. I have to kind of go along with Gibbs here for a second, because the real problem is not that McKinsey did their fucking job that they were paid to do to market a company. The problem is that Purdue Pharma lied, cheated, and stole to get their product on the shelf in the first place, and that is who should really be blamed. If you want to lay it right to the doorstep of the people who killed these people, and they did literally kill people, is the Purdue who said that it wasn't even addictive. They literally said that. They literally said that it's less addictive. And yet, in their own testing showed that 68% of the oxycodone itself would remain after distilling the pill down, or a pill down. So that is irrelevant. I mean, that is the actual relevant part of this. That is what killed people. And that's just the way it is. And so if we want to put blame, if we want to make people accountable, we want to hold people accountable, then we don't even care about McKinsey. McKinsey did their job. They said, hey, you want people to represent your company and sell your shit? We're the dudes. We can do that. Did McKinsey know? We don't know that. We can assume that because they've been in bed with all sorts of other criminals, but that doesn't mean that they themselves are criminals. And honestly, I couldn't find anything other than a bunch of nonsense that they are in fact criminals. They just do their job of representing their clients, and that's fine. I have a problem with the way they did it, but that's irrelevant to, again, the discussion of the drug issue, right? So whether or not the drug should be allowed or whatever, we could literally spend the next 6 months discussing, and we still wouldn't come up with any agreement between us, other than I don't believe, as a conservative, the government has any right to regulate any of that shit. And that, to be honest with you, I would prefer privately owned and regulated to some degree, self-regulated, opium dens than what we have now, which is doctors getting kids hooked on opioids when they just hurt themselves at a football game or something. This is crazy to me. This is absolutely nuts. The kid, we're not even talking about. I could care less what grown-ass adults do. I'm the most aggravated I can be is that kids are getting hooked because doctors overprescribe opioids, and none of you guys even bothered to mention that. And that's a real problem to me in the first place, because doctors are the way. But now again, I have to take some of the responsibility off the doctors, because they were told that these were. Initially, they were told it wasn't even addictive. Then they were told it was less addictive. And then, of course, the truth comes out, hey, it's fucking heroin in pill form, and we lied to you the whole time. So doctors did what doctors do, and they prescribed pills. They're pill pushers. It's what they did. If you expect anything else, well, I'm sorry, you're going to be disappointed. And again, it makes me a little queasy, but I'm with Gibbs on 90% of this.
I'm glad we got the pro opium den opinion out there. Right, very important. Don't hear that often these days, but appreciate it, friend. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah. You should be able to trust your government to regulate the things that are going to its citizens' bodies. Hence, we have the government. We're supposed to have elected officials that we can trust and believe in, but unfortunately, they get bought out by these companies due to why should a pharmaceutical company be for profit? It should operate as an NGO. It should operate like for this, basis of just like making good medicine for people to get medicine, but they operate for profit, which is how you get competitive pharmaceutical companies, which is like strange to me. But anyways, yeah, I agree with everything that Lactoid and Fabian and like Corey said. I just kind of disagree with Gibbs. Like, I don't think we should be having opium vending machines outside of drug addict like facilities. Like, probably not. We shouldn't do that. That's not good. And Gibbs, to your point, it's like if you're not hurting anyone, it's okay. Do whatever you need to do. Well, they killed a couple million people, right? So they are hurting people. They're hurting, your fellow Americans, which is less money in your pocket. If people in your community are dying, they can't give you their money for your products. So yeah, we should be able to hold them accountable, but we can't because they're bought out by the government. So I don't want to hear any complaining when more Luigis start popping up, because this is kind of like the result you get of the system that you have.
Thanks so much. And finally, our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Sociologic said, and I think that maybe I felt like the last year, right, for me at least, has really highlighted like who actually runs the country and which interests control the way things go. And it's, for me, the last year it's been totally transparent. It's been like fucking overtly just out there, right? I think the only beneficial thing of like the last, this included, right, like, it's that people I think are starting to see it. It's out there more often. People are talking about it. We have the Luigi thing, which I think was a good thing actually. But like this, I feel like the atmosphere is changing, right? The attitude in the country toward these things is changing, which might be beneficial long term, possibly. Could also just be suppressed as it usually is. So yeah, I agree with everything Ali said. I think that it's disgusting, right? We have case number 10,000 of our government running cover for some fucked up corporation. So yeah, it is what it is.
I didn't hear too much from you all. I think maybe one of you touched on it, but like on the other side of this, right, the street pharmaceutical side, because that's where apparently we agree McKinsey crap for most of us. Not okay, most of us agree. McKinsey is crap. But that's what I kind of want to marry this conversation to, right? Like, okay, if we're pushing for drug legalization, are we pushing to create other organizations, expand the system that we already have here, where there's like a powerful moneyed interests who benefit from more Americans being hooked to their product.
I want to.
I think if it's legal, there's less incentive to lie. You can just outright say, "Hey, this drug is addictive," like whatever. But like, hey, you can have fun. It's self-right. It's
like Crisis was exactly that, where they lied about exactly that.
No. Well, they had to lie because they have to push a product. Yeah, they had to lie because they have to push a product because they're trying to do it as like a medical thing. Whereas like if you come up with a drug and you just advertise it as, "Hey, this fucking makes you feel great." Yes, there are addictive qualities to it, but at the end of the day, that's your decision. You won't have to lie about that as much.
Hold on, this is just not true. This is not true. They did not lie about it being non-addictive just because of some law or some regulation.
That wasn't what I was saying. Wait.
No.
That wasn't what I was saying though.
Purdue Pharma committed fraud on a mass scale about it being non-addictive for the very purposes of pushing it into doctors' offices. They created the modern day, they created an entirely new a metric used in hospitals and in healthcare that didn't exist, which is on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you having? They created the concept.
But that wouldn't have been necessary, Fabian, if it had been open free season. Like, here's where you're wrong with this, right?
Yes, it would have.
No. Hear me out. Right?
Wait. In order to push it as a medical drug, I agree with him to what he's saying. Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, but they
I'm
wouldn't have
saying
pushed it as a medical drug.
having it
because of what
opening up
Grid
could
said.
open it up to just having a fun drug be out on
No,
the
hold
market.
on.
That's
Let's talk
what,
about the
like,
street
my
level.
argument was.
Let's talk about the street level, right? Grid absolutely. I didn't even think of this when you said this, and it actually offsets all these arguments. Really, Grid actually nailed this with the opium dens thing, right? Because one, they can just sell it as a street drug. Everything can be sold. These are symptoms and treats. Hey, it's addictive. Then they can even sell different forms of this for like to be smoked in the opium dens, etc., etc. Then guess what? Here's the secondary market that eliminates the problem that Sociologic brought up of my customers dying. Guess what? One, I'll sell it as opium dens. Two, I'll sell to this new market that's generated, which is going to be the people that are going to go, hey, I'm going to say be a private medical service that's going to provide Narcan, and I'm going to set it right next door to it. Boom. Now I have two businesses set up.
I just want to clarify.
They're going to keep these people alive and just perpetuate it.
So now you are on our side now that you're not in favor of intellectual property, right? Because to sell Narcan, okay, that's patent protected. Okay, so how is their secondary market going to open up? How is this open free season for you?
Hold on, you can get licensed to sell Narcan. I don't know. I'm not going to get the ins and outs of that.
So wait, you said open free season. So you're against intellectual
it's
property
open
now,
free
right?
season. Hold on. It's open free season for a new business to develop where they're sitting here taking care of people for the opium den so they don't die. You got a new insurance company that are going to open up. There's so many different avenues here.
Before in your opening statement, you said in the privacy of your home, you can do whatever you want. Well, yeah, because I'm trying to speak over Gibbs. Is it still clipping now?
No, you're good. You're good.
No,
Okay.
that's way better. Yeah.
So you said, if I recall correctly, in your opening statement, privacy of your own home, like get the government out. Okay, so you're okay with me in the privacy of my own home. I'll reverse engineering an iPhone, making it and selling it. That's okay for you, right?
Oh, so like maybe not as on a mass sale. Hold on. Maybe not, right? Hold on. Maybe not on a mass sale, but hold on. First of all, let's just take this back.
Wait, why not?
Hold on. We can get into the intellectual property thing in a bit, but as for what you're arguing, what I just argued for has existed for thousands of years. So unless we're going to take the contract for opium as intellectual property back to ancient China, then really everything you're saying goes out the window. Like
whoa. So here is where people don't understand. Like, what is OxyContin to you?
What does that matter for what I'm arguing though?
It's actually. Hold on. Let Corey get through it. Corey,
sure.
Fucking catch him up quicker. IP is a big part of this discussion.
I understand the IP part.
I don't think you do.
I do, absolutely. The problem is you're so focused on one little in the weeds aspect that I've made a broad strokes argument that we can't even talk about because you want to sit here and talk about IP and have a circle jerk around it for 45 minutes.
Let me clarify then why IP is an important part of this discussion, right? So Purdue Pharma had the rights to several different forms of opioids that were widely prescribed, right?
Cool.
The patent was running out, okay? And so this was going to essentially destroy Purdue Pharma's profits, right?
Oh, really?
And so because it was going to be opened up to the market. Now, the way that IP law works in medicine in America, right, is that, yes, we have a lot more technological IP and like character IP lasts a really long time, but drug IPs don't tend to last as long because people don't like the concept of drug IP lasting, 100 years. So what ends up happening is that you can create a new version of something that is slightly different, either in its release, either in the way it's done,
right?
Maybe it's slightly more effective. You see this with insulin all the time, right?
Like Adderall, amphetamine salts. I understand. Yeah, I got you.
Right. So what Purdue Pharma did is that they knew they needed to change, but if they came out with a new form of oxycodone that was essentially the same thing, then it wouldn't matter. There would be all of this competition. So they created a lie with fraud. They created a new drug that was like, this is time release, and it's better than the other drug because it's less addictive and less prone to abuse. And now, if anyone tried to use the old drug, they could then say, oh, that's the old stuff. That's addictive. That kills people. But our new stuff doesn't do that, and we're the only ones that have the IP on this. Then they created things like fake data. They use logarithmic scales to try and trick the FDA and doctors into thinking that it wasn't addictive. They lied to everyone. They created television ads lying about it to sell this new product without IP being a part of, like, IP is central to the part of to this argument. because it's the whole reason that OxyContin was invented, and they created all these lies because they couldn't come up with a new drug that actually was less addictive.
No, here, let me tell you how I hand wave all this away. All of this would have been avoided, real simple, if we didn't have over-regulation of the medical industry in general. That's the problem
like
right
IP,
there.
like IP. That regulation that you're talking about, Gibbs.
Hey,
Regulation like IP.
That could be a portion of it.
It's
but
IP
even,
regulation.
Okay, hold on. Even then, what does this matter to anything that from my argument at all? Like nothing.
Wait, so you want to hand wave away IP regulation? We're on the same page now.
So all right, hold on. Are we debating the street problem and the problem with the company?
Pro IP or something? I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm
Oh.
like tacitly pro IT. Like it depends. Like it's all situational. Because once again, my underlying motive is what's best for Papa. So I don't understand how like you can even sit here and try to like
what's best for you? Because I don't getting rid of IP.
Well, unless I have that IP, and then go fuck yourselves. So, like, I mean, this is like, it really is all situational. Like, what is your point?
Yeah, you can't argue with that, Corey. You really can't argue with that.
You're right. That's why I said his whole principle is, mind your business until it eats into my own personal profits. Then it is my business, and I want government to step in.
The reason why is because it's too regulated already. Well, because we got to play by the same rules.
It's a very Randian way of thinking, actually.
We're all playing by the same rules until we're not. It's crazy. I'm just saying, if y'all don't like my rules, we should just get rid of all these other rules that y'all put out there for right now, which is this overregulation. So if y'all want to bitch about IP for the next 45 minutes, we can.
It's an overregulation of the market. Is IP like that's that? Like it's listen. I understand that you don't want to bitch. You don't want to have a large conversation about intellectual.
It's not necessary.
It is necessary. There's whole papers written on it that I posted.
It's not my main argument either, right? But to dismiss IP as like not being a part of this discussion is to just fundamentally understand.
Oh, sure. Maybe it's like a 2% important part of this discussion. I
think it's third. It's at least a third the way they're talking
discussion that Prime is referring to.
It is.
So Prime is trying to focus on the street.
Yeah, that's my point. Who cares about this in the street
of OxyContin?
Well, so okay, let's just take it from the max there level. Do you how does IP affect me setting up opioid distribution centers out front of Narcotics Anonymous? Can you tell me about that?
It depends on what. So depends on what you set up. Do you think you can sell any opioid at your narcotic center? Do you think you have the right to do that?
I mean, potentially. Or I can get
just to be clear.
Against IP.
Well, you have to be in a proper hypothetical, Gibbsy. You can't just say like this world where the goalposts can't change every time.
Because this is the problem, right? See, we're getting so lost in the sauce of this stupid IP bullshit that when I'm sitting here trying to make a simple hypothetical, like, hey, whatever situation you need to get to point A to point B, it's not super important because it's not. If I have to buy the licenses from the IP because it's special snowflake regulated, then okay, cool. We make that the argument, and then you can have your float your little boat. Or if we could go my argument, which is totally gone, we get rid of it completely, and we can just have them selling fucking hashish and fucking opium hash and opium, like whatever. Either way, it works for me because both of them should be allowed.
We're in favor of Arabs coming and Middle Easterners coming to the Middle East. Good. Or the
You're welcome. I'm gonna get you on my side one way or the other.
Yeah. So I mean, I was just going to point out. I think that the issue is that Gibbs is right. You guys are focused on the IP thing, but he's talking more about the idea of just having full-on drug legalization for everything, whenever you want, wherever you want, etc. Yeah. So, like the IT, I think the IT discussion is really important to that, right? It's not really relevant to that.
Which is like, well, my point. It's like if you don't have the regulations, if drugs are just legal and you can sell them for recreational use, then like there's really no need to sell something as like a medical drug as long as you can just you're gonna make more money if you're able to just sell it as like a fun drug. Recreational use.
I want to examine that, but
medical look at the medical marijuana, right? Look at how many people just stopped using their medical marijuana cards the second it became recreational, and how limited there's a limited amount of people using recreational marijuana versus a medical marijuana, like having their cards and going to medical dispensaries.
I don't think
versus recreational dispensaries and
be the same. It's because 95% of those medical cards are bullshit.
No, wait. No, if you have a medical card, it's actually a great benefit to you as a customer because you get tax exemption when you're buying from the dispensary. Like you get a little bit of like perks, so on and so forth. But I'm just saying in terms of like recreational
medical.
Yeah. I'm saying it's like, I got back pain, I got insomnia.
Oh wait, no, that's
give me some ganja. That's what it is.
Which is to my point. Which is to my point. which is to my point. Initially, when weed was legalized, it was legalized as a medical drug, right? So you had to go to a pharmacist that would prescribe you the card, that would give you the card in order to have access to it. But the second that it became recreational in the recreational states, you see a decline in medical marijuana use, an uptick in recreational, right? Which is to what I'm saying is like if these pharmaceutical companies could just like make recreational drugs, they wouldn't.
No, that's not the conclusion.
Why did you scoff at what he said? Why did you scoff at that?
Because the conclusion to draw about that is that the people were getting medical marijuana licenses, specifically because they wanted to smoke weed recreationally.
Yes.
But it was illegal.
Hold on, what's the problem? Why are you scoffing at that?
Wait, Gibbs, correct. Wait, Lacto, you were right.
One question real quick, and then you can go. Why are you scoffing at that?
Point?
Yeah, but hold on. Why are you scoffing at it? Like, because you're sitting here going, "Oh, they're doing it because they want the recreational." Like, I thought you were a libertarian. Why shouldn't I be able to walk into my doctor and be like, "Hey, I want a bunch of OxyContin for my back."
You should be
able to walk in, buy.
No. You shouldn't even have to justify it. You should be able to. You should be able to. You should be able to.
It was going to be a good comment. Listen, okay,
you should be able to walk into a weed sales place.
Weed sales place.
All the weed. I'm fine with that. There's no problem. Okay, you're 18. Buy the weed legally. All good. What I'm saying is that, in my opinion, the vast majority of medical marijuana holders were getting that to circumvent the the anti-recreational laws.
Correct.
Once that became no longer a problem, the stoners, because I mean it requires effort, and stoners, right? They didn't want to go through the hassle of getting the medical marijuana card. They just went and bought it recreational.
And then the sellers and the growers didn't want to go through the hassle of a medical.
But here's the difference. Here's the difference.
I just want to finish this one stream of
I was next anyway.
Yeah.
So, and I'm going to tie this into my point. The distinct difference between this, and I think why the fraud uniquely made this a problem, is because nobody getting these medical fucking cards. Okay. Maybe one or two people, but nobody was really under the impression of this is medicine for me. They wanted to get high. Okay.
Yeah.
The distinct difference here is the doctors that were prescribing OxyContin were lied to and told that it was a non-addictive way to help treat their patient's pain. And you trust your doctor. People trusted their doctors. And so then they did what their doctors told them. Yes, this is different from a street drug salesperson. You don't trust some shady dude on the street like you trust your own doctor.
But
this is why this was particularly pernicious, right?
But that's my point. But that's to my point a little bit. And like, just hear me out. If there were no regulations, obviously, like we live in a world where there was, and that's why they did this. If there were no regulations, if drugs were just legal, then Purdue Pharmaceutical, whatever it may be, comes up with OxyContin. It doesn't have to sell it or advertise it as a medical drug. It can just sell it as a street drug, right? Why not? Well, that's the point
because they're relying because they're relying on there's a much larger customer base in regular people who just want pain management, as opposed to people who are willing to get hardcore into opioids.
They created a market.
They created the market.
Okay,
there was not a market for OxyContin just to get high, right? That market existed for people that were doing heroin already.
There's some very small group of people.
There was what they saw was
don't back down from this sociologic. You're right. They're wrong.
You're not, Gibbs. Just shut the fuck up and listen to me.
No, I'm gonna fight back a little bit.
When they created OxyContin and they wanted to bring OxyContin, they went specifically to Appalachia. They went to places where there was a high rate of injury of people that wanted pain medicine. Okay, yeah, but that didn't want to be addicted to a drug. There was a group of people that wanted pain management, that wanted a miracle drug essentially. And then they went to doctors and they lied to the doctors. If not for the fraud, there would not have been the market, because the market that was there was looking for non-addictive pain management.
That was there.
So what they did is they created an addictive pain management, and then they lied and said that the product did something that the product didn't do. It's not the same thing as with marijuana.
Yeah, I know. Now my only question is, wait, because when they realized that in like Florida, that there's just pain clinics all day that people are looking for pills to just kind of get off on, right? Whatever it may be, that if there were no regulation to it, that they could just remove the medical listing from their drug and then just advertise it as hey, here's
now
a painkiller.
because now you have addicts, right? You've created the market already.
Created the
Now
addict.
you've always had
Hold on,
addicts.
y'all are wrong with this.
Would you
Like,
not have
hold on.
always
That's
had
what-
addicts?
How
You
does
would have not
cocaine-
had that many addicts
hold on,
because you got the
hold on,
normal
hold on,
people
hold on,
addicted
let's
because you
all
gave them the
jump in.
pain
Let's
pills.
let Grid in, and then we'll go to you, Gribbs, right? Let's Grid has a
Yeah.
question.
So Scott's actually really right here about that
Mm-hmm.
part of it. They created the market, but what they really did is they didn't
I brought
just
that up in my
create a
opening statement,
market.
though. Just
They
FYI.
convinced doctors.
Literally said that word
Yeah.
for it. Demand creation.
Corey was also right. Corey was also right. Just say
But
that.
he was right after Scott, honestly. Scott
He was
Yeah,
right
yeah.
all
primary.
along.
No, because you didn't say that what Scott said. Scott actually said that they
He
created
did
a
in his
market.
opening. It's
I
not
said
big.
literally demand creation. Rewind the tape.
Reiterated.
Okay,
Rewind the
all right.
tape.
Yeah, so
pay attention.
But they did that, but they did it in a very and again, Appalachia and all of that. But the way that it was done is that they were even like doctors that would never prescribe opioids to children suddenly started prescribing this Oxycontin to kids because why not? It's
For like headaches.
It's a miracle drug. It
Yeah.
soothes the
Not
pain, it
addictive.
relieves the pain, and it's not addictive. So now kids are now getting addicted to it, and that creates an entirely new market because those kids will steal, lie, cheat, whatever, and that's really the problem. With the let's just have the centers, which I agree with. I mean, I agree. I think bringing back 1890s opium dens and just let people that want to do it go off in their corner and just smoke themselves to death. That's cool. I get fine, whatever. I think that's the same as a fucking bar because alcohol kills a shit ton of people every year and we don't seem to give a crap about it. So, but
It's really fun.
at the end of the day,
is opium.
yes, opium.
That's right.
Opium's really bad. But the problem. The problem that, and I was actually waiting for someone else to mention it. I am shocked that I'm the one doing it. Is the way that opioids work in the brain and they absorb into the fatty tissue, and so the real problem is that even if you were using it correctly,
Yep.
you
get
could
addicted.
trigger an overdose just by going to your doctor and getting another pain prescription. And you could OD right there or on your kitchen floor. This is the problem with the opioids. And the thing is that I could excuse Purdue Pharma if they didn't know about it. They knew about it. They created the market. They went to McKinsey and said, hey, sell our shit, and paid them a shit ton of money to do it. McKinsey did their job effectively. The doctors, which was also in the prompt, that were kind of blamed that they were
Turbocharging.
turbocharging it. They were lied to. They had no reason not to put this. It's like a more effective aspirin, right? Like this is ibuprofen times 10. And who wouldn't prescribe that to a kid with a knee injury or a guy who comes in with a motorcycle accident with a big chunk out of his leg? Who's not gonna prescribe that to relieve the pain?
He doesn't care.
That's
though.
where the problem really lies in my eyes. My eyes is completely on. I'm all for free enterprise. But when you commit fraud to sell your product, it's not free enterprise anymore. That's fraud, and we have laws to deal with that. The
So,
unfortunate problem is they didn't really go after Purdue yet, and they may never. They went after McKinsey. Why? Well, because they acted on behalf.
Hold on.
So just quickly, let's.
did
They
not.
destroyed
Purdue had to pay
Purdue.
like six.
Purdue no
Purdue had
longer
to pay
exists.
Purdue had
Purdue
to
no
pay
longer
6 point-
exists. I thought it was still.
Purdue-
No, they got
Purdue-
sued into oblivion.
hold
They
on.
went bankrupt.
Hold on, yeah,
I
some
thought they
of them went to
I
jail.
thought that they were fined
Purdue
$634
had to
million.
pay $6.5 billion. Okay.
Okay.
Nevertheless, in order to pay $6.5 billion, they also got immunity from further prosecution, and they still had billions of dollars left over, and they just left the country and retired in mansions, mostly in Italy. So
Yeah.
yes, they
None of these
No,
people
they
actually
started
punished,
another
okay?
pharma company actually.
Well, yeah,
Not surprising.
some of
That
them
wouldn't be
did.
surprising at all.
It's a family,
I-
which
I-
means they're kind of all in it. But
The revenue for
I-
Oxycontin is at least 35 billion, just FYI.
Okay, 38. Thank you, Aiko, for 38 months of resubbing to the channel. He says, Constitution spells out the purpose of IP. Explicitly, it's to encourage innovation in markets. The moment it stops doing that, it shouldn't exist. So thank you, iCal. I just want to get that out there, and consider subbing to the channel if you haven't done so already,
Awesome. Let's get rid of it.
or using our super chats on YouTube, or any way you want to support the channel, consider doing that. That's how we keep this up. So we're gonna go to Gibbs, and then I really want to try to again reorient this conversation into after Gibbs, spawning however you want, but like reorient this conversation to take in these, a new class of drugs, being the old class of drugs like cocaine and heroin. Classic
Perfect.
heroin,
I'm
right?
segue into that.
And okay, great, yeah. So I want to pull that in.
Yeah, so I think this is actually just the most retarded statement I've ever heard from any of these people up here. These are all very intelligent individuals, but they're sitting here arguing about they had to make this market via fraud. I'm sorry, y'all are wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's real simple. If they hadn't had any of these regulations, they could have just sold as a street drug. Y'all go, oh, well, they had to create this new market, yada yada yada. Okay, then how come does cocaine exist? How come does Molly exist? How come does marijuana exist? None of these drugs.
It shows you don't understand.
Hold on. Oh, I understand. I just don't give a shit what you're saying. Like, because it's wrong.
Everyone did this at the same time.
The CIA has created markets for cocaine, by the way.
It's sure. Okay, cool. Whatever. I don't care. That's beside the
crack?
point. That's just good capitalism all around. No, it's simple. Every time a new street drug appears, exactly. It is. It's great. Every time a new street drug appears, what do these fucking cartels do? They go out and they make new customers. It's just like any product. This argument is so like brain dead because anytime, remember the fucking Scrub Daddy? The Scrub Daddy. This little thing that with a smiley face, you scrub, put it in your guess what? Yeah. Stupid little invention, sells millions and millions every year now. You know why? Because guess what? They created a new market. How about
and it doesn't kill you.
Hold on. How about Clorox bleach? It kills
we don't
you
know yet.
When you mix it with ammonia, it kills you when you drink it. Guess what? When they invented that the first time, they found out, they sold it, and guess what? All is well.
Corey, you gotta
hold on. Cocaine kills you. Guess what? People love it. You think they just sat there and go, hey, who are we going to sell cocaine to? No, they went down to the club. They went down to the club.
Do that.
Yes, you can't.
Make mustard gas. You can't make mustard gas without distilling and purifying.
Can you drink blood bleach and when you live?
Let's not talk about how to make bombs.
Hold on. If you drink bleach, will it kill you? Yes, it will. Listen, if you drink bleach, it'll kill you. All right, cool.
Your arrow is showing.
If you shove it up your ass, you'll kill you. Either way, look.
Yes, the very famous American bleach addiction problem currently ravaging Appalachia.
Cool. So, let's move to an addiction problem, right? How come all these
millions dead from bleach?
Kids were eating Tide Pods.
Hold on. Every lawyer I know. Every stockbroker I know, every stock guy, every lawyer, every single one of them has a mild cocaine addiction. Why? Because they just go railroad, stay up all night. Listen, Lactoid, you haven't got there yet. You haven't got there. Hey, cool. And they're successful. Like, listen, Lactoid said that people that make more money, having money is being the most morally responsible you can be. This is a quote from Lactoid, all right? So this is by his own logic. Listen,
more money
these
you
guys
have, the closer
make
you
a lot
are
of
to
money.
God.
They make more money. They need the cocaine to stay awake to make that money. Guess what? They go to the club. These people want to stay up all night partying. They sold cocaine to these. Listen, if there is a drug that magically takes away pain, if it's addicted, they're going to find. Hold on. It is just because you can't follow. It's pretty simple. If they had been like, hey, this drug's addictive, and guess what? It also gets rid of your pain. It's not a gift scalp. It's very simple point by point. Write it down if you can't follow multiple points. I know that's hard for you. You take notes.
It sounds more and more like Trump every time I hear him.
Finally, my last part here is if they came and told everybody that it was addictive, but yet it also solves all this pain. Sociologic, the reason I said he was right and y'all were wrong, they could have absolutely walked out the front door and said, hey, I got a drug that take away your pain. You're going to be addicted to it. And people, hobos, in front of my house, I know would have came a running to buy it. You tell me that these rich motherfuckers in the suburbs.
The hobos might, but children might not.
Who gives a shit about the kids? Because guess who's going to be buying it? The parents are going to be buying it because they're going to be like, wow, I can make my head numb.
You think that you put out, hey, I'm selling heroin, it's addictive, but also feels
see, heroin's dangerous. Hold on. If I go, hey, you have to do heroin, in which you have to light up with a spoon and then inject, or I can sell you this addictive pill that if you don't take more than 3 of these, it won't kill you. Yeah. Which one do you think people are going to buy, Mr. Capitalism expert?
For their kids?
It's going to be the pill.
You gotta stop doing the kids. Yeah.
Who gives a shit about the kids? Because
Purdue Pharma sold it to doctors who prescribed it to kids.
Because
Listen,
that's the whole problem is they wouldn't need to do that because they could sell it to the parents on like
Admiral
over the
Gibbs,
counter.
calm
Yeah, they
down.
could just make a pill bar. They could just make a pill
Admiral,
bar. You
parents
calm
are
down.
gonna give it to their
kids if they don't think it's
How much
safe.
do you give it to the kids? That's the whole point.
Stop, guys. Stop.
It
being
innovates
silly.
new drugs for kids.
Just guys, just be an adult for a second.
You're welcome.
Listen. It's
New
very,
market.
stop talking and just listen. This is
It's too simple for them. They gotta make it too complicated.
Logic.
I know it's
No,
very
it's
simple.
not.
Logic. It's very easy logic to follow.
It's you guys listen. Just listen for a second, Admiral Gibbs. Now,
Have you ever heard of bubblegum heroin? Not neither have I.
Admiral Gibbs, for the love of God, stop acting like a toddler and just sit down and be patient for a second. Let me walk you through this. It's very simple.
Okay, walk me through
Okay?
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Put up my hand.
Now,
Here you go.
there is a market for drugs that get you high. We both agree to this, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Now, in that market of drugs that get you high, there is a larger market of drugs that get you high but are a different market of drugs that get you high but are non-addictive, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so what we recognize, right, is there's market A, market B, and some overlap between market A and market B.
Well, it's more like
Market A-
market A, B, C, D. Like you're telling me there's a same between a
Stop,
guy
stop,
shoving
stop,
a needle
stop,
with heroin in his
stop.
arm and a parent
You're
buying
fucking
some
retard.
OxyContin.
Shut the fuck up, you goddamn coked out dumbass.
I'm just telling you the facts.
Follow
Like
me like a fucking kindergartner can, okay?
why is
Your own
Adderall sell more
toddlers
than cocaine?
are better
You
at
tell me,
fucking
but I don't know what I'm
listening
talking about.
than you. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Okay.
Listen, there's
Yeah.
market A, market B. There can be other markets out
Sure.
there, okay? We're just talking about market A and market B. Market A is people that want to get high and they don't care if it's addictive or not. And then market B is people that want to take a drug either to get high or to manage their pain, whatever it is, but they want it to be non-addictive. These are two different markets with some overlap, okay?
Really?
You agree?
All right.
Do you
cool.
agree?
I'm gonna respond.
Yes or no?
Yes or fucking no? Do
No,
you
I don't
agree?
agree because this is stupid.
Okay, well
what
then
he's
you're
saying.
literally just fucking gigatarded. And
No,
like, I
because
can't-
you
can't.
want a yes or no to a not
Did you
yes
say
or no question.
gigatarded?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
listen, I don't care what what term he wants to make up today and use. I don't give a shit. So, like 50 other 6 markets, right? And this is why.
I'm
This
not
is why.
fucking acting like
Hold
the
on,
other
because
markets. I'm
you
trying to
are
get your
because you
kindergarten
because
retard
you
brain
are
to
because you
agree
are.
that these are
There's
two
hold
different
on.
markets.
There's a reason why people use Adderall on the street, right? And it's the same reason why people use cocaine on the street, right? Guess what? If I go and present, say, my parents a pill for THC, CBD, or something, they're much more likely to take it than they'll ever be to smoke it. If I present a pill saying, hey, this does all the things heroin does, but you don't have to inject it, there's millions of people that are going to want to try that. And you're acting
You
like,
don't have to
okay,
inject
that,
heroin.
hold on. You're acting like this small percentage
Most
of
heroin
this.
addicts don't
Oh, shh.
inject heroin.
I
You
listen
don't
to your
know what
little
the fuck you're
bullshit.
talking about.
I listen to your bullshit. Like, first of all, there's plenty that do. I've seen heroines do it. Heroin addicts do it. Listen,
Yes,
the
but
point I'm
most
making.
don't.
The point I'm making is that like you're acting like there's not like 50 shades of gray between, and you're saying
I'm not.
you're saying that. What I'm trying to tell you is if they had sat here and told everybody it had been able to with no legal repercussion, they could have sold this on the street over the counter, and these people would have bought it. Then y'all were worried about what's going to happen to the children. Well, then somebody could go in and get the drug that helps the kids and is non-addicted,
But
and they
Gibbs,
could get it from the doctor.
but Gibbs,
But they
but
can do
Gibbs,
both.
You are
You're
screaming
talking-
and yelling a non-fucking argument because you
It's an
cannot
argument. I'm
follow
sorry,
it.
you can't
It
follow
is
it.
refused
What you've
to
been
Yeah,
saying-
follow.
my argument's
It
very
sounds like
simple.
what you're
Volume.
saying is that like they invented a novel way of delivering the high, right?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
so
It's a better way.
It was already in a pill format. It was
Yeah.
already in a pill format for like 40 fucking years before
Okay.
that. Okay.
Fair
The
enough,
the difference between the patent that they held before and OxyContin is that the time
This is the
release
chronically
pill
online
was sup-
take, is what this is. This
was
is the people that don't
No,
go out in the
this is
world
the-
and see what people
Oh
do
my
on a regular
fucking
basis.
God.
This is the detailed, intelligent
Dude,
take.
why
It's
are
a stupid take,
why
is what
are
it
you-
is.
No, it's like this is the shit that angers me about you, and it's why I call you just as much a fucking patsy as fucking Connor is.
No,
Is
I'm
because
just telling
you
you
are
all the
being
facts, and you just don't like the facts.
aggressively-
Y'all want to sit
you're
here
being-
and like.
you're being aggressively stupid on purpose. And
No,
trying
y'all
not
are
to
y'all are
fucking-
aggressively overcomplicating something that's a very simple thing. It's simple.
tried to
People
give you
like
a
drugs.
fucking
The
something
drug market's
very
gonna exist. Like I don't understand how
You
y'all
cannot
you're like.
shut up. You cannot stop acting like a child. Stop acting like
Sure,
a child.
I mean,
You're doing too much
yes,
fucking
you
drugs,
can,
I guess.
I mean, I guess
can't
I would
fucking
take
calm the
anything
fuck
except
down.
smoke weed. Weed would calm me down. So clearly you don't know what you're talking about. 2, listen, you spurred out
weed
every
calms
panel.
you down, I am
Papa, Papa, you spurg out every panel and give dissertations over the word "is" like you're Bill Clinton. I don't want to hear that. I don't shut up, bro. Like Jesus Christ! If I've ever seen the pot call the kettle black, it's right now.
Okay,
Holy Christ!
Okay, all right, let's calm down.
Okay,
Let's calm
so
down.
I'm gonna explain this to everyone else, but I'm just not going to ask Gibbs to answer because
Sure.
Gibbs can't follow the argument.
No, yeah,
So
it's
it's
too
very
complicated.
simple.
Big
Very
brain
simple.
Aristotle shit. Got it.
Admiral Gibbs, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard.
Yeah. Me is dumb. You is smart. You can
Hey,
tell
I
me.
want to hear from Scott.
Admiral Gibbs,
big brain.
when I am calling you a retard,
So
understand
smart.
that
Big
is
smart. Big words.
understand that is a fucking compliment.
No
because
uplifting
the
less.
only other alternative is that you're a lying, grifting sack of shit that is trying
No,
to
I
destroy
just think you're literally
Like, be a
overthinking
fucking
things.
Patsy.
Okay,
No,
hold
I'm
on,
not
all
being
right.
that. That's
Please,
what Greg agrees
that
too.
retard
Okay,
is the compliment
Gibbs,
that it
Gibbs.
is.
Sorry, you're just wrong on
Shut the
this.
fuck up.
Gibbs, I
I
want
will
to hear from
shut up.
Scott. I want to hear from Scott.
Yes, please, big brain take.
It's not even a big brain take. It's a
Scott.
fucking middle school
Oh,
take.
please
It's
give me the
smarter than
philosophy
yours.
for on high,
Don't worry about
For the
Gibbs.
love
Just
of
talk to
God.
me, please.
All right, so when sociologic and other people have this presumption that if there were no regulations on the medical industry whatsoever, and if we had a truly free market, then that these companies would not have had an incentive to lie about whether or not the drug was addictive, because they would have just been like, yeah, it's addictive, whatever, come buy some. There is a reason that this isn't true. The reason this isn't true is because the manufacturing process for something like OxyContin and the money in the research and development for that product has to be recouped, right? Like the IP, assuming we're maintaining the IP laws, right? Assuming we're maintaining that they can put all of this money in research and then they have to recoup those costs. Heroin already exists and it's cheaper to manufacture than OxyContin. So if you go out there and you say, here's an addictive opioid that gets you high, and you try and sell that in a market to the exact same group of people, which is people that will take anything to get high, then what they're going to do is go, why the fuck would I buy your drug when I can buy heroin? Why the fuck would I buy your drug when I can get some form of legal fentanyl, which is even cheaper to manufacture and is even more that you can take even smaller doses and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not difficult to put, like, morphine pills have existed since like the early 1900s, and they're stronger than OxyContin, and they're cheaper to manufacture than OxyContin. Okay. The reason that OxyContin exists, the entire reason it exists is based upon this fraud. And it's based upon this concept that they can sell to a different market of people. These aren't people that just want to get high. These are people with injuries, people with headaches, kids, horribly enough, right? That had some form of injury. And these are people that want pain management and they want the pain to go away, but they don't want to be addicted to a drug. And so therefore they need a different product than opioids that they know are addictive but just get you high, because this new product that doesn't exist, right? But they lied and said it exists, is one that can get rid of your pain, but also isn't a high risk of addiction. These are different people in the market. Purdue Pharma alone made over $35 billion selling this drug. And this drug that was marketed in such a way went to a large swath of people. You can see heroin has been on the street for a very long time and very easy to get. There have been a lot of these drugs on the street and available through doctors, etc. And they went through an entire campaign of creating new systems, lying to doctors. Now, that isn't to say that there weren't horrible, evil doctors that were also committing fraud on their patients. And that isn't to say that there weren't people that were just using and selling OxyContin in Florida at pill mills to people that just wanted to get high. And everybody knew that's what was going on anyways, especially since they had kind of already gotten addicted to these drugs. But we can see the opioid epidemic is a direct cause of what was injected into the market by this company.
Hold on, I gotta respond to that real quick. That's stupid. This is a tautological flaw right here. Let me explain it to you. It's real simple. Hey, so if Hitler had won World War II, OxyContin also wouldn't exist. I guess OxyContin exists because Hitler lost. Like this is the kind of argument you're making. You're sitting, you're going, me is big brain, me is
Base.
smart. Like I mean, you're
Super
not
base.
like it's fucking stupid. It's dumb. Let's give you the real world perspective. People make drugs. There's going to be a market for it. They should have just sold them as a fucking thing, but the government said they couldn't. That's simple. You don't need this high end philosophy bullshit that he wants to sit here and spout. He's fucking wrong, and he knows it. He can call me a patsy now all he wants, but this is the actual
Top shelf
intelligent.
philosophy,
Look,
baby.
guess what?
He's got your number,
That's
Scott.
a good name. Top
Guess what?
shelf
Guess what?
philosophy.
I educated
Good
y'all
name.
with using
you
small
should-
words that everybody
you
can
should-
understand.
you
It's
should,
called simplicity.
trademark
drop
that
out
name.
sometimes.
Address the argument,
I'm thinking
so
about
it's
it.
fine.
Because it was just a stupid argument, and I didn't need to address it. I mean, like,
Right, exactly. You just continue.
yeah, I mean, like,
Test it out right now, see how it
it's
feels.
number
Yeah.
one, and also would not be OxyContin.
We
What, so,
can-
are you saying Hitler losing is a good thing? Is a bad thing because OxyContin exists? That's what you sound like.
Yeah.
That's what you sound like.
Yeah, no, that was.
You support Hitler, Scott? Basically
you
what you're
support-
saying.
yeah.
Exposing, yeah.
Did you know Hitler had an anti-smoking campaign, which means that all smoking could have been ended? Did you know that, Scott?
Right? Yeah. I mean,
I mean, like, that's the kind of
So
argument you're making.
how can we hold the tobacco companies responsible for lying to people about the efficacy of their cigarettes when really the problem
He's the
was
only one.
Scott
He's the
being
only
Hitler.
here. No, but Stephen Lacto, this is my argument. He's the only one here who can come up with some bullshit prerequisite scenario that's in say, well, my point's right because this bullshit prerequisite, and then go there. Like, sorry,
What's
you don't
the
have a
bullshit
fucking
prerequisite?
what's the word I'm looking?
Let's-
Monopoly
try
on
and address
bullshit.
The argument, you
Can-
fucking retard.
let's
What's the
want-
bullshit prerequisite?
let's
You
let's
keep
just
calling
move
me a
on.
liar, and you keep refusing to engage in.
It's
any
just
form
a
of
You're not
circular
calling
argument,
it.
Let's just move on.
That's exactly my point.
I
It is a
would-
circular
I would-
argument.
I would like to move on from this. Okay, this was fun, right? I appreciate that Gibbs
Just let me
identified
know if you ever come up with an
the
argument.
mask
you know?
off moment
did.
from Scott.
Follow
right?
along.
Finally, everything
I can write a
everyone
book
has
like
all
Dr.
said,
Seuss
all
for you
the
if you want.
liberals have said about Scott is true, right? Mask off time. Really appreciate that, Gibbs, for identifying that. But we can move on. So Doobie, are you there?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
I've
okay.
never been mask on. First of all,
No. So I said Scott. Scott's been
Oh,
mask off. Sorry.
gotcha.
Yeah, maybe I mix you guys up again because again, melanin deprived, so it doesn't matter to me. But so Doobie. So you have been, I think, above everyone here, right? I think at number one within this group. You've been the most critical of drug legalization or decriminalization. And so maybe you can help me out here, right? So like, if we do go down that path, would you foresee, right, like McKinsey expanding its clientele base, right? Like now I'm working with not Purdue or Neo Purdue, whatever new version they came up with, right? But I'm working with like the cartels, right? The who are now
Gibbs
legal,
Group.
you know, that like now we're trying to figure out, okay, heroin's got a bad name, all right? What do we do about that, right? Can we PR our way out of like the public's perception of cocaine? Like, do we create a new market where you have these well-connected organizations, right? Like McKinsey's like an octopus that has its, like tentacles all over the government, all over industry, right? They have all kinds of connections. Is it simply that McKinsey, if we legalize drugs, gets a new
Cocaine goes back
profit
in
center,
Coca-Cola.
right? Yeah, right. Yeah, a new profit center. Because now we have a bunch of new drugs that are now on the market. What are your thoughts, TV?
Yeah, I think the incentive would obviously there is an incentive so to be dishonest. I think all companies have this incentive. But I think that there would be another incentive to make the drug as addictive as possible, and to make sure that the advertising is getting in front of vulnerable groups who might get addicted to it. Right. So I think all this is kind of silly. Honestly, I think that what there's just at its core, I have a fundamental disagreement with almost all of you. I think about our duty to our fellow man, right, our fellow person in this country. You guys just don't seem to think that you have any responsibility to them. You don't have any responsibility to vote for, to support a government that has any responsibility to them. You think it should just be a free for all. People do what they want, and if they die, they get sick, they get addicted, they get exploited. Fuck it, who cares? Like I don't agree with that, right? So
Well, neither do I. Just for the record, if you're going to show,
yeah,
man.
sure, that's fine. That's fine. I think that I let you guys kind of go on without interrupting too much because I'm more focused on like I'm actually
Yeah,
curious.
I was just trying to be quick when you were lying about what positions I held.
That's
I
fine,
was just
Scott. I don't give a
correcting
fuck. That's fine. That's fine. I know you're very sensitive.
I know you don't give a
It's
fuck
fine.
if you don't lie.
That's
so you
fine.
should run
That's fine.
Purdue next.
That's fine. That's fine. Maybe I should. So what I'm more curious about, actually. So I think we all have a general agreement about the punishment for these people not being sufficient, right? Even for Purdue, right? These people, yeah, they're still billionaires, many of them. None of them got jail time, if I remember correctly, and they destroyed countless lives, right? So, like, when the government does say it has a responsibility to take care of the people, and it puts in laws that it's supposed to enforce to take care of the people, and it just doesn't do it, right? It just over and over and over and over again. This made me think of the fucking Epstein cases, right? And how they gave him sweetheart deal after sweetheart deal over and over and over and over again, right? To this fucking guy that they had evidence of him having sex with, I think 2 or 3 dozen children, and over and over and over again, over and over and over again, just sweetheart deals. It's fucking crazy to me that this happened, right? But people just don't talk about that anymore. This Purdue thing, people don't really talk about it anymore. It just kind of, it's news of the day, and then the media moves on, and nobody cares. So, like, what do you guys think? From all the wild political perspectives, I think all of you are very different. How would each of you handle this? Like, what should we do to get the government to start actually representing our interests?
As dumb as it may sound, more Luigi's. I think if more of these CEOs and these business owners were afraid for their lives, they would actually sit here, and you would have to. What we have kids that get killed every other day due to school shootings. We don't do jack fucking shit. But the second a fucking CEO gets shot, we tote him around as a terrorist and go around and market him as major. Yeah, I mean, clearly they care more, and they're, I think we should instill fear into the people that run this country a little bit. I don't see.
I like where your head's at, sociologic. Do you know how many children were killed in school shootings last year?
I don't know, like 100. It's gonna be something like 100 or 200 or some low
6.
number. That's
6.
cool.
Do you know how many were killed in crosswalks?
I think this
school?
highlights a really interesting thing. I think these political footballs they throw around, right? Immigration, guns, fucking abortion, all these things that there's really no real movement on ever. Not any real movement on. That are distractions, like you just said. So I think Ali's making a real important point, and you jump into with I gotta protect my guns. The Democrats coming after them. I wasn't even talking about guns. I don't give a fuck about guns.
Ollie actually made a point.
Grid was making that point, is that it's a wedge issue that we bring out and parade on the media instead of dealing with actual problems that affect
it's a
350
matter of
million
being
Americans.
factual and not emotional in what you talk about. Like, if you're going to say, well, we got to get rid of, we got all these school shootings. Well, hey, that's great. Do you know how many? 6. Or there were 6 kids killed.
Great, all of this is emotional. You're human. It's okay to have emotion.
Yeah, but how many kids were shot at? Wait. How many kids were shot at?
That's okay.
How many kids were shot at? How many kids were shot at?
Hold on, Ollie. But what's interesting
Not
about
how many
this,
kids died. How many kids were shot at? How many kids have to go to school and think about, like, am I gonna get shot today? I don't fucking know. There's a weird kid in the class. How many kids have to live with or deal with the trauma of the bullshit? I don't really care if a kid dies. That doesn't change the argument. 92 kids were killed in
crosswalks in front of their classrooms. You don't give a fuck.
Who said I don't give a fuck? Why are you bringing?
You didn't mention it. Are we?
What do you want me to do about? Okay, do you want me to remove cars?
Moms driving their kids to school. Come on, dude. Don't be fucking disingenuous. You make a very
hold on. I said that the government doesn't care when these kids are being killed or shot or under threat, whatever it may be. You're all of a sudden trying to bring this up to me and insinuating, what the fuck do you want me to do about it?
If anything, he advocated for a gun rights position. Honestly, I really want to engage with that. Ollie, you know what? I'm so glad you said it, because I've said it a lot of times. Everybody thinks I'm some patsy or an insane person, but as a Texas borderline revolutionary kind of guy, like you said, what I want a healthy fear, the government to have a healthy fear of citizenry, right? Yeah. You know what? And like, I don't like the Luigi things personally. I think that maybe there's better ways to handle it. However, this is why everybody
should have went to jail, but I don't think
hold on. Imagine if he'd had a tank. He could have rolled in there and took out the whole complex. Guess what? We need the government to be afraid of its citizens. You're absolutely correct. I'm so glad you came.
I'm not anti-gun. I don't know why Grid got it all gun defense. I'm not even anti-gun.
You might have moved me on
gun defensive. It's a matter of when you talk
about
these things, You picked a very specific thing. Why do we talk about all of the people who die every year in car crashes?
Because we assume that it's
Because
like
you didn't give
accidental.
a
It's not
fuck.
the hands. It's not the hands of like a potential shooter that's getting into these schools, right? Now, I don't
Crazy
necessarily.
people get in cars every day, Ollie.
Yeah, I do think people get into cars every day.
People run over
You're in
people
favor of
every
gun
fucking day.
licenses,
What are
Grid,
you
right?
talking
You're in
about?
favor of gun
Well, like-
licenses, Grid? Like license for car?
I mean, like you could like reduce car accident deaths by like somewhere between like 10 to 20,000 if you just made the speed limit everywhere 25. Right? It's a trade-off, right? Like we recognize
suck,
that like
though.
we recognize that like our economy would grind to a halt, that like, you know, that things would get more expensive, that like people would lose jobs, that like people's lives would be miserable. So we accept, you know, 30,000 people dying a year based upon the speed limit that we have. Because it's a fine trade-off, right? I think obviously school shootings is a hyper kind of emotional thing that like I understand what you're saying, Ollie, and I understand what you're saying, Grid, right? And actually I think, Grid, you're probably more towards I think you're actually making the point, Grid, which is that like, you know, nobody does anything about like this is a wedge issue. This is an issue we bring up to sensationalize things, right? Like in terms of the significant impact on American children, you know, gun violence in schools is, you know, from mass shootings specifically, right? Because if you take out mass shootings, those deaths go way up because the overwhelming majority of those deaths are like gang shootings, right? Where like, you know, teenagers in a gang go into the school and you know, take out another gang member, or they're like, you know, they had some issue with like one kid specifically. Whereas like, you know, the white kid that writes a fucking manifesto that, you know, had an retired FBI agent in his Discord server that helped him buy the guns and go commit a mass shooting is like, you know, pretty fucking rare. It's like, but like, I think when we're talking about like, what, you know, back to the actual question that Doobie's asking, it's like, well, like, what would we do to solve this issue? And the issue predominantly not being that fraud occurred or that these other things occurred, but the issue being that we all recognize that these corporations, they have no fear, which is another thing I think sociologic, you're like, well, maybe we should give them the fear, right? Is that they have no fear, just like with Wall Street, right? Just like with when, you know, we are the 99, everybody knew I can be as risky as I fucking want because at the end of the day, chances are I'll get a slap on the wrist and I'll make a fuck ton of money. And some fall guy will go before Congress and do a mea culpa, and then he'll get fired, but he'll have a nice little fat pension after he gets fired. And like, and we'll just keep making money and the system will keep continuing. And so, I don't think more regulation is going to solve this, right? I don't think more government is going to solve this problem. You know, I mean, like when we look at the FDA in their role, we look at the FDA and their role in the Oxycontin situation, you know, as much as I don't, you know, I'd love to get rid of the FDA and give it a private option, but I know that that's like not the thing we're going to, you know, America's going to fucking adopt tomorrow. Right. But I do think that Trump for the first time is, you know, instituted, or at least plans to institute. I hope he's actually fucking serious about it, which is to get rid of the revolving door. Right. You know, there were people at FDA that approved the original label that said that it was less addictive, which is one of the major things doctors depend on, right? Is that warning label on drugs. And when that warning label from the FDA is saying the same thing that Purdue Pharma is saying, then there's not really a reason for them to go dig deep into the research, because they're like, well, the FDA is saying it and the pharmaceutical company's saying it, so they must be true. And so there were people that then went to work for Purdue Pharma that were the very same people that helped get that label. And so I do think, you know, hopefully Trump passes, you know, passes rules that bar people from working in government agencies that regulate, regulate industry, to then being able to go and work for that industry, you know, a year or two later. That's one small thing that we can do, but ultimately, like, we're going to have to get rid of the FDA and get private options, and we're going to have to fucking
but this isn't just an FDA
fraud.
issue, right? I'm talking about like across the board, right?
No,
I agree. It's not just an FDA issue. That's just one. I'm giving you an example.
I understand, but I'm saying like across the board.
That's what he's getting.
This is why, like personally, I'm leaning toward Ali's option, right? The Luigi thing. Like honestly, because I think these people do need fear, like real fear. And if the government's not willing to give it to them, then like what other option do we have? Like we vote new people in. These people are already bought by these institutions, these corporations. So like, what's changing?
The government needs
Like
to
at
be
some
afraid
point,
too.
at some point, like you need.
But like, at a certain point when you say that,
we don't have a
you're
government
advocating-
anymore, man.
But the
The government needs to be afraid too. That's your welcome. Now you're coming to my side, Ollie. That's what we've been telling you.
Like I agree that the government should have a healthy fear of its citizenry, right? But the problem is when you say that like we need a few more vigilantes, essentially, right, to like take out people that don't get the right justice. The problem is that you're actually advocating for the straw man position of anarchism that you say that I hold, right?
On a
Which is
Justice
just
League.
like this anarchy where there is no order, right? Like I don't want random fucking dudes assassinating rich people when half of fucking Twitter that gaslights people are straight up fucking communists, right? Because the moment we as a society start accepting, some random dude going and killing, a Sackler person, we get very, very, very fucking close to society thinking it's okay to just kill random people because they're rich.
No, I totally disagree with that. So
how do you disagree with that? Like,
well, because the hatred it's not about them being rich. It's about the things that they have done. It's about the specific industry that they're part of and how they've affected that industry. So I'll give you an example.
I agree.
If we'd found out actually
you're talking
that
about mob
after,
psychology of justice, it doesn't work that way.
Like Scott, like I agree. Scott, I agree. Obviously, this is not ideal. Obviously, this can cause a lot of problems. But like, if somebody had killed Epstein right after the second sweetheart deal, I would have thought that was a good thing. If somebody had I'm not going to get too extreme, but the prosecutors, quote unquote, who led those sweetheart deals, they should have gotten some justice too. Honestly, like I think there needs to be some fear at this point, like because it's not. I feel like this is making people hopeless. Right, that anything real can happen.
Hold on,
we're not getting any justice at all.
What's the difference? Just real quick, what's the difference between that from your position, right, and the left-wing people that were really mad that Donald Trump dodged the bullet, right? Because I don't see a very significant difference between them saying, well, yeah, Trump did January 6th, and Trump is this, authoritarian fascist, and the entire media is saying that, he's just like Hitler and he's a fascist and stuff. So it's like when you start saying we need more people going out and doing vigilante justice, I agree that if someone would have taken out Epstein, right, that it would have been justified. I agree with that from an ethical position. I agree that it's justified. I don't think that we ought fucking encourage people to do that because there are a lot of other social movements and people within our culture and our society that would have celebrated. And what would have fucking happened if Trump took that bullet, dude? Like we would be in a very fucking different.
Yeah, well, this is why I'm asking you guys for like another option. Like that's why I'm asking you guys all for like what if that's I understand that that's not ideal. I wouldn't prefer that. But realistically, like what else is there?
I'll engage with that topic with your question in a second as well. But we'll go to Grid, we'll go to Corey, and then I'll try to answer it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so
as well.
The Luigi proposal, and one of the reasons why what Luigi did was so awful, and why he is so awful, is it's a rejection of the rule of law and the constitutional rights that we have, and a complete disrespect of that, complete rejection of that. You have a right to a trial, and the CEO of United Healthcare didn't get a trial for the alleged wrongdoings, right? The evidence isn't even here. There was no trial. If you're saying, hey,
wouldn't have mattered if you did.
Here's the thing, right? I think a lot of people commit crimes and they get away with it. They probably shouldn't have, or the punishment's not nearly enough. The solution to this, unironically, is mandatory minimums. If you are convicted of this crime, you must go to prison for 10 years. That's how you do it. That's how you address the problem you guys are proposing. If you are caught committing fraud and you're like in this XYZ circumstance that would fit the Sackler family, they absolutely cannot get out of going to prison for 10 years. And we can implement mandatory minimums for all crimes. In fact, we could say, hey, you commit murder, you must go to prison for 30 years. You must
but we're not going to.
Years.
So like,
well then vote it in.
We can say that all day, but they killed millions of people and got away with this. So it's like we're not going to. Even that, like the point.
Like to it, even that,
even that wouldn't have done anything about Epstein. Disagree with you.
Like to it, even that wouldn't have done anything about Epstein because they just gave him a non-prosecution agreement. They just chose not to prosecute him.
They killed him.
Allegedly, allegedly.
Yeah.
But hold on, but we know
Somebody got his ass.
if they did kill him, we know why, right? We know because it was all these people implicated and what the fuck he was doing, all these videos that he had. So we know. So like,
yeah, you're right. We need to be
so
voting
all these
people.
So that's another example of like this fucking open secret that everybody knows.
Voting
Everybody
in
kinda
people
talks about
doesn't
this.
do anything.
And we all know it's true.
Trying to vote is true.
It does.
And it's
four-fifths
you just
of
pretend it's not,
Americans.
and the world just carries on. I think it's
Four-fifths
stop,
of American
stop.
what are
Four-fifths
dumbasses.
Four-fifths of Americans disagree with Luigi. What's happened is that there are people that are within very small groups that believe that their group represents like the people or America. The reality is most people in America don't like what Luigi did. They just don't. And there's a reason why this wasn't a major factor in the 2024 election. It wasn't a big thing. It's because you guys are all worried about healthcare. Most Americans care more about immigration. You guys want to talk about punishment? Maybe we should, if we're just following the will of the people, we should be punishing illegal immigrants dramatically more than we currently do, shouldn't we?
Hold on, but Lactoid, right? This is the kind of the question though that I have, like on one hand, as like on the capitalist side and the ultra capitalist, like I almost don't have a problem with what the CEO was doing, right? However, and that's why I'm more on the 4/5 side. However, on the opposite side, from the political side, like I've sat here and I've advocated for, hey, everybody needs guns. We need the government to be afraid, right? So like there comes a point where like if say like Trump really was Hitler and this guy shot Trump, there comes a point where in my mind, like you are justified in political violence. And like what Kadubi I kind of think is saying is that what is that point, right? Like these people feel that no matter what happens, this guy's going to get off scot-free or not enough of a punishment. So they took it into vigilante justice. And like, what's the next level for political like justice? If they're like, this is going to happen,
The problem, here's the problem. The problem is that I simply don't trust, I don't trust.
Well, okay, when it comes to political fathers did.
No,
you trust the elected officials?
I want people to defend themselves, right? But 3/4 of Democrats following Kyle Rittenhouse getting acquitted. Okay, 3/4 of Democrats
what about, like,
thought he should have gone to prison.
Hold on, 75% of probably the UK thought America probably shouldn't have broke away. 75% of Mexico probably thought, hey, Texas shouldn't break away.
You're getting it flipped. What I'm saying is, when you're saying, oh, well, what happens when they get away with it? 3/4 of Democrats would want to like Luigi Kyle Rittenhouse, despite the fact he did nothing wrong.
I understand that, like Lactoid, but at what point is this like okay politically for the political violence? Is it never? Is it never?
He's a hero.
He's a fucking idiot.
What's the point for political violence?
He's a dumbass. I don't think he was like
maybe he's a dumbass hero.
A murderer, but he was a dumbass.
Let me just meet this halfway, right? I think the question you have to ask yourself when you're saying, like at what point, right? I agree. I'm a fucking anarchist, right? Like I agree. The question you have to ask yourself is the cure worse than the disease, right? And so the question is whenever you start saying, okay, it's time to grab guns and start offing people, you need to be prepared for what the world looks like after that. I agree that there are evil motherfuckers that get away with killing people in America. And the Sackler family are fucking some of them, right? I agree that there are corrupt politicians and evil bankers and people that steal money and wealth from people, that our lives are made worse by a lot of different things. But you have to ask yourself, okay, when that point is, and what you need to do. And as someone that has, I haven't gone to war, right? But, my fucking roommate has, a lot of friends that I have been to war. Some of them, luckily none of them died in war, but some of them, a piece of them died in war, and they came back and they killed themselves, right? Like, and I've seen what war has done in interviews with a lot of people, coming back from war. Like, I think often people are ready to embrace a chaos, and they don't realize just how crazy that chaos is going to be.
One last point.
So is the cure worse than the disease?
That's not the only question. You're right. The cure being worse than disease, that's an important question. But the other problem is I see a lot of people, and we saw this especially with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, we see a lot of people who will think, oh, this is an injustice, when in reality, they're just ignorant as to the process. They just haven't paid attention to this. They still believe that it was 3 black men that were killed. They just don't know anything. Like they're an ignorant mob, and they're below us. And here they are, like coming up with these like crackpot ideas as to like what the chemtrails are poisoning our brains. I don't want these people thinking it's okay to kill people.
Right. That's what I mean. When I say is the cure worse than disease, is those people get activated.
Let's go to Grid and Corey.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I 100% agree that there's a lot of people out in the world that need to be promoted to chalk outlines.
That's a good one. I like that.
It's not
At the end
wrong.
of the day, you can't decide. I mean, how do we decide that? We said, well, the rich people need to be punished. Well, they think the poor people need to be punished. Why? Where is this all? Where does this all melt down to? Where? How do we distill this down? Do we no longer trust our system of laws, checks and balances? Okay, well, work to make it better, because that is the only thing that we can do. Because none of us are going to lead a revolution. None of us are going to stand out in the middle of the street in armor and say, "Come at me, bro." It's just not going to fucking happen.
You can grab a few grand and move to Prospera in
Sure.
Honduras. I mean, that's another option too. I mean, there are a lot of options, right? You can move to New Hampshire, for example, and the Free State Project is doing great things, bringing liberty back to that state. Nobody lives in
Okay.
I'm
But at the end
joking.
of the day, yeah, you could have a conclave somewhere, but at the end of the day, we live in a nation of laws, and those laws, in this case,
don't apply to everybody.
they did vilify everybody. They did.
Let's go. I'm gonna let it in Corey. Then I'm gonna jump in. Then we'll go to Gibbs and all that.
Well, actually, so I pretty much so you're asking, I think, a great question, Doobie, that I don't know that I have a really great answer for, but I agree with some of the recommendations that Lactoid said in terms of probably like mandatory minimums for some things. And I think also, well, I'm agreeing with this, and I think Lactoid has brought up before, like potentially removing limited liability protection. I think that is an issue also at play. Well, I think it's one of the reasons why potentially like the Sackler family is pretty much in the position that they're in. And I don't think that's a good thing. But like, yeah, it is a difficult question to answer. But at least that's for me a starting point. That's pretty much all I have to say.
The only I agree with that. Like corporate fictions are a bizarre concept. The only real problem with it is ideally we would get rid of all corporate fictions and the shareholders would be like directly responsible for any and all conduct of the company. The only problem with that is I don't think people would want to invest in the stock market if they're going to get hit with a lawsuit. That's like the one concern I have. And maybe we could work out some kind of way around that. I'm sure we could. And it could be that these public companies have so much capitalization that lawsuits they get hit with like really aren't going to be a big deal for their stockholders anyway. But that's just like one little concern I have.
So I want to try to engage with what Doobie said and what a lot of you have already touched on. Shout out to Scott there. Like I like what he was saying. Talking about like, what does the day after look like? Yes, we can cheer on Luigi. I don't have a lot of negative feelings toward Luigi. But right, like Luigi would be my particular champion, right? Well, someone else's champion looks differently. And if we go down this road, right, well, first of all, eventually it's going to go down to the Jews, right? Well, the Jews who are the problem.
It's already there.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But I mean, in terms of like actually, now if it's open season, if we can kill our political opponents, right? We'll start with the Jews. Pick a powerful Jewish family, and we'll start with them. But beyond that, it's like that vigilante justice ends up with mob justice. And shout out to our friend Lactoid too, right? Like I think what he was saying there is correct. Even when talking about the disgusting Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Like it would have been wrong if someone had gone up and killed him as well. But Doobie's getting okay.
They did. That was the whole case.
They did try.
But
they did try. They just failed at it miserably.
What Doobie was getting at is that okay? Well, these other paths of it, like you can say, well, hey, you should change the system. But I think that what Doobie's getting at, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, right? Is that at some point people have tried. They even know the history of these movements, and they're like, well, okay, we've done all that. we put the effort. We have tried to elect the individuals who have lied to us, right? And I would say that on both sides, right? I'd say that about Republicans. Like Trump is a false populist. I think Obama came on with hope and change, and he was a fucking liar. I mean, no, he was status quo. As well as
Biden,
right? That people
as well as fucking Trump.
Yeah, it's Trump. Yeah.
As much as Trump has like a few populist ideas and shit, right? It's like I'm just saying, like, I love this recent, Jimmy Carter funeral where like you have him you have George Bush gut tapping fucking Barack Obama and like them giggling and like the only and you have Biden, sorry, so you have Bush, you have Trump, and you have Barack Obama all laughing and giggling like schoolgirls, and the only person not invited to the conversation is Kamala Harris, who's like clearly like upset. And it's just like, yeah, this is your like champion of like getting rid of the evil Democrats. They're all fucking friends.
Yeah, I mean, like we can go a little farther than that, like because apparently, what I'm understanding is, tonight, right, like a few hours earlier, what Joe Biden did, he named an aircraft carrier after George W. Bush. Right? Joe Biden named it. Like, I don't think some people might understand like how perverse.
Now it's true he has dementia. That's a clear sign.
They're allies now.
Is it named George Bush or is it named Mission Accomplished? I'm just curious.
I know, right? Yeah.
The big banner,
like,
the same banner.
But like it's so wild for so many reasons. It's so wild because like during those elections, right? Like with George W. Bush, right? Like Democrats were talking about and language. I'm sure you'll all be familiar. This is the most important election of our lifetime, right? We can't let this person in. It's going to be the end of democracy. Like all the things that you know and love will be taken away from you if George W. Bush gets in, right? Like he is the corruption within our system. And now you have Michelle Obama sits next to him, right, and talks about how he's they're friends, right? Like my good friend George W. Bush, and he's the good one. Now Trump is the bad one, right? But he's good. I mean, he's nice. I mean, he's a kind old grandpa George W. Bush. And then Joe Biden, who was one of the ones who was criticizing George Bush, right? You can go find clips of him doing that. And now, like, we name, like, the ultimate symbol of imperialism, like, after George W. Bush. It's like, well, of course, he's one of us now. What are you talking about, right? Donald Trump, he's a little too far, right? Not the type that I want to associate with. Yeah, whatever.
They're going to be saying the same thing about Donald Trump, like, 10 years from now, when some other person...
they will. Yeah. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. The next Republican will be out there.
Though. I mean, he's a Democrat. I mean, what do you?
No. 10 years from now, they're gonna be like, oh, I would so like a Trump back. Just bring back Trump. This new guy is so awful.
Yeah. They exactly what will happen. Exactly, right? Like he'll be brought into the circle, especially if he delivers. If he delivers for the people that like George W. Bush delivered for, that Joe Biden delivered for, right? This is the swamp that I believe that a lot of Republican voters like actually meant they wanted to get rid of, right? Like this concept.
The happiest fucking conversation I'm hearing from all of you right now, because this is the whole point of being a fucking libertarian. Okay, is that all of these people are swamp. Sure. All of these people are corrupt. They're all shitty. So stop trusting them with power over you.
We just shouldn't have professional politicians.
But
why do you keep voting for professional politicians though? That's the problem.
I don't know. Trump's not a professional politician.
We need a businessman.
Absolutely, he's part of the swamp. He's absolutely straight from the swamp. He hasn't done anything. Like he's filled his cabinet of neocons we haven't talked about here.
Yes.
Yeah, like he has imitated all those things. It was all a lie. Like I said, a fake populist. Any which way, right?
50 years before
I wanted. Hold on.
But and this one, and I will go to you, Gibbs, right? But like I'm trying to like get to the essence of what Doobie is saying, right? Because like these are responses, right? Like the MAGA revolution was a response to something real. Now, like if you ask some liberals, it'll just be about racism, but like in some of it's that. But like other parts of it was like, hey, my life is not getting better. I can see like politicians lying to me. I can see that like there is the system is failing me, right? And I have an election where, hey, this like I am equally invested in the Bernie Sanders and the Donald Trump campaign. How are these people equally invested into these individuals? Because they were the ones who were saying they were going to destroy the system, that they were going to flip the table, and that's all they wanted, right? And so, but like so Bernie Sanders gets eliminated, Donald Trump goes in, but like their lives actually don't change, and then we have a disastrous pandemic point, right, where their lives get even worse, and they don't know exactly what to do, who to blame. And so, yeah, when a rich person gets killed, like this is the act I want. Makes them afraid. The guys above me, the guys who keep getting over on me, right? Who like billionaires whose money has increased, right? While they lost money during the pandemic era, right? The billionaires, their wealth skyrocketed during that period in time, right? And so, yes, this is a response to all that. So Doobie's asking us, well, then what do we do? If not a Luigi solution, right? Because you can just keep saying, and I'm almost done. I'm talking about. I'm sorry,
but I want to go after that.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, give us a Scott. Yeah.
What's the logical step?
No.
The logical step.
I agree.
Billionaires afraid don't fucking capitulate to the mob. Okay? They make up new rules to control them.
I agree. Hey, that's what I'm saying.
You make
I'm just like trying
afraid,
to like.
it ain't gonna fucking work out in your favor. Trust.
Oh, I don't know. I
like
completely
all
agree
you're
with that
doing is
one,
saying
but
do nothing, right? That's kind of like Prime is trying. You're saying just do nothing, keep the status quo, cause fuck it.
All right. Which
is why Doobie asked the question, because he wanted to see how many of you were just going to be like, we'll just keep the status quo versus like being afraid to cheer on it.
Let me address that because I know that Fabian's going to object to something I say, but let's look at this. A big concern that I've heard from a couple of y'all seem to be like mob decision making, right? This is in today's era of easy information access, right? So by y'all's own logic, then y'all would all be against the American Revolution. According to USAHistory.org, only 20% of people supported the American Revolution, with another 10% being sympathetic to the cause. Of that total 30%, only a small portion had any real understanding of the reason for the revolution. Yeah, so about 3%, real tiny amount. So what's interesting to me is who's here is arguing for just total rule of law. Fabian actually made a good point about understanding the repercussions and possible outcomes and his reasons for like why he didn't necessarily like this, and you need to know the social calculus or whatever. However, even though I'm sympathetic to this view, if minorities don't take violent action in some cases, even if most of their movement wasn't Rhodes scholars who understand their whole platform, at some point violence does become necessary. If you or a group feels like a justice or a government isn't working for you. This has been the whole argument for like 2A lobbies for decades. We don't know what that line is, but when it happens, you're going to want those guns to protect you from government tyranny. If you truly believe in the fact that you're arguing what the line is, truly believe that, then you're arguing over what the line is. I might not have the same line as, say, Doobie, because I don't think the CEO should have been shot. But what I do agree with is that there's a large portion of Americans who think this way. And now because of this shooting, we may get change, which is the end goal of political violence in general, right? Is either you get change or the other outcome is the government cracks down. And so, basically now we are having the social calculus happening that like nationwide where the government's either going to make new rules or the violence can continue until new rules are made, or there's going to be some kind of giant crackdown. And that's like, it's really a catalyst. And like, at some point you have to have political violence, or you don't really represent anything.
But before Scott deals with that part, Scott, like you said, like at some like making billionaires afraid isn't enough. Well, I guess I would agree with you there, right? But here's where we disagree: is that like we shouldn't have those billionaires in the first place? That like this this
it's like an extra
concentration of wealth, right? Well, this concentration of wealth creates these dangerous individuals because, like, I guess I think you would agree. Like, so billionaires are afraid. What do billionaires do? Billionaires are going to use their power within the government, right, to get those extra rules, right? And those extra rules are going to look like state violence being used against the rest of us because they have so much influence. Well, if they didn't have that money, then they couldn't have that influence. Like,
so
not that they can't be multimillionaires, right? Or many multi.
Go ahead. So there's two ways to deal with that, right? So number one, you can reduce the power of the state, and then their money is less valuable in terms of what it purchases, right? So if the state has power over you in certain domains, and then you get rid of that power, then it doesn't matter if a politician can be bought. if the politician and the government doesn't have that much money over you. That's
Billionaires
one
can
way,
also
right?
buy private armies, just to be clear, right? They can just buy like a private militias and also do this do some other things on a smaller scale, clear, but sure.
As of right now, they can't
Because of because of the government, though.
Well, yeah, the government has a monopoly on power and violence, right? Like, it's kind of the last thing to go if you're trying to create an anarchist system, right? I think even most libertarians, like small L libertarians, like Lactoid, are like minarchists that say, look, the government should enforce contracts.
Take that,
the government
Lactoid?
should enforce private property rights.
Called you lowercase.
The government should enforce, like, trade, and the government should, like, protect its citizens, but, like, the government shouldn't do anything else. But setting that aside, I'm not saying that's what we do right now. I'm just saying every regulation that you do, every time that you say the government ought stop the market from doing this, you're not actually stopping the capitalists from doing what they want to do. What you're actually doing is you're giving the power to the capitalists to then get the special treatment from the government that protects their businesses and makes sure that they don't have competition, which makes them the billionaires that they are, right? The more you get the government out of regulation, the more competition exists. The more competition exists, the less likely you are to have those billionaires to begin with, right? So, like, I agree with you, kind of, that billionaires shouldn't exist. I don't have any problem with someone gaining a ton of wealth, but what I see is I see an economic model in the United States where the people that make it to the top in these giant companies that dwarf every other business in the market do so through regulatory capture, through purchasing of politicians, through utilizing state power as their friend, through special, contracts, which are monopsonies from the market. Like, Black and Vetch shouldn't fucking exist. That is a company that works as a non-profit corporation, and all they do not all they do, but like 90% of what they do is just things the government wants them to do, but the government doesn't want to have a 3-letter agency do, right? Like, NGOs that have so much influence and power over politics are getting your tax money given to them so that they can then give that tax money back to politicians and then work in a revolving door of your own tax money being given to politicians. Like, I agree with you to an extent that billionaires shouldn't exist, but it's not because capitalism is evil or that they need to pay their fair share in taxes. What I'm saying is, if you got rid of so much fucking government power and government regulation, you wouldn't have billionaires. You'd have 20 millionaires competing for whatever product the one billionaire is doing right now, that he basically uses the government to be able to be the only one in the game. That's why Facebook and social media companies, they love going to Congress. They don't hate that shit. It's a dog and pony show where Mark Zuckerberg goes up to Congress and Ted Cruz goes, "How dare you do these bad things?" And then Mark Zuckerberg goes, "I'm not aware of these bad things that I'm doing." And then they walk away, and then there's like some small bill or some small thing that nobody talks about that slightly regulates them just a little bit more, and all it does is make it a little bit more expensive for a Rumble to exist. It's like, get the fucking government out of this shit and you won't have billionaires, dude.
So Doobie, a lot was said, if you're still there, friend. A lot was said. So what did you take from any of that?
I'm torn, to be honest with you. There are things that I can't say on this platform, right? But there's something about the last year, for me personally, right, that has really shifted a lot of the way that I am thinking about this issue. And I think it kind of popped into my head, right? When you guys mentioned Michelle Obama earlier. Like, she had this speech where she said that for the first time in her adult life, she was proud to be an American, right? Something like this. And I think for me, the last year, it's been the opposite. It's been like the first time in my adult life, I've not been proud to be an American, because I feel like our country is just totally cocked, disgusting. It's humiliating, actually. So
it always
maybe
was. It's just becoming more obvious.
Yeah, it's more obvious now, so I've noticed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree with that. I think I did notice it in some ways before. I just didn't know it was this bad, right? It's really fucking bad. So, like, I think maybe my inclination is going toward, like, an extreme solution, the Luigi pill, because it's so bad, right? And because I don't really trust that any of these other softer ways, like the mandatory minimum thing sounds great. I don't think it'll happen. I definitely don't think it'll happen. If it did happen, they'd come up with some other way to get out of that. They'd do like a non-prosecution agreement, come up with some other deal to get these people out of trouble. So
I'll explain it this way. The Luigi pill is a horrible idea, especially, and I'm saying this as a lawyer, and you're saying this as somebody involved in insurance. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. You seem to be advocating for your own demise right now, dude.
No, there's a difference, right?
No, you
listen.
might see a difference, but all the the left-wing maniacs out there.
That's fine. I get that.
Will they see a difference?
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I can agree that, yeah, there are going to be people out there who disagree about who deserves the pill, right? Of course, obviously. Some people might think that local librarian deserves it because she's showing people gay books or whatever the fuck, right? Like, yeah, crazy people exist. Or maybe not even crazy. Maybe they just have like stronger preferences about different things than I do, right? Like Grid might want to kill somebody for endangering kids somewhere, right? So yeah, I understand that that's a possibility, but I think that even thinking of that, right? Even thinking about that possibility, the short period of like fucking chaos, right? Where there are like people getting shot all over the place for perceived wrongs, right? Real or fake, real or imaginary. Long term, to me, that seems like it could work out in a positive way, because you'd remind the politicians, remind the people in charge that there is a consequence, that they aren't immune, right? They can be hurt.
There is no end point. When you say long
I think
term,
my headset went off. 1 second.
There is no end point. Like, look at the French Revolution.
Can I
there
make
is
a
no
point
end point.
really quick?
Well,
I'll make it really.
They will eventually come from for Robespierre.
So just do nothing then?
Doobie.
You know, just like kind of like
I'm not saying do nothing. I'm saying handle this in a civilized
that's
manner.
literally what you're saying. Is like that's literally what you're
I
saying
propose mandatory minimums. I'm saying
which will never happen. You propose a non like
yes. If we as a country can't like get together and vote to do a specific thing, then killing people is not the alternative. Then do nothing. Yes.
Even if we didn't vote to do the certain thing, that's kind of like
bring
the
back
point.
dueling, problem solved.
Well, hold on, Doobie. Let me ask you a quick question. Right?
Doobie's not here. I don't think.
Doobie? We said he had a quick mic.
He said he had a headset issue. He's not here right now.
Okay, well then I'll just explain it, right? Like the problem is maybe someone here can think of a time, but has there ever been a time? Okay, or Doobie. So let me ask you a question. Can you hear me? Oh, and he left.
Not anymore.
All right, so I'll explain it. All right, so like does anyone here doubt that if we start saying that we ought to have some vigilante justice on, certain groups of people, and then we ought to like come together as a culture and start, demanding and supporting vigilante justice against certain wealthy elite people, that there wouldn't be a form of crisis that is in our political climate that is created? And if you agree that would be a crisis, at least for those at the top, can you think of a time in world history or even just, American history where a crisis hasn't been taken advantage of by the government to grab more power and control? And so like, I agree with the concept, right? That like, if we can't vote things in, we have to do something. What I disagree with is this false dichotomy that it is either we vote harder and vote better, or we start offing CEOs, right? Like, I think there are a lot of other options in between those two. And I even presented some of those, right? The New Hampshire, the Free State Project in New Hampshire, there is, spreading, a philosophy and having local communities, right? Like the point about an armed citizenry is not, it's like people misunderstand why the Second Amendment exists, because it's not there so that at any moment, a ragtag group in your neighborhood can go overthrow the U.S. government. It's there because of the United Kingdom and the Rotherham Report. It's because when you have a population of people that are armed, they do fear backlash to a certain extent. These things do occur, and it's not in the vested interest of DC to like nuke places. What they want to do is they want control because they need you as a wage slave. They need your taxes. And so when you are armed and when you start pushing back a little bit, and when you collectively get together in groups of people that say enough is enough, we have won. Look in Oregon. There have been farmers in Oregon. There have been instances in Texas. There have been instances in Tennessee where the government wanted to come in and wanted to take farmland or put people in jail. And they said, fuck you. We're going to grab a fucking federal building. We're going to hold it with guns. And then the government didn't say, we don't have the power to kill 20 dudes with guns. We said, this is too much bad press and this would cost us too much money to kill you. So we're done. We get it. And they back off.
Did I skip you good at some point?
Yeah, well, I just let Scott go because he had a point to make.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I skipped
and
you.
actually, I just wanted to make a couple of points that Scott. I actually thought Scott was going to cover. He kind of touched on it, but you can't name a modern civilization that's had a civil war that's been successful. You can't name a single country where they have an ongoing conflict among citizens that has been better for the populace and made poor people richer and rich people poorer. Exact opposite happens. Rich people, they have the guns, they have the private armies, as somebody else mentioned, and they will come in and clean house. It always happens that way. Venezuela, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Haiti. Just pick a conflict. America, yeah, same. War. Yeah, and so just pick a conflict. That's the way it goes. Anything else is delusional. As far as it's always an interesting discussion because I actually am from Tennessee, and I have read all of that history that Scott's talking about, including the Battle of Athens and all of that. So it's a very interesting discussion.
Wait, what about the Russian Empire?
Sorry,
what about when the commies took over the Russian Empire? Like that kind of disproves everything you just said, right?
Well, they did kill all the well, they ate the rich technically.
Yeah. How about when like Mao
and
took
look
over
how it
China?
worked out for them.
How about North Korea?
So well, but hold on.
I can name a lot of examples where the poor groups took over.
Wealthy. It made an entirely new wealthy class. It impoverished all of the middle and down. Absolutely destroyed them. So at any rate, it's just an interesting thing to hear this kind of rhetoric, but it's just interesting to me. One of the things that's really interesting for me is when people start talking about all of this, they don't really think about all of the other things that go along with it, and you can. We haven't. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm having a problem getting my thoughts back together because what Scott said was very effective, and he's pretty much right. One thing I will say is that when you look at a company like, say, BlackRock, for example, right, which is a bunch of individuals that are invested in that company, they actually invented a tax strategy that I wish I had thought of, where they wrote off something like $7 trillion. Not only did they write it off on against their $9 billion in profit that year, they also were able to depreciate the real estate value that they held to the point where they qualified for some benefits there. They refinanced it through the bank. They got paid 3 times on the same deal. It's an excellent strategy. I wish I'd thought of it. And I will use it in the future at some point. I just don't get I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting dichotomy for me because on the one hand, I wouldn't mind being a billionaire and I'm working towards, I got a long way to go, but if I can accomplish it, I'd love to do it. I'm stuck at a specific level right now. This seems where people get stuck at, but I don't know, man. I hear this stuff a lot though, but you know how you tell if the boog is really going to pop off? The boogaloo, that's what we call the
I don't know what that means.
The boogaloo. You know how? So what you do is you get all your kit on, you get your body armor on, you get your your weapon, you strap up with your knife and your backpack and all that stuff, and you walk down to the end of your driveway. And you look left, And you look right. And if everybody isn't dressed like you, it's not kicking off yet.
Yeah.
So
So
inside.
basically you just like your whole thing was like you're stuck in a grip because you don't want to punish the billionaires or have the billionaires suffer because eventually you want to be one of the billionaires who can exact the type of bullshit that the billionaires are
Well,
exacting
I can
on us,
actually
which is
see
exactly why
but I
everyone's
can actually
like kind of
see
like fuck
becoming a
these
billionaire,
billionaires
right?
because
Like, I
it's
can
like
see it. I can't. I
you
don't
can see
know that I
what?
can do it, but I can see.
You can see that you're going to be a billionaire.
Why could I not?
Because everyone can. Like there's always the dude that's sitting in his basement. It's like, no, listen, I don't want to tax the rich because one day I'm going to be one of them, dude. I'm going to be one of the rich. It's like you're not going to be a billionaire. I'm not trying to discredit
taxes.
you.
Can't stand.
I understand that you can't stand taxes, but like that's the system we live in, right? And like your whole thing is like, no, I don't want to affect this group of people because one day I might be part of this group of people and I want to do the same bullshit that they're doing to everyone else. So no, I don't want to affect them with anything, which is kind of
That's
what
how we know.
That's fucked
That's
up.
how we know Grid 1 isn't a billionaire, is because billionaires don't fucking pay taxes because they don't fucking have income. They have wealth.
I know he's
right.
Right.
And that's
so
why
I know
they
he's not a
love
billionaire because
fucking
he's here with us
inflation.
on a Monday.
I'm just saying. Well, I
You
mean,
know, like
some billionaire could be
there's a
bored,
bunch
you
of
know what I
reasons
mean?
why we're
That's
not
something.
billionaires.
Wait. That's something a billionaire would do.
Come hang out with us on a Monday night.
Elon
just like
plays
they're-
video
through
games.
Scott-
They're a
through
billionaire.
Scott.
Well,
Corey,
apparently he pays
that
people to play
Elon
his video
drama
games
is
for
pretty
him.
wild. Yeah.
But like,
What a
but
loser.
the greater
Big
point,
loser.
but the greater point is like what Doobie was
Now I
bringing
can't
up is
tell
that
who's
like
talking.
is that all the points that everyone brings up just seems to be like, yeah, do this type of regulation or that type of regulation, which is like nothing, which like won't happen, but which kind of gets to the same point, which is keep the status quo, nothing's going to change, and like but like,
Ali.
what else do you want people to feel?
I'm gonna tell you how magnanimous the right wing in this country is. How fantastic, how incredibly moral and ethical. Okay.
Yeah,
Canada?
Kyle Rittenhouse is your guys' hero. Tell me about it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I want to point out something. This is something that actually Kyle Rittenhouse is an example of.
Oh, ew.
Can you imagine, like, between the group that is heavily armed out the fucking ass, they're the ones. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have violence. Let's let's not like kill people randomly. And then we have the group of people that doesn't, has like maybe a butter knife on average, right, in their drawer. Oh, we gotta kill it. We gotta kill the CEOs. We gotta take our country. Et cetera,
They're killing
et cetera.
us randomly. Wait, the CEOs are
It's
killing
like-
us. Why are we okay with CEOs killing us?
What I'm saying is like,
Yeah, why are we okay with
Like,
CEOs killing us?
CEOs
though?
it's like a really short, weak person like getting very mad at you. Like you have to understand like what this means. You don't challenge like the most heavily armed demographic in America to a firefight.
Well, hold on.
And you don't. I
Hold on.
understand you don't. You just shut the fuck
Hold
up and
on.
sit the fuck down and accept what's happening to you. But like, for example, like all these wildfires in California, I heard something to the tune of like,
logic, dude.
Yeah, what's up?
I gotta ask, man. How much do you think a CEO at Goldman Sachs makes every year?
I don't know, $20,000, man. Just say the
Every
point you
year.
want to say. Just make the point you want to
I can
make,
tell you,
bro.
I don't know
Like,
what their
make the point you
annual
wanna make.
salary is. It's probably about $750,000 a year. Their bonus is about $12 million a year, depending on how big their year, how good their year is. They're not billionaires, dude.
I don't give a fuck if they're billionaires. If what they're doing to make a bunch of money fucks over my common fellow American, I have an issue with that. And the fact that like you're just over here like, oh man, they don't even make that much money. They just make $12 million a year, bro. They're not even billionaires, you dumbass. It's like that. That wasn't the own you thought it was. That wasn't the own you thought it was.
So I want to object
That
from a
wasn't the own you
conservative
thought
side.
it was, man.
Hold on. So y'all, I want to object from a conservative side because y'all are actually kind of dismissing what they're saying a little bit. And as a conservative who's super pro gun rights and pretty pro, history where there's a lot of revolutions that take place where the little guy wins. I gotta sit here and I gotta go. Y'all are just acting like they don't have a valid concern. So Lactoid, you just argued, all right, we're magnanimous. We have all the guns. How nice of us not to go and run over there and beat their ass with them.
Yeah,
You're right.
we're advocating for peace.
Sure. You're right. Absolutely. However, here's the deal. There's a point where even like us are gonna go. We're gonna go. Hey. We don't want to advocate for peace anymore. And I can give you an example.
Americans have just
Hold on.
Yeah, and it's not going to be a
Gonzalez-
healthcare CEO who is
Hold on.
allegedly
Hold
doing
on.
something wrong.
Hold on. So my point is, like, okay, in Texas, for example, I'm going to use Texas because I'm familiar with it. Battle Gonzalez. We told, like, the Hacienda owners and Santa Ana to go fuck themselves over a cannon. All right, cool. That seems like a pretty minor thing. although there's other mitigating factors to go. So all they're arguing is they're saying,
Slavery.
hey, sure, I listen.
Was slavery one of those factors?
No, it was not one of the factors. We've already gone over this. Texas had way less slaves than any other state for a variety of reasons. Namely, one of them
Mostly
being
'cause
I don't
you
know
didn't
what
have
you
a lot of cotton.
Well, yeah, that, and I don't know if you know anything about ranching, but it starts in South Texas, and then you have to walk 900 plus miles to Fort Worth. And I don't know if you know what happens when you put a slave on a horse in the wilderness, but they're gone. It's pretty simple. Like so, it doesn't work too good. So my argument here is, when I sit here and see like a little flashing tipping point, they like Doobie and Sociologic are absolutely right, and you can't pretend to be a gun rights advocate or a conservative if you don't think there is a line where we need to go, hey, daddy government, time for your ass whipping, and go and beat them and fight them. Like you got to tell, there's got to be some line, whatever y'all think it is, that we're going to go and do that, and they're just saying this is their line. Now I get where y'all want to sit here and go, oh, rule of law is cool, we want to sit here and obey rule of law, but sometimes. Fuck rule of law. We fought a war of independence over a 3% tea tax. These guys are killing. I know that's not your argument.
That's not true.
But that's what Lactoid and Grit are arguing, basically.
Yeah, rule of law. People.
I'm saying this rule of law is great till it's not.
Everybody underestimates and doesn't, I guess, appreciate how critical rule of law and stability is to everyone's well-being and the proliferation of all things good. Right? There's a reason why Haiti is a bad place to live in. There's a reason why Sudan, you don't want to live in Sudan.
Yeah, American imperialism, but
let's say like
you can say all this, but the reality is there's no stability there. There's a reason why.
Because but you have to give the reason to why there's no stability.
No, you don't.
The reason, you're painting it.
No, it could be because they all woke up.
As if these people just were fucked by themselves.
That's not how I'm painting at all. That's not how I'm painting at all.
That's what the implications are. That's what the implications are. Look at the Middle East. Look how barbaric the Middle East is. It's like, yeah, we get it, dude.
I'm not making the point you think I'm making. Okay, I'm not saying that like this is their fault. I'm not saying et cetera, et cetera. Sure, the U.S. is always bad. Whatever. Okay. What I'm saying is that it is a bad place to live because it is unstable. Regardless of why the instability occurred, people dramatically underestimate how important stability is. Stability is.
Papa Doc is a dictator. You want to sit here and have Papa Doc in charge? It's stable in Haiti, but you think it's any better if Papa Doc going to kill people?
Stability is often good. Stability is often good. And there's a comment here, Chad, I'm going to read it. People sure are concerned about due process when we talk about going door to door looking to deport people, but don't blink when citizens are gunned down in the street. Like, due process isn't something that you can just, oh, I like that guy, he gets due process. Oh, I don't like that guy, he doesn't get due process. As an American citizen, you get due process, even if you're not an American citizen, if you're in the U.S.
So Lactoid. So let's say the Purdue family, right? They got due process, got a slap on the wrist. They got to go into their castles as billionaires. If somebody was not okay with that and gunned them all down after they had the due process, right? After we figured out that they're guilty of these things, do you think that would be okay?
No, the due process includes the punishment that was handed to them.
Okay, well then we're just like, there's a fundamental, because the issue is that this due process that you keep reaching for isn't being applied fairly, and there's obviously a double standard.
They lost billions, They lost billions.
Then support political objectives that increase the penalties if you think they're too low.
This is not
this is not worth.
We just
this is not worth a civil war.
Politician in a fucking
this is not worth a civil war.
We can't get term limits put in place. It's not going to happen.
We voted him out.
So
we voted him out, didn't we?
Yeah.
Hold on. So who do you think I'm talking about?
Biden.
That's not what I'm talking about.
And we put in a very sharp young man in his place.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's that kind of defense, though. It's that kind of defense that where people are like, you just like bootlicking all these people because like you either want to eventually be them.
Bootlicking. No, I'm never going to be a billionaire. I'm never going to be a billionaire.
North Korea is stable. North Korea is stable.
I just don't want a civil war.
Would you rather be
worth a civil war?
Yeah, because Americans have become pathetic. They just want to sit at home, make their little $60,000 a year and fucking kiss the president's ass.
Most of us live pretty good. It's not that big of a deal.
Guys, for the love of God, stop trying to get in like one-liners, okay, and have an actual fucking conversation.
We're having a back and forth, Scott.
Stop.
No, we're not allowed to, Lactoid. No fun. No fun. Only philosophy and logic.
I need to say something.
Only philosophy and logic and 45-minute rant.
Again, no, it's not a 45-minute rant. It's just that listen for just a second. This is one of the things that like the communists are descriptively correct on, despite the fact that they arrive here on completely false axioms, right? Is that we have in this country this false concept of this social contract, right? Where the government is run by us because we live in a constitutional republic, and because most of us agree for one politician or the other that they have consent of the governed. And that's just not true, right? Half of the people don't vote for the politician that gets in power. Half another let's say a third, another third are so fucking checked out they don't even vote. And even still, when the politician does get in power, they only represent like 10% of the shit that people wanted them, that elected them for anyways, and the other 90% of the shit they do is horrible. What we actually have in terms of this concept of a social contract is people are willing to go along with the system so long as the material conditions in their life seem relatively stable, and so long as it seems like they have some hope of achievement and growth in their life. Okay? And where we are at right now in American history is people are starting to realize that the dream of that social contract is whittling down a little bit more with each generation. That like the baby boomers absolutely lived in a world where their material conditions were consistently improving, and where if they put in effort, they could achieve great things for their family. And a lot of people are looking at it and going, I'm never going to be able to afford a house. I went to fucking college, and the degree I got that was supposed to help me is nothing but fucking burden of debt. And the problem that you guys have, and that you guys keep circling on in terms of this fear of politicians, is exactly what Grid Motorsports said about the, like, when do you know the boogaloo is actually kicking off? Is that you start killing, you start bringing the civil war. You bring the fucking civil, you go past that precipice and it's a cliff. Okay. You don't get to take a step back from the cliff. You either step off the cliff or you don't. And despite how bad things are, I promise you, civil war is a lot worse. Nobody on here is growing their own fucking food. Nobody in here, except for maybe Grid does, maybe Admiral does, knows
Grid
how
would
to
be the kind of person to do that.
knows how to get clean
You
drinking
got a basement
water,
full of MREs,
okay?
don't you?
Like, nobody here knows how to power their fucking devices, or has the system set up to actually power. None of you fuckers are self-sufficient. Okay, almost everyone here is living in a city, and a good portion of their life is spent online, and almost all of your life is dependent upon an infrastructure that is made stable by this system. And woe is the motherfucker that thinks that you're going to pop off a civil war and the rich and the elite aren't going to grow from this. Oh, but I'm not saying you sit and do nothing. And I'm not saying just vote harder. What I'm saying is that great men plant seeds for the trees of the shade of which they will never sit in. You have to start fighting for a change in the philosophy, and you have to start moving your family and moving your communities to be self-sufficient. And you have to start doing things like the Free State Project, and you have to start getting off of the grid, and you have to start having things like Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies as a reserve. You cannot be completely dependent upon this system and then just be like, well, let's take out a few CEOs, everything will be fine. No, it fucking won't. A war's going to pop off and you're going to be the first one dead.
So my problem,
I think this idea that a war would pop off to protect CEOs is fucking crazy to me. To protect billionaire CEOs who like fuck over God knows how many people.
One or two CEOs, one or two CEOs dies. No, but if you just start as a society fucking supporting and like doing everything we can to push in that direction, you're asking for the snowball to go down the hill that absolutely goes in that direction.
I think it should start rolling in that direction. I think it needs to get to the precipice, and then it needs to be really hard to pull it back for these people to wake up. Because I can't imagine everything else you guys have laid out. It's nothing.
Dude, they're just
I think they are. I have no issue with CEOs. I have no issue with CEOs. Yeah, don't try to psychoanalyze me on that. I have no issue with CEOs. My issue is that there are people in this country with influence and power who are fucking over everybody else and not getting punished for it. That we have laws, we have the rule of law, but it doesn't really apply to them in the way that it does to everybody else. If I had groomed dozens of children and raped dozens of children, I'd be in fucking prison for life. Jeffrey Epstein did that shit, and they gave him a non-prosecution agreement. It's fucking crazy. That's
Yeah,
unacceptable.
The answer
Well, he's isn't
isn't
dead
getting
now,
on
so-
Twitter and saying kill the CEOs. The answer is growing your own fucking food, getting in a community of
Right,
like-minded
yeah,
individuals,
and-
getting armed.
Brother.
Yeah, so
getting,
they
like,
so they
to your
so they
point,
keep doing all this
Scott,
evil shit to everybody who's not in that situation. They continue
Well,
fucking
yeah,
everybody up. They
like-
continue extracting
Exactly why
resources.
I live
Like,
where
what
I
are you
live.
talking
no
about?
fucking
This
power
is
to fight
nostalgia.
these people.
That's
Your
reality.
there's no
your
power.
solution
You
is
think
give
you're
solution,
powerless.
which is just not my problem.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do my own thing, be
actually have to-
self-sufficient.
No,
I
it's
have to
fucking
dive
not,
off.
dude.
I'm
It
glad that you're
literally is.
realizing.
Really quickly,
You're glad y'all are figuring that out.
No,
Scott,
okay.
I like what
Good,
you're
and then
talking about.
Gibbs.
That's why I live where I live, is because I can do all of the things that you have said. I have to dive off, guys. It's been great.
Okay.
We kind of devolved into a circular argument, and I need to go somewhere else and do some other things. Always a pleasure, Prime. It's really cool. Everybody else, good to hang out with you guys again.
Glad to see you, brother.
I'll
Have a
be
good one,
available
friend.
next week again. I love coming on this panel. It's great.
Absolutely.
Take care.
And,
Be well.
It's a lot of fun tonight. Yeah, it's just circular right now. So, but I
Also,
I
you
have
got to
go
leave
anyway.
because you
I'm sorry.
gotta leave
Oh, because
it's
we
too
started pointing
circular
out
for you.
that he's too afraid to stand up for these principles he claims to have. So he's running away. Like at the end of the day, the conservative argument is, they're too scared. We can't fight them, so we're just going to be
Hold on.
bitches and
That's
keep
not. That's,
ourselves.
hold on. I object to that
That's not
because
my
I was
argument.
actually
American
That's-
hold on, Libby.
patheticism.
Because I would actually argue that that's just, they're
yeah.
not audio is good to be good. I actually want to argue
My
something,
argument
Libby.
is
They
that
are
you're a
not.
fucking LARPer.
Yeah, so I want to argue something. Lactoid here is actually taking his takey position. That's what this is. It's Kami takey position. Because let's ask Lactoid something.
Typical lactoid.
You're right. Anything not
position is
Somalia
fucking
is
revolution.
tanky.
Because actually,
Fucking
let's ask
talking
that.
about-
Hold on. Let me
Tankies are
finish.
fucking revolutionaries,
Can I
retard.
finish? Can I finish?
They're
Thank
also
you, thank you.
revolutionaries. Yeah.
Hold on, can I
They're the
finish?
ones
Thank
that
you.
want to kill the CEOs.
Yes, thank you. And what system do they advocate for? Communism. Let's ask Lactoid, it's really not surprised me that with that background of his, that he would be pro North Korea. Like, does he want to, if we had to drop him off in a country, wait, he could choose a country, make it Somalia or North Korea. Now, me, personally, I think I'd do all right in Somalia. I know I wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
I think I would. I think I'd be all right. I
You
could make it
would
out.
be killed.
Or I would kill them.
Would-
Maybe
they
I'd
would
eat
be-
them. Who
they'd be
knows?
chasing
I can
your
win.
fat ass
Somalia?
down to roast
Hey,
you
listen,
like
we
a
can
pig
think,
and
like, we can figure out the scenarios, but if you drop me
Kids
in,
are going to be an
with-
easy
with-
target, though. I'm going to say.
it might
like,
be, but I also have this cool thing called money that I can pay people to protect me, and I have guns. But if I have
Yeah,
those,
you have money.
hold
That
on,
will make you a
hold on.
target.
It could, yeah, it does, but it's always a bigger fish. And here's the next thing: if I go to North Korea with those things, the government's going to come in because they've got everything nice and orderly, and take the money from me and take my guns, and now I'm fucked all around, and now I'm at a concentration camp. So, like, your argument is just that, stability is good. It's total bullshit. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at all these countries that are stable. Like, for all this, like, they were
America.
pinnacles of stability. Like the USSR. They were very stable. They cracked down.
Yeah.
Like China, 5,000 years of history.
America.
The Mongol Empire, the Roman Empire. They're very
Things were better back in World War II. I agree.
Listen, Scott. We can come to you in a second. I'm glad I'm having this convo with Lactoid. I don't want to have to go into what's going on over here. Aristotle, big brain, super highbrow, 30-minute argue a simple sentence that can be explained in one sentence. Listen. All right. I'm gonna break a revolutionary concept to you, Scott. You know what? I'm done with this argument. We're coming back to this one now. Listen, Scott, have you ever heard of the concept that if you have to use more words to explain something, you're actually making a bad argument? You're mad because I can illustrate my argument in 5 words, simple words, without having to use intersectionality or intersex species or
less words.
last week. Like it's
use more
crazy.
words. You're an idiot.
Yeah, but that's exactly. I'm so smart. This is what you said.
You
Me
actually
is
think
smart.
you're
You
less
just
verbose than me?
I think that I can articulate a point without having to use some special word of the day that I learned from my dictionary.com app. Yeah, I do think it's called being. What's the word? You're like utilitarian.
The only
Check it
reason
out.
I talk longer. The only reason I talk longer than
It's because you're educating the masses.
Is because
we got
what
it.
I have to say
Please
is
come down
interesting enough that
and
people
bless
don't
us with
interrupt
your
me.
knowledge.
But you just say so much retarded shit that you constantly get yelled at.
No, No, I literally will say
That's
one
the
sentence and
old-
everybody starts yelling. You over here will say because everybody
listen to
hold on
me
because
retarded.
everybody understood my sentence and they objected or they agreed. You'll sit here and argue for 30 minutes and we'll be like, "Wow, is the paint done drying yet?" Listen, I don't want to sit here and like argue about the exceptionalism of this special microbes nut hair that came up with the philosophy of tetanus. Who gives a shit, bro? Like, let's talk about the issue. Let's talk about the issue.
You never talk about the issue. You just spurg.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. You're right. You're right. You were so smart. You so
You just scream into a shitty mic, even though you could afford a better one, so that you can scream nonsensical fucking statements and constantly get interrupted because
Oh, yeah,
everything
he's
you
right.
say is a straw man and not
Yeah,
actually connected
got
to
it.
what other
Nailed
people's
it.
arguments are.
That big brain.
Yeah,
That's the big brain
so-
take that everybody agrees
Okay,
with. We all agree.
understood. Right?
It's not a big
Admiral
brain take, I
Gibbs,
promise
man,
you,
a
a
few
kindergartner could
words,
see it.
right?
It's just simplicity is better than over-explaining
I
things
did-
for the 600th time. Like, I mean, nobody needs to know the second definition
That's-
of the word ball sack. Like, give me a break, bro. Like,
Oh yeah.
Apparently you do.
I've never heard
Okay.
that
Bringing up balls a
from
lot.
Scott
You know what I
in
mean?
his
Like,
defense. I don't even think he's ever said the word ball sack.
I'm just using the illustrative point.
That's
It's called.
testable.
I
Yeah.
prefer the word scrotum, okay? Because
Yeah,
I'm so
see,
big
you know what
brain.
I'm saying? We got, glad somebody owns
Listen,
the thesaurus.
see, that's right. That's right. See,
good.
Gibbs is the man of people. He would say ball sack, and of course, Scott and his hoity-toity degrees would say scrotum.
Yeah, what is this bullshit, you know?
But anyway, okay. Wow. So
Can I
much.
make a point?
Gibbs thinks he says only one sentence. That's pretty
Yeah,
wild.
so long story short.
Only if
the
your point
was
makes
short,
Americans
lactoid
look
is
not
communist,
pathetic, lactoid.
apparently.
Lactoid, you can't
No,
make
it's
that
gonna make him
point.
look real pathetic. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Lactoid, you can't
Lactoid
make
is
that
what's
point. I
happening.
do want to engage with Doobie.
I want
'cause
American
know-
exceptionalism, lactoid.
Right.
No more
I know Doobie
pathetic.
has
Yeah,
limited time,
Greg,
so I
Lactoid,
wanna-
defend gun rights, stop defending communism.
Okay.
all
So,
right.
so Lactoid goes, and I want to engage with Doobie because I know he has limited time. So go ahead, Lactoid.
All right. Civil War bad. Okay. I made very few word, much few word, very bad. No Civil War.
Much few words.
See that much to articulate? I'm proud of you.
Now, the other thing I want to point out is that I feel like a lot of motivation from the people who are like wanting Civil War, and political extremists generally, is either like an aspiration to some kind of glorious future or an idyllic past. And the reality is, like, in America, like we don't need a civil war, first of all, and things aren't, Doobie, you might disagree with this, but like things aren't declining to the point where it's like, oh God, we need a civil war. Things are getting so bad. In fact, things tend to actually get better with time, right? Like, you want to talk about, oh, shit being bad, right? What about Jim Crow? We got over that. We got over the whole marital rape thing. We got over
Which is crime in
Chaplinsky.
1990.
We got over all sorts of shit. Like, we are improving as a country in many different ways. Are there new problems? Are there new challenges? Are there things happening that I disagree with? Of course, I talk about them a lot. It's fair to point out things that are bad, but this idea that everything's so doom and gloom, when, like, by every single economic metric, we're doing okay. Like, median income has been going up. Median income is like among the highest in the world. Even buying housing, all the millennials complaining about buying housing, a home ownership rate hasn't substantially changed. In fact, it's higher now than it was in the 40s and 50s. The glorious age of owning houses. Higher percentage of Americans own houses now. Things aren't as bad as people think they are. They never are. Everybody always thinks that today is the worst time to be living in. In reality, it's more likely it's the best time. The worst thing we can do, yeah, we can fix problems. We should do so politically. But the worst thing we can do is fucking have a civil war and turn
I
this
feel like
into
I'm
a
listening
failed
to a
state.
royalist, right?
Turn
Like
this
in
into
sort
a
of the
failed
American Revolution.
yeah,
Say
I
it,
know.
bro. These are
Turn this
royalists.
into a failed state. A royalist. We look. In some ways, individual rights are. Yeah, I advocate for individual rights. Back in the glorious
This guy would
40s
have been
and
working for
50s,
Santa Ana.
back
for
in the
sure.
glorious 40s and 50s, right? When we had the Chaplinsky case, you couldn't call a cop a fascist without getting arrested. Back in the glorious 40s and 50s, right? That was when Wickard versus Filburn was decided, right? That's when the commerce was expanded to the government could do anything. That was toned down. Like, there are many ways in which government power, like fucking Chevron just got overruled. There's many ways in which the government is actually like toned down in power a little bit lately, and it's a good thing. Things aren't doom and gloom, and it's definitely not worth killing God knows how many people just to fulfill the fantasy of a lot of people who are mostly just LARPing, right? They play a lot of like COD, and they like the idea of going to combat. But I'm telling you, it's horrible. Watch enough Ukraine footage, and you'll be like, holy shit, this cannot happen. Everything needs to happen that this doesn't happen. And people who support Luigi are advocating for that kind of world to exist, and it would be awful for America.
So, okay. I
Loyalist
want
TV is
Doobie
what we
to
need
be
to change his name
able to respond to that. Well, I'll leave it. First, I'll let Doobie respond to it.
I mean, there's nothing to say. I just think that I do feel like I'm listening to a loyalist, right? But it's even worse because I don't think a civil war would break out if people started going after Epstein types or going after the Purdue family for things. I'm talking about like clear cases of like fuckery happening, right? I don't think that would cause a civil war. I think most people would actually support that. You said that in
How
that
do you
poll. You
keep that
said
in
it.
that
You said it
box?
a poll earlier. You said it a poll earlier, right? It was like a fourth of Americans agree with this, but 75% don't. Well, that's like including
Only 1 out of 5
the
Americans
older.
agree with Luigi.
Hold on. But this is the older generation, which is extremely cocked because they've been conditioned to be cocked for a long. Their hopes and dreams about this country have been ground down to a pulp, right? The
No,
younger
it's because
the
they appreciate
the younger
stability.
generation is the opposite. I think it's like almost 90% of them support this.
No, it's half.
No,
Of
that's
Gen
not
Z,
true.
it's half. Yes,
no,
it is.
No, hold on. But 90% of them had like a sympathy with him, right? And I think it was like 7% or something with
No,
the other guy.
half of Gen Z did not agree with Luigi. They did not have sympathy for Luigi.
I don't know where the fuck you're getting that from.
And that was the demographic that had the highest support, and that was about half, which is ridiculous, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull this up because I saw
ahead.
like literally the opposite.
Pull it up, and then you have to admit that I'm right when you see the data. Okay, deal?
Deal.
Okay.
Yeah. So, before I was gonna say something to Doobie, but before I do that, someone gifted 100 bits. They want Corey to say something. Whatever you like, Corey.
Something. I don't ban intellectual property. Ban football. Abolish intellectual property.
Nubbins, thank you for the 100 bits. You want to hear Corey speak. And he has a beautiful voice, so it makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you go first.
Well, just really quickly. So Lactoid is unfortunately correct. Okay, so it's 81%. I'll put it in the group chat. 81% had an extremely or somewhat negative view of Thompson, the victim, quote unquote. And what was it? 45% sympathized more with Luigi. 17% chose Thompson. 37% said neither. 48% said that they view the killing as totally or somewhat justified. So we're making progress on that. That's good progress. So bump that up a few more points. We're like half.
No, not that wrong direction. It's gotta go down. We want that.
You got to
down.
keep in mind that's with all the negative press. I mean, I watched a mini doc, like a TMZ mini doc about Luigi with my wife the other day, right? For some fucking reason.
Hulu? Was it on Hulu?
I think it was on Hulu.
Yeah.
And
Hulu be quick with the docs.
They presented him as like some fucking like they call him a sociopath, psychopath. He's insane. He's a lunatic. He's a vicious murderer with an evil ideology. Yada, like all this shit, right? So and that's kind of been the temperature of a lot of the media coverage on him. It's all bad. Everything's bad. He's evil. Yada yada. So I think that even with all that press attention on him, that negative press attention on him, still you have a very large chunk of the population supporting this guy. So I think there's and I think we've talked about just a handful of cases tonight that demonstrate a real need for something tangible to change, right? Maybe you don't think Epstein's a big deal. Maybe you don't think that's a big deal. Maybe you don't think that the Purdue shit is a big deal. I do. I mean, I think that the fact that these things are allowed, and again, this is just a handful of the shit that we know about. I'm sure there's a ton of shit we don't know about, but we never find out about. So, and I don't think any of the solutions you guys have presented are like, I don't think they're meaningful at all. Lactoid, I think the mandatory minimum thing would be good. But like I said earlier, we found there was a congresswoman who was missing since like July or some shit, and they found her in a nursing home.
Texas one, I think.
Yeah, just in a fucking nursing home. And even still, I guarantee you we're not going to get mandatory minimums passed. I'm sorry, term limits passed in the Senate or Congress. It's just not going to happen.
How do you keep it in that box? That's my question, right? Like, because I think I think the major difference between our two positions is that, Lactoid and I believe that if society starts at large supporting vigilante justice towards wealthy elite people, that we're going to get crazies, we're going to get a lot more crazies, we're going to get a lot of problems, and then we're going to get either, you know, a snowball effect, or we're going to get like a serious crackdown on our civil liberties to stop this problem. And you're working under the assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that like we as a culture can encourage vigilante justice against those that have been, you know, have been outside, have not been taken care of by the justice system. Those relative few that like we kind of all agree are super fucking evil, like the Sacklers, or like, you know, these limited cases. And I'm wondering, just genuinely wondering, like, and not even trying to be a dick, right? Like, why is it that you believe that that we can like keep it on guardrails like that? That like we can have a culture that starts overwhelmingly supporting vigilante justice towards those, and like all of these other crazies that are already calling for vigilante justice, like Eat the Rich, or like, you know, all of these other groups, or like, you know, the growing kind of like, you know, right-wing people that are like, fucking it's them, like it's the Jews. Like how do we increase it to such a degree that we get those people taken care of, but we don't have like a lot of spillover effect that causes the problem that we see is fairly inevitable? Like why is that your assumption?
I think that we have examples of similar things happening. Like there are examples of throughout our history of vigilantes getting support, vigilante groups even being put together and getting popular support within the country, and it remaining within the box that they were like specifically focusing on. Like oh, there's one on the top of my mind. They made a movie about this group, the Deacons, like the Deacons for Defense, I think it was something like this. That were like
Tombstone.
Is that what I'm talking about? I'm
No.
not sure if it. Oh,
But it falls in your category, vigilante justice, for something very specific.
yeah. So basically, the idea is that
Y'all never seen Tombstone?
Yeah, great movie.
No, I think I saw it like a long time ago.
Kurt Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah, making sure.
But I think the idea is that because, at least from my perspective, politicians, media, power structure, they're just not listening to. There's a layer of immunity that they think they have, right? Or they do have currently. They have immunity from a lot of these things.
Sure.
And I think the way to get them to start behaving in a somewhat reasonable way is to break that aura of immunity, right? And which is why I think that there were a lot of people shaken up over the Luigi thing, right? It wasn't just because he killed a guy. It was because one of these untouchable people was touched, right? So I think that when you break that aura, I think it might force people within that strata to actually change their behavior, to realize, hey, yeah, if we go too far, there are going to be actual physical consequences for us.
So let's
true.
Let's assume
It's
it
true.
works out that way, right?
Sure.
So my follow-up question, right, is if it is true, would you not say that there's another kind of context-dependent thing here, which is the how well the country agrees on its shared values? Because
Yes.
what I see as a big problem to this like assumption that like the fear will get everybody like to kind of like point towards a single goal, you know, a single problem, and kind of like recognize that we have a problem, and like recognize that we need action towards these people, etc. What I see is like a big kind of like hitch in that giddy up, if you will, is that we are in, like, we haven't really been this politically divided since like civil rights era, and then before that would be Civil War, right? Like I don't know that you get that reaction automatically, like just looking at it from like a anthropological perspective, right? I don't think the culture can uniformly react if the culture doesn't have a shared set of values. And with multiculturalism, with immigration, with political division, with you know, the fact that for the first time in world history, you know, a demographic of like white liberals have out-group preference, whereas like everybody else has in-group preference. Like we are seeing a lot of markers of like drastically different you know, kind of groups in society that do not have shared values. And as much as the left went crazy starting like in 2014, where the far left really started pulling the left further left, we're also seeing the right kind of slowly catch up to what the left did. It doesn't seem like the right maintain that, well, we'll just stick together as the center right, but it seems like there's a lot of influences that are like, we'll go further right. And so would you at least admit that, like, even if that is possible, that people can do that, that our current political landscape is not ripe for that reaction, but more likely ripe for the reaction that Lactoid and I think, which is that we end up with vigilantes on both sides going after their own people, and not necessarily like uniform group of like people that we really kind of all agree deserve it.
Yeah, I think that's more likely to happen right now, for sure. But I do think that the culture issue is a big one. I don't agree necessarily that it's about like immigration or immigration or any of these things. I think that is primary that issue is primarily the division that you're referring to is primarily driven by media, politicians, these same corporations intentionally to point fingers at everybody else
There's a
to
lot of
keep the fingers off them. Yeah.
I mean, a libertarian perspective would just say that it's being pushed by, government and socialism, but it's fine. Even if I accept that, right? It's still a reality of the ground, right? It's an is.
Yeah.
Here.
So I think that is something that
we're in. Why should we start like that? Now's not the fucking time for that. Like we have to have shared values before.
I'm torn on that though.
So how do we get there?
Yeah, but aren't you arguing like what the line? Like, okay, Scott, just real quick, Ruby, and I'm gonna turn it back over to y'all. I just like I'm real confused here, right? So like, I get what like y'all are sitting here going. The argument though, like I feel like Doobie's been making this whole time is like they see what they perceive as an injustice. They don't think there's any way to fix this, and they're choosing violence. Okay, right? And now, as a conservative, I've been kind of shocked to hear our two libertarians sit here and like basically defend statism and say there's no line that like, this is like, so, okay, cool, because like it sounds like y'all like basically the reason why I think Doobie was accurate was with the like loyalist Lactoid is because he sat here and goes, stability, these things are bad. Now, like, I get where you're coming from. You have a healthy fear, due to, like, your life experience. These people killing themselves, war is hell. Like, and yes, there's a lot of LARPers. And, like, I'm not advocating for a civil war either, but I'm saying it's better to be ready.
You're not ready to start pushing for accelerationism until you're growing your own fucking food.
Well,
we're never going to be ready. So we're never going to be ready. So, like, okay,
some of us are.
If it's not always violence, right? I mean, violence. So, like, for example, the California wildfires, I heard something like some insurance company canceled X amount of fucking tens of thousands of policies for fires, and it's like now none of these people are going to be covered.
That was the government's fault.
I mean, whoever's fault it may be, it doesn't matter. But like, wait, how is it the government's fault that's private insurance companies?
The government,
the quick one.
Yeah, no, just the government put in regulations regarding like, the caps on prices and price control, and they're like, hey, we can't afford to insure you against fire at this price, so they pulled out because the government made it illegal for them to charge too much for fire insurance, so they just pulled out and people couldn't get fire insurance.
Oh, yeah. So like, if all these people then like were to revolt against the government, then they realize, okay, this was a government thing, they revolt. This is like a negative thing. It doesn't always have to be like an individual vigilante, or like Scott, to your point, if there is like a few people in a movement who like, take it upon themselves to be like leaders of a movement. Like you have a V versus Vendetta, whatever the fuck like action happened where this person builds a philosophy and builds a community of people where there is like a revolt. Like, I understand that you guys are saying that you won't win the revolution if you start one, or you won't win these are just kind of empty words because the people that are like wanting it can't grow their own food and don't know how to shoot the gun or do whatever the cause may be. But like, your arguments are just telling them to do nothing and kind of just accept the status quo. Whether or not that is your argument.
But please stop saying that my argument is do nothing. When I said get to fucking New Hampshire, be a part of the free
Getting
state
to New
project,
Hampshire is doing nothing. That doesn't do anything.
That's not doing nothing because
That's literally doing nothing.
Is the most. It's even despite the fact that it was a blue state, it is now the most libertarian state because of the
you
free
still
state
have to have
project.
insurance and live with these people and pay these mortgages and do whatever the fuck it may be. Like you still have to deal with the system that you live within. Like New Hampshire is right. It's fucking 2 hours away from me. It's not much different. I've been to New Hampshire. It's not really all that crazy.
They're getting
Like New
rid of
Hampshire is
state
just
tax.
another fucking
Oh,
place.
you just come on down to
They just got
Texas.
rid
We
of
got
the
the ranch. We got the arsenals.
Yeah.
We ready down here.
I-
Like
Well, listen,
realistically, the
I'm
argument
self-sufficient.
would
I got
be
the
to
energy,
move to
electric.
Texas.
Yeah.
Realistically,
So
the argument would be
I
to
don't
move to
know.
House, the
Texas,
city,
but
house, the ranch. We
But
good.
I'm saying that like for example, a couple of weeks ago we had the argument where like Scott, you were like adamant, this guy's a terrorist. You have like Lactod right now who's like shooting down Luigi, right? Like you completely downplayed him because it was like, well, why? Because what he did was wrong. But like what we're saying would like to me and do is like he didn't do what was wrong. We see these CEOs of these like insurance companies, at least we feel,
Well, no,
right? Could
that's
be
just you
feels
being a
over reels.
commie. Like it's
Hmm?
not like I said. If this person is did do the things he's accused of doing, right, in terms of utilizing AI and committing fraud, then what Luigi did would be justified. But he never got a day in court, and nobody knows whether or not they actually did that yet. So he's just engaged in vigilante killing some random.
to Doobie's
fucking
point
healthcare
earlier,
CEO
if-
because he was the one. It wasn't even someone.
So if
that
someone
fucked him
killed
with a
off the
person.
Sackler family. So if someone killed off the Sackler family, you'd think that'd be okay because they got their day in court. They were judged and they were judged to be guilty of the crimes that they
I would
committed.
s-
So you'd be
again,
okay with that.
I said it would be justified in doing it, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
support people going out and engaging in that.
Why?
Because I don't think it. Because morally speaking, I want people to do what is in their rational self-interest, and I do not think that it is within one's own rational self-interest to go get locked up in jail and then be used as an example by the powerful elite to push more fucking.
But that keeps it. But that keeps it to a self-interest versus a collective interest, right? If there's a large enough group of people who disagree with these things, right? It's like you kind of are disincentivizing people from gathering and like following through with their ideology. It doesn't have to be killing the people, but like to tell people that you're like, but we know that. But
tomorrow,
yeah,
most people are fucking have socialist axioms like you. So I don't think we're gonna get a better world when the revolution's over. I think we're gonna get more commie, socialist, warlord, authoritarian.
I'm not going to be the one leading the revolution, so you don't have to worry about that. But I'm just saying that like
I think you are fairly representative of like what normal people think. It's why I like having you on these panels.
Yeah.
Because you're not an ideologue in terms of like libertarianism or communism or being like a conservative tribe. I appreciate your input here because it reminds me what the average American thinks in a lot of ways. And so like that's why I like you having here. And what I hear from you is exactly what I expect, unfortunately, which is that you have a lot of socialist axioms that like you're not a libertarian. Obviously you're not based off of private property rights. You're based off of a consequence system, and you have ideas that have been promulgated throughout our culture. And I think that if we push revolution now, you push the crisis. What do I think is the logical outcome of the crisis? Peep the name Fabian Liberty. But my channel has always been about incrementalism, right? So this shouldn't shock anyone. It's in the fucking name. Is that I don't think the boogaloo is going to solve any fucking problems. I think a bunch of people are going to die, and what the system gets replaced with isn't guaranteed to be any better, and I don't think is likely to be any better. Look, I think the state does a lot of unjustified things, obviously, but I think the most effective way to fight the state is not to try and cause chaos and turmoil, because people in power love chaos and turmoil. They love to use that as an excuse to take rights away from you and to take more money away from you, because most people, once the chaos and turmoil starts, are willing to give up civil liberties for safety and security. And so what I am saying is move somewhere and push in the local group. Get somewhere where you're more self-sufficient. Get with a group of like-minded individuals, because the spiral is already started. I do think that we eventually get to the collapse, but I want more people to be in like-minded communities that work together, that are self-sufficient, that have the same ideals, that can actually meaningfully survive when that thing occurs, not people that are just off trying to push that collapse quicker because the status quo is bad. I just don't think it leads to anything good.
I think where me and you disconnect, and this is just like a me thing, is like I'm doing my own thing. I am doing the self-sufficient thing. I am like moving, like building my community, doing and so forth. But I fucking can't. There's something in me. I can't get over that. Like I feel like this is a new thing. Like my fellow Americans are getting fucked over like continuously, and I just see that like it's like I feel like the average American is either
in a place where they're so overworked or tired that they're ignorant. Most Americans are just fucking ignorant to everything that's going on. They're in this fucking loop, and I feel for them.
True.
Right.
That's
And
the
it's just
problem.
like I
That's
can't
the
be
issue.
I can't be selfish like for much longer. Like I live within
But it's not about
community.
being selfish. It's like I'm saying.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that our current system, unless it collapses, right, is
Mhm.
democracy of the people,
Yeah.
by the people, and for the people, and the people are retarded.
That's
like
what
you
it's
just
supposed to
stated.
be.
And so, like, if we like start popping off random people, all those fucking normies will absolutely outvote you when someone comes along and says, "I'm going to stop the chaos. You just got to give me a little bit more power." It has
I get
happened
your
in
point. Yeah, I
history
get your
over
point.
and over and over again. And so, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that the right solution to this is not to push the chaos. The right solution is to push that like-minded people collectively get together, to push philosophy, to teach people to try and wake
Hasn't
them
that been
up,
happening
teach people
for decades in this country? And like we're just getting no result. I feel like it's getting worse. I feel like we collect, but like we get nothing done with the collection other than like we have a bunch of people who are talking to each other. Yeah, sure, but like nothing's happening.
Congratulations, you just stated the tragedy that is all of human fucking history. That has been our problem.
Yeah, but
since we stopped being hunter.
hold on. Sociologic. Don't give in this easy, right? Because you're
not.
not.
I'm listening.
You're not totally
I
wrong
like
here.
to listen.
No, you made a good point earlier. There's a reason why the libertarian movement has picked New Hampshire. It's because there is a government system in place, as opposed to what I just posted in Discord, which is like the largest area of unclaimed land in the world, Bir Tawil. Excuse my pronouncing or whatever it is. But basically, it's this area in Africa between Egypt and its southern neighbor where nobody claims it, and it's just totally lawless. You know why they don't start their little communes there? Because it is totally lawless, right? There's a reason why Texas fought against the revolution against Mexico, because guess what? We had the guns, we figured out the cause, we got behind something and we did it, right? There's a reason why the libertarians here, they can't find enough people principled to admit that they're not statists. And this is what they're arguing for is statism. There has to be a line where eventually what you're saying, sociologic, is right. Where if you keep seeing what you see as injustice continuing and over, then violent political violence is the option. And like I think the big disagreement is like maybe where like more Doobie and I disagree is what that line is, right? But like if you advocate for gun rights, then you can't have the take that Lactoids had the whole night, which is stability good, guns bad, because you actually don't care about gun rights. Because basically, then you're just over here bending over for the government. You don't have to admit that at some point, hey, the tyrannical government comes up, then maybe, you know what, that's my line, time for political violence. You know,
That's
maybe
my debate tactic against
maybe
We're
it's,
not in a
maybe it's,
I just have to get to the right of
these-
Lactoid, and I usually
Well, no, we are.
usually he becomes a leftist.
I
I
agree.
mean, it's
I've
crazy.
learned
They're
to-
just worse
It's the
forms.
communism, bro. It's the
Lactoid
me
hates
communism.
guns.
specifically,
If
I
there's
feel
one
like.
thing that
I
he's
just wanna
been
point
trying
out-
to
I just wanna
impress
point
on
out
us is
very quickly,
Lactoid can't stand guns.
Prospera exists. Okay, Prospera exists. And even though people aren't living there, people are fighting for it. As Corey Campbell brought up, Lieberland does exist. The reason nobody picks that area is because it's landlocked and there's almost no resources there. And it's kind of the same reason why people.
It's actually a resource-rich area in Africa.
It's not. But nevertheless, Prospera does exist. Okay, there is an anarcho-capitalist community that has been growing.
Okay.
It's in Honduras.
So it seems like that's
It's mostly pharmaceutical research and like resorts. They grabbed a bunch of like resort land during like COVID because they were able to buy it up and they've been growing. You just go there. I mean, they have it's voluntary system. You have very minimal tax there because that tax has to be paid to the Honduran government as part of like a UN contract deal. But they have rights over all self-governance and it's all rights enforcement agencies. You pick out your insurance policy and those are the laws that you follow.
Okay. That seems to be, and I have issues of some of the things that have been said, but I don't know if I have time to express all that and go back and forth. So we'll end the closed panel here. But I'll stick around to see if people want to talk and have a bit of a conversation. But yeah, this has been great. First of all, to my audience, guys, if you've been enjoying this content, consider supporting it so that I can keep doing it. I do need your support. We haven't gotten much support today, so subs to the channel, give bits, or give subs if you're out there. super chats, like if you ever are on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, are a great way because we can respond to whatever you say. If you want us to, if you want Corey to respond to something, they give to like to snap him out of his stupor. To respond to something, super chats are a great way to do that. So consider helping out the channel if you can. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, consider using that to keep us up and running. So this is a help us out this month for our leaderboards. We have our friend Black American Mate at the top with 6 gifted subs. And not much. So you can also make it to the top board pretty easily. But consider helping out the channel any way you can. Thank you, Nubbins, for that 100 bits previously. Okay, so I'll give an outro to you guys. But before then, indulge me, okay? Indulge me very quickly, all right? So, that show that I've been watching, Silo, is fantastic. And you all need to be on top of it. Look, Silo is it's wrapping up. It's like, so I've caught up now. And the last episode left is the season finale. It's coming out this week, so you'll have 2 full seasons to watch, and it is fantastic, guys. Check it out.
It's about.
Is there going to be a 3rd season?
Is it about corn?
No, it's not. Why did you think porn?
Silos, aren't silos the big ass things that they put corn and wheat in and whatever?
I thought you said
It
porn.
is, that is what they
Did
put-
anyone else hear porn?
No, I know. I heard corn. I know where your brain is at.
Yeah,
it's
about
huge
to
crime.
say.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, like what's it about?
It's about farmers at farmland.
Oh, see?
But no, it's about there is these people. It's like it's less a corn silo, more like a missile type silo. Like an underground silo, right? There's the last 10,000 people in the world. They're trapped in this structure. Outside is dangerous, right? For whatever reason, unsurvivable. But they don't know why they're there, why they're inside, what happened outside, right? And they're kind of trapped in this system of governance that is not too great. And so there's lots of mysteries that unwrap. It is.
They need a violent revolution.
They should have a revolution. In fact, that's a plot point. But there is something else. So I've caught up, right? With Silo, and so I started watching another show, right? Called Severance. Has anyone here
Heard great things. I think Ben Stiller created it. I've heard really great things about it.
Okay, all right. Love to hear that. And anyone else who didn't hear about that? That one's also on Apple TV, so that's why you haven't.
No, that one I want to see. I've seen clips of Severance, and that show looks insane. It's the one where the girl goes into work. Just real quick, it's that's what the basis of the show is.
No, don't. Hey, one second. Okay, so I wanted you all to watch it, right? The first season came out in 2022, but then like the second season is about to start. Like it's imminent. It's gonna start soon. So it took 3 fucking years. So I want all of you to watch it, but specifically, right? I want to hear from Scott, right? I want to hear Scott's opinion on it. He wasn't paying attention, so he might not know what I'm saying. And you're muted.
I know you're talking about Silo, but
no,
my opinion on it.
Yeah, I know exactly. Because you didn't listen. Yeah, so Severance is the other thing
I
I
have
said.
$50 super chat. All right, I muted the shit and started answering the question.
All right, fine. Super chats for me too. Anyway, it was fine. It's whatever. So Severance is another show.
Scott answers his super chats. Whoa, that was.
Severance is another show.
Never not answered a single one.
And
within the one, I didn't answer that stream, but I told her I wanted to give her a better.
Yeah,
I do think I can give you a time, Brian.
Got it. Sure. I want to hear your opinion on another show that I'm watching. I was saying Scott, called Severance, and right. So I want to hear Scott, but more importantly, more than Scott, I actually want to hear Lactoid's opinion on.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know you never heard of it. I'm telling you about it right now. But
sick show.
So Severance, fascinating show. It is about a group of people who are working in an office, but mysteries ensue. They are working on something, though we don't know what the purpose of that is. But the heart of the show is the severance. Now you think severance, maybe severance pay. That's not what it's referring to. Severance is referring to something very specific. And that's what I really want, well, Scott's opinion and Lactose opinion. So don't look it up, right? I actually want you guys to watch the show. Don't look it up.
Well, don't tell me that now. I already read.
Of course you did, because of course you did. Don't tell.
Who wouldn't?
Like that. But I don't. I wouldn't.
Let me guess. Let me guess.
I wouldn't. No.
They sever part of you off or something. Right?
But I wouldn't look it up. I wouldn't look it up because I like to actually experience the show any which way. It doesn't matter. Like,
Oh no, I watch clips.
What I
before
want to
everything.
do, so I want to hear from like Lactose specifically, right? For two reasons. Because in temperament and in profession, Lactoid is a shill for the bosses. And so I would be curious, right? Like what his thoughts are on this, because this show tests like what are the limits of what a worker, right, of what labor can consent to. I think for Lactoid, even more than Scott, right, you and I have had big disagreements about like what does it mean for a worker to consent, right? Like what does it mean for negotiations between an employer and employee, right? And how that can shake out. What are the limits of that, right?
Yeah.
I want you to watch the show and give me your opinion. What's your personal opinion about like the idea
We
of
should do a severance panel. Should watch it like a book club.
We will absolutely. Because I would spoil people, and I'm very big on not spoiling people. So I would want that, and I would want your legal opinion about severance, right? So two separate things: your personal opinion and your legal opinion if something like this happened. If you just watch the first episode, you'll at least understand the concept, right? But if you watch more of the season, there's only 9 episodes in the first season, it'll start to like talk about the moral implications of the situation they find themselves in. The Office is kind of like I haven't read any of his work, but I think it's Kafka-esque. I think that's the way you would use that word.
I'm a fan of Kafka.
Yeah, so like I hopefully I'm using that correctly. So here's what I'm going to do for you, right? Because I love you all right? Like I am going to
It's only 9 episodes. You failed to mention each episode is between 40 and 57 minutes.
Is that a big deal?
It's like
That's about normal for an episode.
Yes, it's not a big deal. Whatever.
That's pretty standard for like a limited series, or.
See, I'm used to Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's 10 minutes each. I just power through them.
It was the TikTok generation. That's what led it.
By fucking anime, it's like 23 minutes. All right.
Is there subway surfers in the top that I can?
As everyone here knows, right? Prime has never broken a law ever, right? However, I have a friend who did break a law, and he sent me these links, right, to these places where some individuals can get their hands on these shows. So I put it in the group DM. Now, I didn't use these things, but my friend used these links, right?
I won't use them either.
I wouldn't. And I'm sure Lactoid wouldn't either. But there's some of you who are criminally minded, right? In the group, I don't judge. I kind of do, right? Because you're filthy criminals. But if you'd like, you can use those links to check out the show. So
I wouldn't download a car. I wouldn't download a movie.
Lactose, we could talk.
I would
even
definitely
about
download
it
a car.
offline. We don't have to do it on stream. Because I don't want to spoil it for everyone else. Everyone else too. You should watch it. You should watch it as well. Right? Because Severance is a really fucking good show. I love it. I'm only on the 5th episode so far. So I don't know, like, the mystery hasn't.
You have to download anything at those links you posted? Because the one I posted, you don't have to download anything to use it.
Do
so
whatever,
like torrents or something.
What you should do, whatever the legal option is available to you. All right. So anyway,
just DM'd you something, Prime.
Okay, thank you.
Don't worry about it right this second.
All right, so we'll leave it there. Which reminds me, Scott, did you look at the DM that I sent you on the 7th?
On the 7th?
Check that out. But anyway, so I'll give an outro to all these great individuals. Start with my friend.
Yeah. I gotta get on that. Sorry.
No worries.
I actually have to get going.
Oh, well, I'll start with Doobie then. Doobie, thank you for being here. I want to hear what your opinion. You're a boss, Doobie. I want to hear your opinion on Severance too. What would you do if you had that power? Doobie.
Everyone except me, Corey, and Gibbs.
You guys don't own capital, and you don't. Well, Gibbs actually does ship for capital, so actually, him as well. But anyway, Dibby, thank you for being here, friend. You were great.
He doesn't give a shit about our opinions.
So much of the conversation was about you, Dibby. So I really appreciated that, and thanks for coming on. Hopefully, we can have you again next week.
Great. Talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later, friend.
Take care, Doobie.
Yep. And then let's go to Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you for coming through. I would love to have you again. I mean, I guess that's true. Yeah. Thanks, friend, for being on.
Yeah. So, no, I appreciate you having me. I appreciate all of you for talking to me. Definitely, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to power on through the open. I'm definitely. It's time for bed, and I'm going to be fully 100% next week. But you know, we're making it through. So really appreciate it. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay, thank you, friend. Next, Scott. Scott, still watch the show, even though you spoiled yourself because it's so weird. Why would you do that? I don't understand that mindset, but you know, you and I disagree on lots of things, so that's okay.
I'm not reading. I'm not like, it's not like I'm reading like fucking whole pages. I just read like the summary thing of like what the show is to see if I want to watch it. Like I don't fucking. My time is valuable enough to where I'm not going to be like, let me watch 3 or 4 episodes.
I am giving you the summary. All the things I'm whetting your appetite as we speak. You're like, let me search for it. Okay, whatever, it's fine. But Scott, so I do want to hear your opinion on it later on. Actually, I'm curious. So you should also watch it, however you would do that, right? But yeah, thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, appreciate it. I'm Scott, also known as Fabian Liberty. You can find me Fabian Liberty on X and YouTube. I'm on other platforms, but you know, this is primarily where I'm at. Anarcho-capitalist. Regarding the topic, obviously I don't want to like do like a whole big, I don't usually do like an outro thing or anything like that. I'm not going to make any arguments or anything. I just want to say there's a great book by Sam Quinones, Dreamland, the true tale of America's opioid epidemic. If you want to learn more about like all aspects of it, right? Like the Purdue Pharma, you know, the ads that were involved, the different legal cases, but also like understanding the opioid epidemic from like sociological perspective and like looking at like how doctors were affected and looking at like some of the crazy things like, you know, I think it was Mexican. It could be we'll say South American and or Mesoamerican gang, mafia, whatever, that were like going into suburban neighborhoods with little care packages of black tar heroin. And there's just like so much interesting things to learn about and get like a very more like full understanding of it. Obviously it's a lefty because it's a sociologist writing it, but nevertheless, it's a good book that'll give you a lot of information on it. So you should read Dreamland by Sam Quinones.
Thanks so much. Next, our friend Corey. Thanks you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me and having me. Always appreciated and grateful, and definitely appreciated that the topic from last week, we actually covered it this week. I think it was great, and like we spent I think 2.5 hours on it. So yeah, definitely a worthy topic. And I was glad I was able to get on my soapbox about intellectual property because yes, abolish intellectual property. It's stupid. It's bad. And in the case of the opioid epidemic, it has literally cost millions of lives. Okay, because the drug didn't need to exist in the first place. And it was literally created under false premises, and a monopoly was created under false and fraudulent premises. So yes, intellectual property bad, and also ban football as well. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And Gibbs, Ali, Scott, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Glad to see you're feeling better. Hope the trend continues and you're 100% next week, Lactoid. And love you, Pry.
Same here. Thanks so much. I was going to say something. But all right, thanks. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Prime Lactoid. I'm glad to see you're doing better. I second everything Corey said about the pharmaceutical. I'm not a big fan of the farm reps, the companies. They're bad. But more importantly, Lactoid, Corey, how do you guys feel about, potentially becoming the 51st state in Americans, right? No citizenship test. You just get to be part of the squad. How does that make you guys feel?
Lactoid doesn't have to fake it anymore.
That's when,
yeah.
right. That's when the fucking Canadian jokes will finally stop. Is when Canada's the
That's true.
It will never stop because it's literally now like everywhere. Lactoid can't get away from it. Not on Twitter, not anywhere.
There's no joking here. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Lactoid's Canadian. He lives in Virginia. Also, he's like 5'11". He keeps lying about being over 6 foot. We see through your lies, Lactoid. Okay, all right. But thanks so much. And finally, our friend Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, and for being awesome. Extremely entertaining.
I'm glad that you enjoy the presents. I enjoy coming. It's always fun stuff. I'm Admiral Gibbs. Hopefully, in closing, we can one day convert Lactoid back to conservatism and away from his communist leanings and argue for statism. I would be nice because it's hard being the only conservative fighting for gun rights on all these panels. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I guess I'll stick around for some of the open here. Speaking of Lactoid's going to be on my show Friday. We're going to be having Debate Championship Series semifinals going down against Ico Rich. So it should be a good one. I'm excited. Hopefully he'll defend the right on that panel. So, on that thing.
I want to have a discussion one day. I'm trying to figure out where my political standings actually are, and you seem to know a lot of definitions. So if you're down to have a conversation one day, and we can definitionally figure out where I'm
just
at.
DM me.
All right, cool. Hell yeah.
We'll do a political tier list together. How about that?
I'm down.
Instead of having a conversation about it, we'll go through every political ideology, and then we'll vote on the tier list, and then we'll create 2 tier lists and compare them.
All right, let's do it.
Okay. All right. So then I'll leave it there. I know some people got to drop off. I want to keep the panel going and let some other people in who wanted to join in, right? And Gambit's one of those people. He wants to say something quickly to the panel. So
he wants to give you thousands of dollars, Prime. He wants to give thousands of subs. That's what he's here.
Yes. No. So
join with video, Gambit. I can't. Oh, actually, never mind. That's too much work. Never mind.
No, you should.
Yeah. So, Prime. What I was gonna say is, and somebody was even saying this in chat while I was about to hit you up. I think it's okay for you to do a spoilers panel. I think you should set a date in the future and say, hey, we're going to talk about Severance on some random Tuesday in February. It gives people time that want to watch it. And then have a conversation about it. I'm interested because it just sounds like a lot of y'all care about the show. So I'd be interested just to hear. So, some people like spoilers. So, just saying that could be.
Okay.
Fire content. Could be a new show, start a book club. Or
I will send
show
you
club.
The links that only criminals use. So I'm not sure if there's any use to you. But you have those links as well. But okay. This is an open space where we can talk. You want to, if you got to go, I know Lactoid, you have to go. So I'll see you later, friend. Anyone else wants to go?
Feel better, brother.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah. So if others want to join in, you can as well. And our friend Gambit, of course, is going to get on camera. He's going to get on camera shortly, so that'll be great. So
Ico. I think that's Ico that was saying.
Ico. Hey, great. All right. So what do you guys want to talk about in this open type panel?
Oh, I wanted to talk about something, and I think y'all are gonna assume I'm memeing, and I couldn't be more serious.
Don't worry, I get that a lot.
I'm ready for it.
That's Gibbs's whole spiel.
So
yeah.
I was listening to y'all, and I was telling Prime I wanted to jump on, but I was like working out because I was trying to lose weight this year. So I'm terrified when I hear things that happened on the panel. I think some of the things that Sociologic was saying, to me, they hint at white male school shooter vibes. And I feel like there's a lot of people who are I don't know, they intellectually come to a place where they think nothing can help. And I heard Scott, I heard Leptard, I heard a lot of people offer like suggestions.
Yeah.
And for about an hour, you kept saying, no, you guys are just saying do nothing because you're not saying go kill people in so
Okay.
many words. And
Yeah.
and like I think when I see people that seem defeated or however you might feel is best to describe your mental state right now, I think it's dangerous. And I think like
Yeah.
I don't know what we do about people who fell into the hole you fell into, but yeah, I felt like a lot of laughing and stuff, and I see where we are with thoughts like yours, like being spoken as extremely dangerous.
Yeah. So
So just before you do that, thank you, Sean, for the gifted membership on YouTube. Yeah, gifting one of Sean on YouTube. Thank you, Sean, for that. It's awfully kind of you. Go ahead.
Sociologic. I want you to speak for all white male shooters, by the way. Since
right,
you
real
fell
quick.
in and out.
Yeah, so like to Scott's point, I do feel like I am kind of like the general thought when it comes to like these like in the panel. I do feel like I speak for the average man, the everyman. So for me, it's not so much that I advocate for the killing, right? Like Luigi should have went to jail. He got caught. He did a dumb thing. He killed someone. He should suffer the consequences of that thing and go to jail, which is like exactly what happened. And like I don't think anyone should actually free him. But for me, right, like I can do my own thing. I can go work and be self-sufficient and all of that. The issue is I feel like we live in a country where everyone's supposed to like pay their fair share. I feel like we live in a system that we're bought into that like certain people get to avoid. So like for me, like I get a Scott, like for example, hates taxes. I'm not so much that I hate taxes. I think people should pay the taxes in the country that they're living. I think if the taxes that we're paying like are used to actually benefit like the common citizens, it's fine. So for me, it's not so much like eat the rich, but it's like they won't even pay their fair share in taxes, and I feel like it won't benefit. Like it's not benefiting the greater people. While without us, they wouldn't be as rich as they are. And that's kind of like where I'm at. And I feel like right now we're in a point in time where the common man has no like tool to fight against the people who they, not so much that they're oppressing us, but it's just like they get away with kind of like insane bullshit. And that's where I feel like most people are at. It's not so much that I want like a killing rampage, but it's just like they get to avoid court, they get to avoid jail, they get to avoid taxes, and like I'm over here working and I have to pay taxes, and like if I do something stupid and I get caught, like I don't get to just pay off the judge, so on and so forth.
This is where I actually flip on you, right? Because you brought up like so earlier, right? Like I'm with you. I think there's a line. I think political violence is necessary sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I think you have to have guns. But then you sit here and you have the audacity to turn around and go, oh, it's because these guys aren't paying their fair taxes whenever they're paying like the major majority of taxes for the entire nation, like kind of thing. Like, all right, so this is maybe the issue that I think like people that have been arguing against this all night is that there's going to be a group of people with a perception of something that's not true that's going to kick off vigilante justice, and that's going to kick off a civil war or some other bad kind of thing. And there is some degree to that. And I will sit there and say, yeah. But I'm also going to sit here and say, just because you have a few crazies like this, right, that are going to kick off something due to perception, I need my 2A, I need my guns, because you know what happens when the government does something evil and we actually have to have a revolution.
Well, yeah, I'm not anti-gun.
Like, hold on. Like, you say you're like we're talking about self-sufficient. Like, I'm actually, if I wanted to be, I could go on my ranch right now and I would never have to pay the government anything except for the taxes, right? Like, I have water, I got electricity, I got oil, I got fucking cattle, I got crops. Like, I could go out there.
You need people, man. You need people.
Right. Sure. And I have people.
Matter.
We have staff, and their family or their family friends. Like, if we wanted to become the Republican Gibbs tomorrow, in theory, like we could go and make our little nation state or city state or whatever on my right, like but like yeah, I agree. You need people, and there is a point where there's violence. But whenever you sit here and say the violence is necessary because checks notes, rich man not paying enough taxes. Come on,
wait,
bro.
If I can't sit here and give every single reason why I feel like people are. I'm going to the easiest and most like accessible reason, which is like at the very least, like Americans are like, yo, I'm making $45,000 a year, and like I don't even get the 40. Wait, I don't even get that. Wait, and I don't even get that 45, right? They're getting like 30 of it, like 35, whatever it may be, because
and
X
so
amount.
imagine how a
And, like,
millionaire
yeah, so
feels who's
people aren't
like,
feeling fucked.
imagine how, like,
Yeah,
I don't know the
that's just
tax
the
numbers off the top of my,
easiest.
yeah, okay, but let's just imagine how a millionaire feels. I don't know what the tax numbers are off the top of my head, right? I'm not like fucking H&R Block, but like, let's just sit here and go, hey, if a millionaire is getting 40 to 60% or 50% or 38% or however they want to clip it, because now we got to
It should
tax
just
through
be their
capital
fair
gains.
share. I don't
Yeah,
think it has to
well,
be
but
any,
that's what is
any
their fair
exorbitant.
share? What is their, because you're sitting, you're going,
If I pay
got,
15,
I
they pay
want
15.
45. Oh, you want a
Pay
flat
more.
tax?
I mean, I'm not really like opposed
You
to
well,
that.
so you want a flat tax? Oh
If,
man,
if you
Does
have
that is that
Alright.
bad? Is
Yo,
that bad that I do
alright.
something wrong? I'm not. Listen, guys,
You might
I'm
be
not a
friends
tax
with
expert.
Christians.
Oh, you
Guys,
listen,
I'm
you
not
might-
a tax. I'm not a tax
You might
expert.
be
Did I say
friends with
something like
Christians if
crazy?
you want a flat tax.
Hey,
No,
you know,
for
now
me,
you're coming-
if you ask me, I think it should just be like, I don't think an income tax works. I think the sales tax would probably clear things up.
inescapable
But
flat
anyways,
you so
anyways,
basically you're everything I advocate for all the time. Come on over here.
but I told you I'm not a leftist. I tell you I'm not a leftist all the time. But anyways, is anything I said crazy, or is it like does it just seem
Wait,
fair?
so this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
what you said is extremely beneficial for rich people. And like
Wait, which part?
if you
Which
told
part?
me if you
Rich
told me
people
I
wants
had an
access to
inescapable
in the middle class.
15% flat tax, I would vote for it. Well, I wouldn't vote for it because it tear the country up, but it'd be favorable.
Nah, you would vote for it. Come on, Papa. You vote
No, I
for it.
wouldn't.
You'd
I
be
really
right there
wouldn't. I
next to
really
me in
wouldn't.
line.
I mean,
No,
You'd
no,
be
no,
like,
I don't
yeah,
want to
I'll
sit
give
here
me
and be like
right.
tax
I
85%.
generally
That makes no sense.
care. I generally care about my fellow American. I wouldn't vote because I think that would make what Sociologic was saying earlier more likely that we'd have like people like trying to just commit stochastic terrorism, right? So,
Yep.
so I wouldn't do it on those grounds.
If it was a flat tax, why does that work? I actually don't understand. I don't get it.
So, let me just say, right? So,
Big fan of flat tax
so,
idea, by the
so
way.
listen, there is a very select, very small group of people, right? I'm talking a couple hundred people in this country, okay, that they basically don't have any income whatsoever. They have wealth and assets. They turn all of their income into property that is like resistant
It's all
to
debt.
inflation.
They're in
Then
debt.
they
constantly.
go right. Then they go to a bank and they get a loan based off their own assets.
Yeah.
Right. And they pay some level of taxes off of that, but they don't pay. They pay like they pay roughly what like the lower middle class pays. Okay. Now, I understand what you mean when you say those people ought to pay their fair share. There's two problems with that, right? One, I'll get into in a minute, but two, you can't tax wealth. And the reason you can't tax wealth is because it would destroy the economy. Like it would utterly destroy it would be like impossible to tax wealth. Because if you tax unrealized gains, right? Like it gets taxed when people pull it out in money, and they get taxes to a certain degree on the loans. Now, if you want to tax, if you want to say to pay my fair share in taxes, we should tax people that take out multi-million-dollar loans from taxes as a form of like income off of other things. That is one way you could say the wealthy aren't paying their fair share. But you need to understand that in terms of the overall tax burden, that's not even 0.001% increase in tax revenue. The overwhelming majority of people that aren't like those 400 or 1,000 people that are like millionaires or people that like, multimillionaires, they pay more in taxes as a proportion of their income than anybody else. The top quintile, which is like the top 20%, they
Prime,
pay
you're the counter. Is this true?
Right.
Absolutely.
The top 20%.
I don't have the information. I'm listening.
Hold on. The top 20%, right? So the 80% of people are less wealthy than them, right? Or right? They pay a majority of all taxes.
Yes.
So for all the taxes that the top 20% are paying, it changes from year to year, but it's somewhere between like 52 to 60% of all of the tax revenue. The bottom 80%, so that's all the poor people, that's all the middle class people, that's all the upper middle class people. All of them combined pay less than half of all the taxes in the country. And if you want to go by marginal propensity to consume, versus marginal propensity to save, right? So that is when you get $1, what percentage of that dollar do you spend on something, right?
Mhm.
And that what you will notice is that the bottom quintile has a marginal propensity to consume above the level of 1.0, which is for every dollar that they earn, they spend more money than what they earn because
Exactly.
they also get they also get welfare, temporary assistance for needy families, subsidies in some form. Now, yeah, there are tax subsidies for the billionaires. There are problems with our tax code for sure. And there are that 1,000 or 2,000 at the highest group of people like Elon Musk or people like George Soros or Jeff Bezos, right? That have teams of lawyers and shit that aren't quote unquote paying their fair share, whatever that means, right? And if we can give a quick definition for fair share, which is paying the same percentage as the people that aren't in that fucking category, but are still in the top 20%.
Which you guys all yelled at me for.
So,
right, but recognize
different.
the problem is that's 0.00 or 0. That's not even a large fraction of 1%.
So,
also, I didn't yell at you. I was happy about your proposal.
I want to
Big
jump in
fan.
on this. Sure. So, I agree with a lot of what Scott said.
Everything I just said is descriptively true. Everything I said is fact.
Oh my
you have
God,
to agree
yes.
with basically everything.
Yeah,
Oh my
I
God.
agree with Fabian right now.
Oh my God, Scott,
I think we all agree
please.
on all
I'm
sorts
not.
of things.
The point isn't. I wasn't trying to fight you. Okay, all right, please.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I didn't give opinions in that. I was just giving, how it works.
Yeah. So there's lots of things that I would have a problem with a flat tax. So a flat tax is considered regressive, right? A regressive tax, meaning it'll hurt the poor more than the rich. In a sales tax,
It will not hurt. It just means that it takes more of their relative income.
Hurt. So, but anyway, because think about it, right? So 15%, let's say you make $30,000, 50% of $30,000 is a bigger proportion than 15% a person makes 30 million, right? Of your wealth. So that's why we generally don't tax people the same.
Isn't it already
the sales tax
20% or something?
Is a regressive tax.
No,
I mean, it depends.
No, dude.
Well, the lowest tax bracket is 0.
The top tax bracket is 40% pretty much, bro.
Yeah.
It's
So
incredible
right
the
now,
difference in the bottom and top tax bracket.
No. I was
The
saying
bottom tax bracket is
I was saying the average American, aren't they already paying 15 or whatever percent X out
I don't know what the marginal tax rate is for them.
It depends.
It's probably
yes, if you're only talking about income tax, right?
Yeah.
You have to think about there's property tax, there's sales tax, there's state
I'm
tax,
trying to be real simple real quick.
Just there's inflation, you know what I mean? There's a lot of taxes. Most Americans are paying close to half of their wealth, and the average American is paying, over half of.
I don't think that's true.
Some form of tax.
I don't know if it's half, but I don't.
It is if you count inflation as a tax.
If you count inflation as a tax, I don't think most people would. But okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So beyond people
much taxes.
and on the left, right? So Ali, I know you're not on the left. You said you're not a leftist, so it's fine, right? But on the left, we want progressive taxes, and that they get higher as you go up in income, right? But we have tax brackets, right? You heard the concept of tax brackets, from 20,000. If you make 20,000 a year to 100,000, that's one.
I understand the basic concepts of it.
No, I understand. Yeah. So there's tax brackets. People on the left, like me, would say, for instance, there's not enough tax brackets. So my friend Gambit here, right? He's in a very high tax bracket, not exactly sure, but very, very high, right?
Yes,
he should
in the same tax bracket with Elon Musk, which is why everything Prime is about to say is right.
Small and good for you, brother. I hope you make more money.
But no. But here's the problem, right? So he is in a certain tax bracket. Let's say he makes 200,000 a year, right, or 400,000 a year. He's in that same bracket as Elon. However, is it fair for a person making 400,000 a year to be taxed as much as the richest man in the world, right? We would want to break it up to have multiple tax brackets where you can fairly tax the people above. When you have just one big tax bracket like that has all those people, basically it turns people of a Gambit's status, right? People who are successful, relatively successful within our economy, right? It makes them have common cause with billionaires because like I don't want to have my taxes raised. You said like raise the taxes on the rich, but like I actually don't make billions of dollars, right? So if you're trying to target Elon, you're actually also targeting me. So it makes it even harder to actually have that. We had a tax bracket for the billionaires and for like the 100 millionaires, right? We could then properly have our tax policy target them and get that kind of revenue. Now, so there's that part. Now, where Gambit probably disagrees with me is that my purpose for taxation is different, right? It's not simply raising revenue for me, but it's actually controlling the accumulation of wealth, right?
Yeah.
I think that and I've said it many times before, that the increased concentration of wealth that we have in the billionaire class is literally toxic for our democracy. That's why I say that there shouldn't be billionaires. Not because like I hate the number of like 1 billion. I'm talking about that the more concentration of money, right? The political sphere bends to that money, right? Like politicians respond more to people who have $1 million than they do people who make $50,000, right?
But hold on, Prime.
And by orders of magnitude more of billionaires, right? The amount of power they have within our government, within our society, actually is threatens the functioning of a democracy.
Well,
that's why I would do that. But
you know what? Hold on. You know what? Also,
that's why Prime
hold on.
wants to ban unions.
But okay, we can go back to that. I don't know where that's going, but listen, I'll tell you something. Hold on. You know what?
Politics.
We'll
ban the unions.
Okay, so if you want to get money out of politics, that'd be fine.
We'll come back to the unions thing, but I want to hold on. Prime. This is something else that lacks. That I think that Ali has kind of hit the nail on the head on, which is personal accountability. We talk about this a lot here, right? And I'll tell you what, this is why he instantly came to the idea of a flat tax, is because the idea fair share, whatsoever, just because 30% of your $1 is a lot to you, 30% of my $1 maybe less to me, doesn't change the fact it's still 30%, right? Like just because, these guys have more, whatever, cool. Well, these guys also probably work 120-hour weeks. They're probably on the clock when they're sleeping. They're like, if you get a call from Singapore, they got to wake up and take the call from Singapore. Like with
lots
my
of people
business.
Do that. Lots of people
sure,
do that.
I'm sure, and most of those people
they're not billionaires.
Are rich, right?
Not all of them. No.
Oh, sure, a lot of them are though.
If you do
but
IT,
hold on,
you can be
hold on. I'll let you give your whole spiel there,
sorry.
real quick. Okay, I'm not quite as wealthy as maybe GSU or here, who is in the same bracket as Elon, but I would wager, based off just like what I do know of, that I probably have more like land, right? Like I'm like more land rich than other people. That doesn't mean I'm rich because my margins are lower. Sure, cool, right? So when I'm sitting here and I'm getting fucked because I'm paying 30-40% taxes, I'm trying to come up with ways to write this shit off and hide my money and doing all shit, and I've got 2 different accountants working on all my shit, and I have to hire a fucking specialist on top of that. That's ridiculous, right? That I'm having to do this all because I'm paying 30%, and then I go look over at Sally, who's fucking living off her welfare, not having to fucking pay anything, smoking rocks and knocking up babies, popping out babies, and you're acting like I'm joking, but I know 10 of these bitches from my hometown, and
that are knocking up babies.
It's cool. Well, cool. Guess what they can do as a billionaire? They can be like Elon and build a fucking compound for them. I'm not worried about them babies. I'm worried about crackhead Sally down the road. I'm worried about fucking Lupita over here that's fucking sick as fuck, railing cocaine at the strip club, and then coming home and popping out 6 kids living off government assistance. I'm mad about that. I'm fucking mad about it. I'm mad about that. And I'm sitting here, and Ali hits the nail on the head because, okay, instead of all of us paying all these different 50% and me having to come up with a fucking 2 different people with masters in accounting to come up with loopholes for me to get out of paying shit because it's outrageous how much I have to pay as a landowner. Oh, lordy, and a rancher who's getting fucked. Ali goes, why don't we simplify that? And why does everybody who works just pay the same amount? Holy shit, it's real appealing to somebody like me. And guess what? Everybody's got to hold up their end of the bargain. And I get why people like Prime doesn't like that because it is regressive. But maybe fairness should be a value in and of itself.
this
Everybody
is-
being held accountable should be accounted for
So-
to be something valuable.
So the thing to understand about taxes, right? Obviously, I want the tax rate to be 0 for all taxes. Fuck the government, right? But
Wow.
I again understand that not everybody is going to follow that line of logic. But one thing that you do have to recognize, right, is that every single tax that you institute is a disincentive against the behavior that that created that money to begin with, right? So if I have a tax against billionaires, for like a specific new tax bracket against billionaires, then we're going to disincentivize people to want to become billionaires. If I have a cigarette tax on cigarettes, then we're going to disincentivize people to smoke cigarettes. We're going to disincentivize companies to produce cigarettes. It doesn't matter. No matter if I have
sorry,
if I have a
friend,
tax,
that doesn't make
we
sense.
have a tax
though.
on those things,
Friend,
and it doesn't
friend,
do either
that
of those.
doesn't like I
yes,
can
it absolutely does.
your other
It's just factually
examples
true.
your other examples is fine, right? Like on cigarettes, like that disincentive to making cigarettes. I hear you, right? But on billionaires, right? Like there's no disincentive to want to make more money. Right? So
There absolutely is. So it's like, listen, there absolutely is. So we can take it from the cigarette perspective, right? If I make cigarettes 10% cheaper, there's some amount of people that will go, 10% more expensive, right? Via a tax. There's some amount of people that will go, cigarettes are just too fucking expensive. I got to quit. I'm done. And then there's some people that the 10% increase is like, I love cigarettes, or I'm addicted to cigarettes. I'm going to keep smoking cigarettes. It doesn't matter that you taxed it. Similarly, with let's say if you had a bracket for billionaires, there's some level of drive that people have to make that much money. And if you increase the tax at that level, there's some people that are gonna want to make even more and more money. And then there's some people, because making more money requires more effort. It just does. And
But-
so if that
Maybe.
money is smaller, no,
So-
listen, if this is just factually true. You
No,
can't,
no,
like, this is
I'll deal
undeniable.
with it
It's
later.
not
I'll deal with it
though.
later.
It's not though. But I'll deal with it
It
after
is.
you
Let me
done.
finish. Let me finish. So if you have a billion, right? If I'm making $900 million a year, right? And I want to grow my business, and there's a tax that the government has that says once you get over $1 billion, we increase your taxes by, let's say, 50% higher taxes. There's going to be
No,
some
that's crazy.
people that are like, there are going to be some people that are going to put in 80, 90 hours of work to get to that level. And then that new tax is going to be like, I'll put in 70 hours. Like, they're not going to stop trying to compete because they're already way at the top. They're not going to stop trying to make money. But the thing is that the more you tax anything, it will always have a downward pressure, some level of. That doesn't mean that people don't still try to do it. That means that the amount of effort, or that the amount of people in aggregate, or the amount of like that will decrease. It's the same thing with a property tax. If you increase property taxes tenfold, right? Some people are going to be like, "Fuck it, I don't want to be a homeowner. I'll just rent." Or they might buy a tiny home instead of a bigger home because they don't want to deal with the extra property tax. Every single solitary tax that you put into the economy is a disincentive towards the behavior that leads towards that tax, because that tax is a punishment. That doesn't mean that like it's purely punishment for it, but it does mean that there's some level of punishment associated. So the more you talk about taxing wealthy people, the more you talk about taxing certain brackets higher and higher, you must understand that you're always putting a disincentive, a downward pressure on things that make people money. And in a capitalist economy or capitalistic economy, that is destructive towards growth.
I have my
Yeah.
problems, but I'm gonna let Gambit go
hold
first.
on. So Scott, all right. I think what you're saying is true at lower income levels. I think the amount of grit and personal will and blah, blah, blah that you put into working, it affects the increase on your income the lower you are on the totem pole. The person who makes 800 million and the person who crosses 1 billion, it's a different in market forces in their investments. And it's not necessarily tied directly to what their human ingenuity is being centered around every day. So like, I disagree with you on the principle that people are going to stop at 999 million because that's not real. That's not realistic.
That's not my claim.
No.
My claim is that people stop at
wait.
$999
I'll
million.
let you talk.
Well, what about capital gains,
people-
GSU?
the
Like, what about
things-
capital gains? Like, how does that fit in what you're saying? Like, if I own
All of
land,
that is my
GSU,
point.
Let him finish because he hasn't actually addressed my claim.
Yeah. All of that
He's
is
just-
my point, Gibbs. So, like, if I'm making 700 million a year because my investments are fucking amazing, and next year one of the companies puts out some great new invention that dramatically increases the stock price, so now I cross into a net worth billionaire. It's not that it was something specific that I was doing in my day to day that caused me that super rise in income. And when you get to higher and higher incomes, that's how these things exist. So this tax that you're
but
saying
GSU, that's
is going to
okay.
hold on. I'm almost done. I'm really almost done. So this tax that he is saying is going to decrease people's work output is just not true based off that foundation.
No, so it's two things.
I got a
first
different
of all,
objection.
What I
when
said
you
is actually true. It just is. Okay. If you punish additional wealth more, you are going to have some form of downward pressure on behavior that leads to
I'll
that
give
wealth.
you.
Now,
I'll give you the
number
easy
two,
example.
I disagree.
You might be you can't disagree. It's just factually true. Like
No,
you can't. You could just say, well, they won't. Well, yes, they will. Like it is like you have to arrive there
No,
praxeologically.
you're saying
and
the same thing in the opposite direction.
No, you're denying.
I'm just telling
free
you.
will
I
and
just
human
told you
action
why
by
I
doing so.
disagree. You just said it as a statement of fact.
It is a statement of fact, but again, the second thing. Let's say it's purely an investment strategy, and it's not in any way, shape, and output and effort. You're still going to have a pressure on the types of investment strategy that occur, because if you overwhelmingly punish a higher bracket, then what you're going to get is people that are close to that bracket are going to invest in more high risk, high reward type of scenarios as opposed to more stable growth, because they're going to be incentivized in such a way that they're like, look, if I invest in something risky while I'm really, where I already have a ton of money anyways, and I lose, that sucks. But if I win, I get a fuck ton and it's worth it. But if I do something that's a slow burn that's stable, I'm just going to not make that much money when I break into the new thing. So in order to do it, I need to break into the stratosphere. And so you're going to incentivize risky investment strategies as opposed to stable investment
Could
strategies.
you explain that? I don't
because of
understand what
that
you're saying there.
Right, like if I make 999 million,
Wait,
I got a big
question.
objection to this as well,
Wait,
for totally different reasons.
Wait, hold on, Fabian. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to ask you a clarifying point. Earlier, you said that this is true if we increase the top tax bracket by 50%, which is something that Prime would do, which is disgusting. But let's be reasonable people here, not like Prime. Most of the tax brackets have 4 to 5% difference in this. If we created a tax bracket after I can't remember if it's 500 or something thousand or 600 or 1,000, whatever it is. We created a tax bracket after that, and we put another additional 4 or 5% and created a new tax bracket. Do you think that does all these things that you're saying?
It absolutely does. It just obviously is going to have way less of an impact, right? Like I use the extreme example to highlight it. But the fact of the matter is,
I think you used the extreme example because that's the only way it works.
Can I give you a not as extreme example? Can I give you a not as extreme example?
It's simpler to see that way. It is a fact. It's just like if you raise minimum wage, right? If you raise minimum wage by $1, right? Like not a large amount. There is over enough calculations in the market, there will be some job loss. It is inevitable that there will be some job loss. And the reason, well, actually, it's not inevitable that there'll be some job loss. It's inevitable that there will be downward pressure, right? But we could raise it by 1 cent and there would still be downward pressure. You just might not actually see, it might be so statistically small that it doesn't have any measurable impact. But if we raise minimum wage by $1, you're going to see some job loss. You're just gonna.
So you think a person like me is saying, I'm going to lose 40% of my next dollar, so I don't want more money? That's what you think is happening?
That's not what I'm saying.
Can I try a different tack here?
That's 100% what you're saying.
Not a conscious. No, what I'm saying is it's not a conscious thought that someone goes, I'm going to lose 40% of my next dollar, so I'm not even going to try to make it. What I'm saying is
so
it has a downward. No, it's a
No.
downward
Can
pressure.
I try? Can
What
I
it
try a
means is
different
that
way, Fabian?
The growth is definitionally less valuable, and so because it's definitionally less valuable, there's slightly less, or if it's a huge tax,
It's not less valuable.
largely
But
less,
grit.
less valuable.
Let me
It
try it a
is,
different
though.
way.
It
Let me try a different
definitionally
way.
is.
Just let me jump in here. All right. This is why I asked about capital gains grid, right? So I deal with this a lot with the ranch, right? Like this is a thing I deal with every fucking year, right? For example, so when I bought a piece of property recently, it had a homestead on there, which we tore down, but it also had for the workers, it had like guest homes. They had bathrooms, it had like the bedroom, it had cable TV, it had all the necessities, water, it had electricity, right? Well, I ended up sitting here getting the value for it. And after a year, I wanted to sell this property. Now, all potential buyers for this property love that it had these guest houses or these like the workers' houses. However, it ended up being more beneficial for me to go and tear down these properties than sell it and have the capital gains come and fuck me. Because if I had a developed property, now this actually happens every time I own a property for over a year. Say I they build a windmill out there, right? That could either decrease the property value or increase it depending on like your rights with the company, right? Like if I get power from the windmill, then that could be a whole different situation, right? But every time I build something on my property, say I build like a stable, or say I build sheds to house equipment out there, whatever, that increases the property. Then when I go and sell it, the government takes a huge cut. Now, I'm not actually making any money from this because my investment was so high and it was
Don't
spread
fix
out
it to
over
the land.
So
Don't make it a
spread out
permanent
the year.
fixture to the land. Build it on a base.
That doesn't work sometimes, brother.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, listen, I can't.
Not every building could be a mobile home.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not. That's part of the reason why the immigration issue is big with me is because they're destroying fixed like in place fixtures, right? They're like, this is like stuff that gets damaged. They're killing cattle. Like, so when I go and try to sell this land, and say, for example, they rezone it in like Justin, Texas. I have some land like that's in like the Fort Worth, Dallas area, right? It's in between with the Metroplex, and now they want to rezone it. Now that land's worth way more. Now I have not even able to use that land anymore because I have cattle. I don't have any like things. So if I sell it, it's just a hickey, right? Because this capital gains comes in and just fucks anybody with any kind of land that they've owned for any long time. And like y'all go, oh well, it hurts. It helps us pay this fair share for this portion of like the class. But in reality, the people that are getting fucked are your ranchers, your farmers who like own land, invest in their properties, and then when they do eventually sell portions of it, they're the ones fucked because they only got like minimal return year over year because the margins are so high and every cost of investment is real high, and then like say I own a tractor, it depreciates
if you
wildly.
Get rid of the tax, you might build more shit. When
exactly. That's exactly true.
And then guess what happens if there was more homes? Is the
I farm coastal on my land. You know what coastal is?
Which would help the poor.
So for most of my ranch, I farm coastal. You know what coastal? It's fucking grass. You know why? Because it's cheap. And if I started farming other crops, specific crops, that raises the value of the land when the tax man comes and they appraise it. And guess what? Now it's whatever, and they'll come and fuck me hard on taxes if I'm raising like I don't know corn
but you're also
or something
going
else.
to make more money off those crops that you're.
No, it won't. You know how expensive coastal is to sell? Like coastal is just like any other farm product. If they have a year where there's no fucking hay or grass or hay bales, I fucking make a shitload of money on coastal. Other years I make pennies on the dollar.
Hold on, wait. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that your value will appraise to more if you put other crops that are the same value as what you raise now.
Yeah, because you have to build certain infrastructure for the crops.
Wait,
you understand what I'm saying? Like, so, like,
no,
say I wanted to. So, okay, so like, say I wanted to, like, have like a cornfield, right? Or I maybe not a corn. I don't have to get a corn wall, but like tomatoes or something. You're gonna have to build, like, you're gonna have to go out there, and I'm gonna have to build like basically the little vineyard things to hold the tomatoes, to hold a certain shape, so that they grow the like whatever. That all increases the value of the land, as opposed to if I just leave it grassland and never develop it at all. I could just sit here and sell and make probably about similar amounts on selling grassland that I roll up in a fucking hay baler.
Why would I ever make it higher if it's similar in output?
Because it's the infrastructure and the infrastructure.
The more he puts, the more he builds on the land, right? The higher the taxes go up.
Exactly.
And so when he sells it, he's making the same profit, which is
No, but-
usually just breaking even.
but-
And so it's a disincentive to him building anything on the land and then selling it, which means that less things get built.
No, wait,
and if less
Fabian, I'm
things
not-
get
So say
built,
we need
it's
tomatoes.
Wait. Hold on, wait, Gibbs. Wait, Fabian. It's not that I don't understand that part of it. I don't understand the appraisal itself. If these things
Because it's permanent
produce
structures.
equal value, but it doesn't matter because those are expenses to the income that you would make.
Okay, let me
which
try.
means it's a decrease in profit.
So let's just use like tomatoes. Let's use tomatoes like I just used, right? So if I built like greenhouses instead of doing whatever and put them on my land, right? They could use whoever comes in, they go, oh, I have the option to build, like plant any of these crops. Some of them more profitable, some of them less, right? Based off their needs. And they all work for the greenhouse. Versus they show up to my land and I haven't built anything. They go, their only option is to build the coastal. Thus, by building the infrastructure, it's worth more. Because it's like, you know,
Understood.
Yeah.
100% understand. Appreciate that.
So, yeah, so I have a different view of these things.
Yeah, because Prime, you're unreasonable. Prime, just be reasonable.
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna tax 99% for everybody over $100. So effectively, they won't be able to exist in my Prime. No,
Well, it would.
There's such thing as a reasonable tax.
Sure. So, as at the billionaire level, right? You could still make hundreds of millions of dollars. That could still come in. However, right, like every dollar above like your billionaire status, like would be taxed at, I don't know, 60%.
But nobody has a
70%.
billion.
Sorry, what?
They don't have billions.
Nobody has a billion in income.
They have billions in
Oh,
wealth.
sorry, no, did I say I didn't say a billion income. I said above your billion, but I didn't say billion. I don't think I said billion income. Anyway,
So you're
like
talking about
if I
taxing
tax
wealth?
wealth?
no, tax. No. I said, sorry. Maybe I expressed this incorrectly. Sorry, hold on. I'm talking about taxing income, all right? And at a certain amount
over here.
like you get taxed like on your billionth dollar above like at 60% or so, right? Like or whatever, you know, even higher number.
That statement.
But hold on. No. You
don't understand where we're missing you. I'm asking you a question. I'm not trying to argue with you.
I know. I just hold on. I just want to get through.
What's $1 billion? That's not income.
Sure.
Tax.
Don't worry.
Nobody makes $1 billion.
Don't. Okay. That's not what I. That's. Okay. I'll talk about it later. It's fine. I can talk about it later. But I want to get my point out. What was I going to say? Shit.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to address
text on your conversation.
It's fine. Like we could talk about it in a second. I want to talk about what our friend Scott was saying in terms of effort, right? So I agree with what Gambit was saying, that like effort comes in in the lower brackets. That's where it really matters. When you go to the stratospheres of the 100 millionaires, right, then into the billionaires, there's a point where like the human being isn't doing so much more work, or work that is so much more valuable or so much more ingenious that in itself earns them that money, right? Like it is a combination of investments, of connections, of maybe government protections, right? Like
that
all
labor
these
is more valuable. That's why they make more money.
I don't look at it that way. No, actually I don't.
Well,
but hold on.
Think about like this.
Let me
The
finish.
market
Yeah.
proves that it is.
If you worship the market, then yes, I guess that makes sense to you. But I don't.
What's your question?
It's not even a question. So I'm just like responding. So, I that work isn't so much more valuable that it makes a billionaire, but even more to the point what I was going to say, right? Because I believe implied, right? Even though you may not express it this way, or maybe you do, I don't know. But I think implied in your statement talking about, well, if you tax, you disincentivize like the actions that got that money, right? that you are taxing, right? Like it disincentivize. like when talking about billionaires, it implies that the work they do is positive for the economy, is useful work. And I would argue that oftentimes it isn't, right? Maybe it was useful in the building of whatever company they were making, right? And in that pathway, they became millionaires, right? Like small digit millionaires, single digit millionaires, right? Double digit millionaires, even maybe a triple digit millionaire. They that was the useful work. But beyond that, the extra wealth doesn't come from necessarily useful work. Maybe it comes from entrenching themselves, right? Like you talk about yourself, Scott, in terms of like getting government protections, right? And so that inculcating the billions and raising it. Maybe it comes from squeezing out competitors. Maybe it comes from all kinds of things. But actually, I resist this idea that it's necessarily useful. So when I'm talking about,
I agree. Let me break it down for you.
Okay.
Right. So I agree. So when there are two ways that you can make money, in a business, right? Fundamentally, the way number one, which in a market economy, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to be capitalist, but just in any market economy. The way that you make money is either A, you provide goods and services that other people value, right? Whatever that whatever that service is, whatever that, property that you're selling, you're providing the service of selling, right? Whatever. And then B is that you use your money and influence to gain state protection, to inculcate your position, against competitors. Those are the only two ways to make money in a business. Every action can essentially be put into those two categories. Now, I agree with you that when you're talking about billionaires, or when you're talking about 500 millionaires, right, or you're talking about like giant corporations, that they're almost all of them are doing both, right? And I do agree that, like, to what extent they're doing B instead of A, that money is a net negative on the economy, on growth, on the citizenry, on everything, like on liberty, right? Like every dollar they spend, every time they try and get favorable laws to inculcate themselves and give themselves monopoly protection from the state, is wrong. But so I agree with you on that. Like, I am talking purely in a pure capitalist sense, right? Where option B doesn't exist, right? Where option B doesn't exist, where only option A exists, where the only way that a business can make money is through the goods and services that they sell or purchase, or investments, right? Which is, kind of a good or a service. So if B is taken off of the table, then the more money they make is proven to be more valuable labor. It is proven to be such. And the reason it's proven to be such is because it provides more value. It gains more money, right? So like, even though it's you can say like, well, there's no more value to like a billionaire or a big business investing $100 million and it comes on to a return of like 8% in some business investment. All they did is put money somewhere, to fund some company, and they got like 8% in a year, and like inflation was, let's say, like 2.6%. But it's like, but that's actually not true, right? Like, it is absolutely true that the labor that put them into the position to be able to make that large investment, and to make that investment, is more valuable than some form of labor that like nets some wage slave $32 an hour. Like, it simply is more valuable, and the market is showing that it's more valuable. I agree that billionaires do crazy, evil shit with regulatory capture and use the government to punish businesses and buy off politicians. But the answer to that isn't to tax the billionaires more. The answer is to take away the billionaires' power to gain influence in gaining influence in the state to regulate the market, so that it frees up the market for their competitors, which means that they'll only stay billionaires if they're providing goods and services better than their competitors. Because if their competitors come in and they can provide things cheaper, higher quality, or whatever, We can hear your birthday thing, Admiral
Gibbs.
Oh my God, Gibbs.
Right. So like that's what I'm saying. So like I agree with you that like
I don't know
there's
what
all
that
other
was.
stuff, but I'm talking about like in theory, right? Like in theory, in a capitalist market, that other option isn't available. I do agree that that other option is available, and a ton of businesses utilize that option. But the answer isn't tax them more. The answer is get rid of that option.
So I'm not talking about taxing. Well, maybe you actually may met the
Well, that's been the general
CEOs.
conversation. It's
So
like,
no, I
Option
thought
doesn't
you
really
meant
matter.
what I thought you meant like was taxing the businesses. I wasn't talking about taxing the business. I was talking about the CEO. But maybe you were talking about that. Like taxing the billionaire themselves rather than But
I mean, like, well, I mean, we can use the same. The same is true interchangeably, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether or not you're talking about the CEO's tax rate versus the business as a whole's tax rate, right? The business as an entity is made up of the labor of everyone in the business, and you know the pyramid structure of those that make more money tend to have more decision making power, and therefore their labor is more valuable.
But
that's go ahead.
the
Go first, Gambit.
increase, the increase in wealth isn't tied to this individual business, and it's most likely passive income. There's a point that you reach, which for my retirement accounts, not my after tax accounts, but my retirement accounts last year grew by more than I invested, right? And as you take somebody like Jeff and Elon and this, there's no way they can make more than what their investments are going to make in a single year. So their increase in wealth is tied to their previous activity, mostly, not their current active activity. It's very rare for them to probably generate more income than what their investments are going to grow in passively year over year. So this like downward pressure that you're talking about, it just doesn't exist.
Okay, if it's so, your claim requires you to believe that businesses and investment strategy will not change no matter how we increase the tax rate.
No,
you disagree with that, right?
No. What I'm saying is, if you live in Prime's universe, I get on your side somewhat because you're now just stealing money from people. But if you do the progressive tax rate that we have with the percentages that we have, and you create one new tax bracket or two new tax brackets, I'm saying that I don't think that would create downward pressure. I think there's a range.
Tax bracket.
Yes,
hear me out. Let's say we create a new tax bracket, and it's, let's say, a 4% increase, right? Do you think, yes or no, that will change investments and investment strategy?
I really don't.
So you think that there would be zero change in investment strategy if we changed the tax structure and made them pay more taxes?
Yes, I think there would be. Well, okay, so I don't want to say zero, right? But I think it would be so infinitesimally small that it's ridiculous to talk about it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So that's fine, right? So by saying that, you recognize that there is a downward pressure.
I gotta go, guys. It's been fun. I'll hopefully see you next Monday.
You just think that the behavior change is worth it because you believe that it will have a very small change on the behavior.
No, because what I was doing is cowardice. I actually don't think it would change anything. I'm just not willing to say zero. But like there's that to deal with.
Okay,
but
so that's a wild claim.
If I had to bite the bullet, I'll say no.
But, right. So you believe that the people that like the quants and like the hedge funds and then like that like ARK Investments is going to stay exactly the same in all of their investment strategies when the tax structure changes and taxes them a 4% increase, after a certain level. And what I'm saying is that we can look at history if you want empirical evidence as opposed to praxeological evidence, because you don't accept my praxeological.
No, wait. I want to give you this.
Every time the tax bracket changes, they change their investment strategies.
No. Listen. No, I think they would change the allocation of depreciating assets to write it off to stay in the same bracket. I think that's more likely than them changing their investment strategies. Like that's the truth. What they would do is, okay, you just created a new tax bracket that's worth $120,000 over the course of that bracket, right? What they would do is they would change their allocation of depreciating assets so they can write that 120 off to stay at the same tax bracket they are in now. The most savvy people
exactly
would do
what
that.
I'm saying. Hold on, pause. You just proved my point that there would be a percentage relative to the increase of businesses stopping moving a certain allocation of resources into investments that have return on investment and growth, and instead change their behavior to avoid the tax increase, which would invariably mean that they're shoring up assets and that the market has less investment in it, which means less growth. It disincentivizes that
that's
behavior.
The case.
But you just proved my downward pressure argument.
Case. No, wait. Let me. I'm not agreeing with you at all. I can change.
Then you have to disagree with your previous statement. You have to
no, I don't. I'm trying to explain this to you. I can create a entity that I can invest this money in, just like they do today. They're just doing a slightly higher percentage of into this company that has more expenses in this way that offsets the increase. But it doesn't mean that they're really changing their investment strategy. They're still doing the same things that they do today.
Right, but their behavior has changed, and the behavior is that they moved resources from one domain, which gives them presumably overall, if they're successful, a return on investment above inflation, which is growth in the economy, and then move it to another area to avoid as a tax haven or to, avoid some level of tax increase, which is a downward pressure on growth and valuable labor. Like, that's my argument, right? Like, I understand that you're saying that, like, it doesn't change. I disagree with it, but I understand your argument in saying that it doesn't necessarily change how many hours a CEO is willing to put into work. We disagree on that. That's fine. But you're at least admitting that when you increase taxes, that tax comes with a downward pressure on investment, on the way that they move money, on the way that they behave because that tax exists.
I would say a change in behavior does not imply a downward pressure on value. I think that's where we're actually disagreeing. I don't think that those things are necessarily true, and I think you do believe that they're true. I'm saying that it can change their behavior.
What is necessarily untrue?
That changing their behavior is a downward pressure on growth and value of labor is what you said. I think if I'm trying to use your words exactly, I don't think one engenders the other automatically. I think it can. So you're saying
everyone will work equally as hard, right? Because they have found a way to offset the money, and they have found a way to like. They don't care if they make the money by moving it to some fucking 501(c) versus they gain some depreciating asset that's actually more valuable to them, but it's depreciating, so they get to write it off. The minutia of that is for the CPA to figure out, but the person that's making it, they don't care. Like, that's not important. So, I mean, I want to separate these arguments because, like, I just don't think we're ever going to agree on the praxeological argument that I made before, right? But you are recognizing that there's some pressure. You'll agree to that, right? That a tax increase changes behavior.
I agree that it's changing behavior. I don't agree that it's creating downward pressure. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So what type of pressure do you think it is then, if not downward pressure? Because obviously not upward pressure, right?
I don't.
You think it's
maybe
side to side pressure? Like, that doesn't.
Yeah, if there's a word for side to side pressure, then yeah. Or if we're gonna say no pressure is side to side pressure, then I would say no pressure. But I don't think a change in behavior, like, it is a pressure of some sort, but I don't think it's an economic pressure, which is, I think, what you're saying. You're saying a downward economic pressure.
It's obviously a downward economic. If not for that tax increase, that money would have been spent or invested, right, in businesses or in, in investments, be it their own business, be it in the market, be it in, whatever, right, that would have that they presume, because they're guessing, you're making like bets on the future, that they presume would have had an ROI above the inflation rate, which would have been economic growth for them and would have been economic growth for the economy. But with that pressure, they remove some level of investment, some level of funds in what they presume to be investments that will increase in value to another place to avoid the taxes.
Or they could change the amount of money they pull out the market by the increase in taxes to stay in the same bracket. And that's still a change of behavior. That's not a change in downward economic pressure. So imagine I'm in retirement.
I actually agree with what you're saying on that regard, but that's only because the tax is presumed to be temporary, right? Like that, the only reason they would engage in that behavior is that they think like a new presidential administration will come in.
No, but imagine, no. So let me give you a situation, right? Like a lot of people, and this is the fire movement and everything, right? No. So imagine I'm in the fire movement, right? And imagine I want to retire early. Now imagine I say, I'm going to live on $500,000 a year. So when I do my withdrawals for the year, I'm going to do it in a way that I land in that tax bracket. Now let's imagine you create a new tax bracket at $480,000. And you say any amount over 480,000 is now taxed different. What I can do is I can just change my lifestyle to live off 480 rather than 500. So my investments are still the same. No.
Changing your lifestyle to have less money means less spending, which is a downward pressure on the economy. Like you keep describing how downward pressure occurs, and then I go, yes, downward pressure, and then you just go, but it's not. Like you're describing downward pressure on the economy.
But because you're making the fallacious argument that any amount that they distribute to themselves is going to be spent to bolster the economy, and that's not true.
So
let's say I do distributions to myself, and at the end of the year I have $500K, and I have $100,000 in my checking account doing nothing. Now let's say I say, oh, they're going to create a new tax bracket, so I'm going to withdraw 20,000 less. I'm actually going to leave more into the market, which is like an upward pressure for the market. And now in my checking account at the end of the year, I'm going to have 80,000 instead of 100,000. I changed my behavior, but it didn't necessarily change anything about economic pressure. It's just a behavior change.
Well, no, because number one, you just described that you're going to spend $20,000 less, right? You're going to leave that in the bank, right? And you are correct that
which is upward pressure.
You are correct that changing marginal propensity to consume, right, has an effect. But more consumption has more economic growth and more of an economic impact than does investment in like banks, right? Like now, if you're saying maybe high risk investment mutual fund, maybe you could make the argument that the economic impact of keeping that in the investment fund as opposed to spending it in the economy would have. I don't know how you would make that argument, because it would have to be like a really aggressive.
But this is what rich people do with required minimum distributions. But this is what rich people do with required. This is what they do with RMDs. Rich people say, okay, what year do I need to get out? What year do I need to start taking money? And what's the minimum amount I'm going to be forced to take? And what tax bracket do I want to be in when I withdraw this so that I pay the least in tax? Like, this is what rich people do.
Right. You're describing downward pressure of taxation.
But it's the
you keep just repeating what I'm saying and then saying it's not.
No, I'm not repeating what you're saying, because you're assuming that the money that they pull out of the market is going to go back into the economy, and that's just not true.
Okay, so what were they going to do with that? You're saying that the natural human behavior is to pull money out of your mutual fund and keep it under your fucking pillow? Like that doesn't make sense. Nobody
That
does
absolutely happens because you have required minimum distributions. Yes, you actually have to do they actually force you to do that.
No, they don't.
Like
No one
seriously,
requires
like
you
this
to
is
keep
actually
cash
real.
on hand out of investment funds and then have the cash, in a locker
No,
somewhere.
no,
That's not
they
real.
require you to take the money out of your investment accounts for sure. Just look up required
Yes.
minimum distribution.
That's not the same thing as you're saying. You're saying just because they require you to pull money out is not the same thing as pulling money out and then you saying that I'm assuming that that money pulled out will not enter the market in some capacity.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is that just because money has to be pulled out doesn't mean it's going to enter back in consumer spending in the way that you're saying is almost guaranteed, which I don't know where you get that from.
No, yeah,
I'm just going to pull the money out because I have to.
Right. I agree that if the government forces you for tax reasons to pull money out of an investment account and changes your behavior like against your will in that regard, that some of that money absolutely, distributed amongst people is just going to go into like a bank account and sit there because that doesn't just because that being forced to pull money out of an investment account that has a higher ROI than like the barely keeping up with inflation like checking account or like savings account, right? I
So
agree with you.
let's take the government force out of it. Let's take the government force out of it though. Let's say
exactly
like we're not pulling money out to pay something instantly, right? So let's say me in retirement, I have a set amount that I'm targeting to make per year. It's not that I've calculated my expenses and they're directly one-to-one with that amount. It's just the amount that I'm saying, you know what, I'm probably going to pull X amount out per year. But even though I'm going to pull the X amount out per year, I know I'm not going to spend all of it. So some of it is going to be surplus. And what I'm saying is that surplus can be the difference in a tax bracket. And so it's not changing my behavior. I would just pull out less surplus.
Okay, but again, without the tax bracket, without the government forcing you to pull that money out, why would you say, let's say I make the decision to pull out 400,000 each year. Why would you pull out, let's say you pull out 400 and let's say you spend 300. Okay. The next year, in what world does it make sense that the next year you also pull out the exact same amount despite the fact that you have 100K surplus?
Because that's what a lot of people that I know do. No, no. It's just the process that they've mapped out and the way that they've done it. And most people that I know with like great means, just like you have a salary right now where you make X amount per year, they've planned. I'm gonna pull out X amount per year. Now, some of it has to do with R&Bs too, which is like a force. But they just generally like, hey, every year I'm gonna pull out this amount. And it is what it is. And it's not necessarily correlated to what their intended expenses are.
So again, I think you're misconstruing downward pressure with it must change behavior at an individual level, right? Like some people's behavior doesn't change when economic upward or downward pressure occurs. So like let's take a simpler example, right, which is minimum wage increases, right, as opposed like the complexity of like investment strategies, right? So like if I am in a state and it's like the minimum wage is $10 an hour and then the state votes for the minimum wage to be increased to $10.50 an hour, right? And I own a business and I have, let's say, 15 employees. Just because just because the minimum wage went from 10 to 10.50 and I have 10 employees doesn't mean that I automatically fire an employee, right? Like I might
absolutely
shift,
agree.
I might right, like I might shift where I get that money from. I might increase my prices. I might, change my investment. I might choose, like I might have been saving up money to like buy some type of like kiosk or something that was going to make the labor more valuable, but I decide not to because I don't have the money now because I have to pay more in wages and I have to pay more in like, like employees, like all the taxes they have to because of the increase in wages, right? What I'm saying is that just like the individual employer might not change any of their behavior in terms of like how many employees they have. What I'm saying is that a downward pressure is pressure, right? That when you increase the minimum wage from 10 to 10.50, that changes price, and that over the statistics of it all, right? You're going to see behavior because of that downward pressure, but that doesn't mean that each individual will necessarily change their behavior in that regard, right? Like they might have kept money on hand and now that money just gets smaller because of the increase, but other businesses are going to have to downsize. Other businesses that would have been able to succeed won't succeed now, right? Like the overall market pressure has put a downward pressure.
So
I'm saying that the
for
same
sure.
is true at a high tax bracket when you increase taxes.
So what I said at the beginning, is I think the things you're saying are true at lower income levels. So I'm never going to disagree with you that raising the minimum wage does the things that you're saying. But we're talking about increase in taxes on extremely high income bands. That's the difference in this argument. So if you're talking about
why would they not change behavior? Why would it not be a downward
I'm not saying that it wouldn't change behavior. I'm saying it wouldn't create downward pressure. Remember, we both agree that both of these things will change behavior. We even agree that on the lower rungs of income, it's also going to change. It's also going to be downward pressure. We're disagreeing on what happens to these things at higher levels.
Wait. I just pulled up because like this is driving me crazy. So we're talking about a change in behaviors. Does a change in behaviors mean that they aren't going to be making the same amount of money? Or are they just changing behaviors to shelter their money where it doesn't make any difference in the outcome?
So so at an individual level, right, you're going to find instances where so this is like when you talk about empirics, right? So like Paul Krugman, for example, did a famous study and got a Nobel Prize for it, for like trying to prove that there was no downward pressure on like minimum wage laws when there are slight increases.
Well, can you define downward pressure? Because that's where I think we may be getting hung up.
Okay, so I want to give you a perfect definition, so I'm going to look it up instead of just trying to come up with it off of
that's fine.
Because the way it sounds like when you say downward pressure, it's forcing them to change their behaviors to where less money goes into the market, where I believe the argument is, and I agree with this argument, they weren't going to put that money in the market in the first place. It wasn't going to be distributed. Trickle down does not work.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by trickle down doesn't work, but okay.
Well, I'm saying trickle down economics, if you make sure that the people that hire people and the people that have more money, that's going to trickle down to people and it's going to be higher wages, or it's going to be upper mobility for people that are below them, is not the case. They fucking buy back stocks. They do everything not to put that money back into the market and make more money for themselves. So that's why I want to understand what you mean by that.
If they make more money, they spend more money. If they spend more money, then that's economic growth.
No, that doesn't necessarily. That's not necessarily true. If they make more money, they spend more money. That's not true.
That's absolutely not true.
That's definitely not true. The higher you go on the income total pole.
Okay, in order, like when I say spend money, I don't mean buy, steal for the business, right? I don't mean hire more people. I mean put the money anywhere other than like in a safe in a room, not in a bank account. The moment that if you make more money, right, you can let the water cry. You can make the argument. I think it's wrong, but it is an argument we can have that we can have, right, from a different domain, right? That like the increase in taxes is, giving us the ability to help poor people more than the market would. And that the return on investment is better in that way than the other way. What you can't, and that's a totally different debate, right? But what you can't say is that like if they have less, if we tax them less, well then they have more money. Even if they don't spend that on real assets or commodities, and they just invest it in the stock market, that is that the business that got that money, right, might spend it on steel.
But that would
or
be
wages.
upward
And
economic
like, let's
pressure.
say, right, that would
That's
be
exactly
upward
what I'm trying to
economic
understand.
pressure.
What is
Okay, so let me go with, let's see.
So I want to see if
I
you
don't
agree
wanna
with
go
this
with
definition.
market
I just
equilibrium.
Googled downward economic pressure. It says downward
Okay, yeah.
economic pressure is a force that causes a decrease in prices, wages, or the quantity or quality of goods and service, or quantity of goods and service produced. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so like it gets weird when you start talking about when you start individuating it, like prices, right? Because then a downward pressure there could potentially be like a good thing, right? But like in the general term, right, when we're talking about downward, we're talking about some form of pressure that disincentivizes growth, right? Like that would be like your overarching thing. Now, if you look into like different, and this is why like it gets weird, is like when you start talking about prices, downward pressure on prices means the prices go down, which would be good, right? Whereas upward pressure on prices would mean prices go up, which would be bad, right?
but if
When you're
people
talking
made more
about,
money, why would it be bad that prices go up? If the general population had more money and prices went up, that would just balance out. If the
I just
people
mean
that
like,
are hiring people are
agreed,
artificially
agreed.
keeping
I just mean like,
the wages low by taking the money that we're giving them in tax cuts and everything else to lobby politicians to keep the minimum wage low, that's less money in circulation. Poor people spend more money.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree that if inflation occurs due to and it's specifically due to an increase in wages across the board, not minimum wage. Okay, it's very different. But if inflation occurs because, let's say, everyone makes 10% more money, right? Real wages go up, and then inflation is like the balance of that, and therefore the prices go up. I mean, I would need more data to say whether or not that's good, but that could potentially be good, right?
I want to ask you
Especially
a
if for
question,
whatever
though, 'cause-
reason, let's say like asset inflation didn't keep track, then like, yeah,
Well,
that'd
there
be
are
good, right?
questions.
Like, because like, what's that?
Well, so let me ask you a question. Let's use the example that I've been using. Okay, I'm a person that is in retirement, and I have extreme amounts of wealth, and I say I'm going to pull out 300K per year. Let's say the tax rate at 250 increases, so now I'm saying I'm going to pull out 280 instead of 300. Right? So this increase in tax rate changed my behavior, but I would say that's a upward force on economic. That's not a downward force, right? Like,
Okay, so hold on. You repeat it so I can get like all the details again. I had to fix my
okay.
my mic volume.
Oh no. I'm making 300K per year.
Mm-hmm.
Prime creates a new tax rate that says, for some reason, because he would do this at $280,000, I'm going to start taxing 99% after your $280,000.
Right.
So now
Yeah.
I start
Like
to pull
extreme
out 280.
example to
Yeah. So now I start to pull out 280 because people like Prime are ridiculous. Now I'm leaving more money into the market. That 20K that I would usually take out, and maybe to your point, maybe spend. I'm now leaving it into my account to grow. To grow. To me, that's well. How would you describe the economic pressure? There is that a upward
Right.
economic pressure or downward economic pressure, and why?
So like if you individuate it, right? And you say just this one person pulls out 280 instead of 300, but they're going to have a surplus in a different account that has less growth, right? Then that would be a downward pressure, right? So if you take less money out and you spend it all, that would also be a if you took out 280 instead of 300 and you spent all of it, then in order for it to be an upward pressure, then you would have to assume that the whatever investment you're keeping the money in is at a higher rate of growth than whatever is spent in the economy. Now, at an
Exactly.
individual
That's
level,
I have a big caveat
at an
here.
individual at an individual level, that absolutely can be true. But at a larger level, it can't be true. And the reason it can't be true is because the market itself is made up of individual choices, right? So the market itself is designed by bringing people their most valued wants, right? So if at least in the latter
at a
portion,
lower economic level, yes, but at higher levels where there's a surplus regardless, I'm saying that's not true.
That's what I'm
been my
saying.
argument the whole
but if
time.
there's a
That's what I want to say to
surplus,
Scott.
if there's a
Scott,
surplus, you're moving like
your argument works for wages, for people that are working for wages, for people that are just trying to keep their money. Throwing that money into a hedge fund, doing stock buybacks, anything else is literally going to keep their money. They don't care.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave more money to make more dividends to buy more shares. That's what I'm going to do if Prime gets in control. I'm just because I've already optimized my expenses. My expenses are much, much lower than my income. So the only way you could affect me with this downward economic pressure would to be if you depress the tax rate so much such that I now don't have a surplus. Is what you'd have to do.
Okay, if we take this example,
Well said.
if we take this example and we repeat this example 1,000 times, okay, what we are going to see is that because the state has instituted a tax above 280, right, that there are going to be some people, not necessarily all 1,000, but there are going to be some people that spend less. It is like not every person in this situation, right, is of even if they are of means, right, some people, because there is a tax increase on pulling out money once like realized gains, right, like once they pull that money out as income, some people are going to change their spending behavior because there is a tax increase at a certain level. Like that is necessarily going to happen if you run the experiment tons and tons of times. It is true that there are going to be some individuals that were right on the cusp, and like so it doesn't actually change their spending behavior. But there are going to be other people who wanted to pull out $500,000, and now there's a tax at 280. So they have to change. They have to drastically change what they were going to spend on. Like that's the difference between saying, like when I say that a downward pressure, right, doesn't necessitate that every individual changes their behavior because of this, especially the smaller the pressure is. But when we talk about the economy as overall, what we are saying is that there is some force that exerts pressure on people to change their behavior, and some people will be above that line and some people will be below that line. Yes,
but so wait, can I assume that if you say downward pressure, you really mean downward economic pressure? Is that a fair assumption, or am I being fallacious?
I mean, I'm using the two interchangeably here, right?
This is why I asked for the definition. So I wanted to be clear.
I'm just making sure because I don't want to be putting words in your mouth. So I'm literally asking just for clarification. Yeah, okay. I think I see where we disagree. I understand your point of view.
Okay. Well, then what do you disagree with? I'm still trying to understand what you disagree with, because you keep saying examples of downward pressure. Now you've changed it by having examples where the behavior of one individual isn't changed because they're right at that cusp, right? But that's only because that individual is right at that cusp that individual doesn't change their behavior. If you recognize that there is a change in behavior because of the taxes, where less money is spent or where money is moved into lower ROI investments, or companies put less money in more aggressive growth options and put them into things like depreciating assets, or like put it move it around in ways that they can like use them as tax havens, or like maybe even invest that in like some NGO or charity, etc. You're recognizing there's a downward economic pressure. but then you're saying it's not there, and then you're giving me limit cases of
Um,
individuals
no.
that don't change their behavior because they're not that affected by it.
No, I think I've been clearly saying that I believe the opposite of what you're saying is true, which is why I think people like progressive tax rates. They think as you increase taxes, that the goal is to generate more money for the economy because people are not able to hide their money in investments accounts. They don't even get that money. It goes to the state to be distributed. So as you increase the tax rate, most people think you stimulate the economy and increase the economy, and it's a upward pressure. But you're saying it's a downward pressure. So we're saying the
hold on.
exact opposite.
Like I said before, it's like this is a separate debate, which it's like I'm not going to have only because it's like 1 o'clock in the morning for me. But like, it is a separate debate to say that how the state utilizes those resources has a larger positive effect on the economy than those things would have been had those taxes not occurred. But if you are pulling money out of the fucking economy, pulling more money out of the economy, like obviously obviously that has a downward pressure on the natural growth of the economy. Now you can make the claim, and again it's a totally separate debate, that like that money is better used for like temporary assistance for needy families or for like college programs or infrastructure.
That's not where it's going.
Wait, Scott, hold on, wait. Okay, if because I'm really starting to not understand you. If most Americans increase their savings rate, which means they retain more money than they do currently, do you think that is a downward economic pressure or upward economic pressure? Because most people say that would be a downward economic pressure. If people increase their savings rate, earlier you talked about how much people spend over a dollar that they make. And you brought up that some people actually spend more than the dollar that they make, which is like an increase in debt usually, and is better for the economy. And the people who spend less of their dollar, they're stimulating the economy less, which would be
This is a much more complicated question than we have time for, because I'd have to get into like the business cycle, right? I'd have to know why they're spending more, like all other things being equal, changing the marginal propensity, like you're talking about a change in behavior. So I have to figure out why the change in behavior occurred, right? So like if we're talking about changing the marginal propensity to save.
No, they don't want to
so
use
if you're talking about
like they do today.
Right. So if you're talking about using less debt, right? And so everyone becomes more debt averse, right? I would say that in the immediacy, you would gain less economic growth, right? In the sense that there's less money being spent in the economy. So there's less consumer spending. And so there's less growth in that sector of the market, right? But I would also say that what you're engaging in is low time preference thinking, which overall is better for economic growth, because I think debt is dangerous and causes all kinds of problems, right? Now, but again, it also depends on whether or not you're utilizing or leveraging that debt responsibly, right? If people take on debt and then they pay said debt back, then the universal time preference comes in, which is like something is more valuable now than it is later. And so you're talking about an increase in in value, because something is always more valuable now than it is than the exact same thing later. So there's just a lot more factors involved, right? Than just I would think it would be good for the economy, given our current situation with debt in America and how many people are in credit card debt and things of that nature.
Well, can we take
if more
COVID
people
as
were
an
debt
example?
averse.
Can we take COVID as an example? Like when people had stimulus checks coming in and people had money and money was being circulated, all of a sudden people accrued more debt, people were spending more money was flowing through the economy. It just goes to show that when people have money and the money is actually in the hands of the people that spend money, the economy is going to move in a different way. Whereas when it becomes stagnant again, the people that are at the higher end of it are going to always want to make sure they stay wealthy and make sure they're not at a loss. So they're always going to shelter their money. They're always going to make sure that money stays at the top. That money will stagnate up there, will not circulate through the economy. Like, it's just, at the end of the day, we know that more money in wealthy hands is not going to be.
Yeah, it's just my lived experience, and I'm being 100% upfront that I'm being, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But in all experiences that I have, and all experiences that I know, when people who make more money get money, they invest more or save more, which is bad for the economy. And to say that if you do things that will cause rich people to invest and save more is going to be a downward.
So
yeah,
I disagree, and I don't want to get too combative. Right? I just want to give my opinion.
Someone gave me. Oh, fuck me. Oh,
somebody gave you something on YouTube?
Me. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, who's paying you, Prime? Get that money.
Yeah, come on.
I hope you're
Get that
still
money,
here.
bro. I just got some money.
No one, but the moment I look away, literally the moment I look away, because I was like using my screen to, like, you know, research things, right? The moment I look away, I was like, no one's giving me anything, so I'm not gonna look. Oh my god, Alexander.
This is what you hold on, pause. This is
Alexander.
What you do. You write down the time. Write down the time right now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what you do is, as soon as you finish the stream on YouTube, okay, go into the description, put the timestamp, find whoever it is that gave it to you, go to their YouTube channel and find out what their thing is, and then at their specific YouTube channel, and be like, your question was answered here or whatever.
Well, no, they're there. They're apparently here. So hello,
okay,
Alexander.
Cool.
Sorry, Alexander. I think it really was the moment I started looking up things. Okay, Alexander, $50.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Alexander. Says the notion that taxing billionaires, even at 90%, would somehow kill the desire to become one is laughable. The drive to amass wealth doesn't need external pressure. It's hardwired. The idea that taxes could extinguish that ambition is pure fantasy.
This is true.
Yeah.
Very true.
And again,
it's the exact opposite. It's
so,
definitionally true.
Yeah, Alexander.
It's just objectively true.
I just got it. Oh, Alexander, I'm so sorry. And please don't let this discourage you from supporting the channel in the future.
Please support, and you were dead ass right.
I literally was like, no one. I was like, no one's gonna look, because like the entire stream, no one gave anything. So I'm like, no one's gonna give anything else. So I look away. So
I have
you,
to ask
Alexander.
Scott. I want honesty from Scott.
Hold on. 1 second before we jump into the conversation. Prime, you don't get a notification to stream OBS or anything when YouTube gives?
Not for YouTube. Not for YouTube. I don't get a notification.
What do you use? Are you using Streamlabs or regular OBS?
Streamlabs.
No, GSU needs to start educating people. That's all this
hold on.
is.
You can set it up on Streamlabs to have like its own audio thing, especially if you have a virtual audio cable, so that like it won't affect other audio. To where it'll give you like a default notification. You have to set up like a box, like a media box or whatever, so that it shows up like on the screen, like such and such donated this or whatever. And you can set it up so that you hear it in your headphone when you get like a super chat. And no one else will hear it except for the stream will hear it. And then you can acknowledge it then.
Yeah, well, help me out later on and some other time. And we'll set that up.
Help.
But thanks again, Alexander. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah, shout out Alexander. No, go ahead.
It's the idea that, like, Scott, I want to ask you 100%. If you were taxed more, would that make your drive to make money less? You'd want to be poor.
Do that. It's not about wanting to be poor, right? It's like especially when you're talking about a progressive tax, right? So it's like every single time you make more, there and you're in a higher tax bracket, so you're getting punished, more for the money that you're making. Right now, obviously, you're making more, right? So that punishment is, it's not like 100% punishment. Like there's a reward, and then there's some of it, right? But there's some level of effort where you eventually go, I'm good, I'm going to retire, right? Or
Can you
there's some level of
realistically,
effort.
for you, if you could have
Mhm.
$6 million instead of $5 million, would a higher tax rate make you say, no, I don't want to have $6 million?
Of course not. But that's not
There
that's not
it
a
is.
one-to-one. But no,
It
that's not a
kinda is.
one-to-one. No, it's not. It's saying it requires X input to make 5 million. It requires X plus some input in order to make 6 million. And if the 5 million is taxed at 10%, let's say, and the 6 million is taxed at 20%, right? Most people, I do agree, most people that have already made 5 million are still going to continue the behavior and try and figure out how to make that next amount. But there's going to be some level of people that go, I'm good. Right,
These
like
are the people we're talking about.
done.
You're talking about wages. You're talking about people that are making
I'm not talking about
$200,000 a year. Like if I'm making
the same
$200,000 a year, making $300,000 a year, I don't have the same incentive to deal with the tax bracket once I'm making 300,000. But when we get to millions and when we're beyond that, it's not a question.
Let's take an example that like is like, you know, that is rich but not fucking billionaires, right? Let's talk about like in the middle with our current system, right? If let's say we were to add a tax bracket of like people making over 1 million in income, right? So, and there's not a lot of people making that much income, right? When we're talking purely on income tax, right? And let's say we were going to do the same for, let's say, 10 million for businesses, right? Because obviously income and business is going to be totally different, right? So we'll say it's like we're going to add a new tax bracket for people pulling over 1 million in income, and a new tax bracket for people pulling, you know, where their business makes, you know, 10 million, or let's say 30 million is probably closer in revenue, right? And let's say I'm a plastic surgeon. Okay. There's going to be some plastic surgeons that are working inpatient at a hospital. Okay. And then they're going to make the decision whether or not they want to move from inpatient, where they're making really good money, right? Plastic surgeons are making great money in inpatient, but they know that they have the skill and ability to move into private practice. Okay. Now, if you put that new tax bracket in, there's going to be some plastic surgeon out there who, without that tax bracket, would have made the decision to move from working in the hospital to moving into private practice for a more lucrative business opportunity, and then saw this tax bracket increase and said, it's a little too risky. It's not worth it for me. That's what I'm talking about when I say downward pressure. I'm not saying every fucking person making that level of money is going to change their behavior. I'm saying that there's some pressure that is going to change some behavior in the economy, and that to say that that doesn't exist is the fantasy here. To say that some people don't change their behavior and how much effort they put in, or how aggressively they invest, or you know, when they choose to retire, etc. When you start taking more money, when you compare the two,
I'm willing to
obviously
concede that.
some people will choose one or the other.
I'm willing to concede that. Like when you're talking in the hundreds of thousands numbers, those numbers, flight percentages make a huge difference. And you may not want to put in the extra effort for an extra 50 grand a year. You're already living pretty comfortably. It's not going to change your lifestyle too much. I can understand that level of downward pressure. But when you have the ability to invest and you aren't really dependent upon your wages or what your business is doing based on how much money you can throw into the markets, because when you see a stock that's $3 a share and you know it's going to raise up to $7 or $10 a share, and you can buy 10, 20, 30 grand worth of that share and make that money off of that and sell back, you're no longer just dependent on what you are outputting into the market. We're not playing in markets at that point.
Yeah,
okay,
that's
but
what
here's the problem is,
earlier.
like, I understand that what you're saying is that there's going to be minimal, maybe even like non-measure, like statistically insignificant pressure, right? On like how many hours a CEO works, or how many hours someone spends in labor. But what I'm saying is if you increase taxes, it's going to change the way people invest. and if it change, like that money is coming out somewhere. Okay, the money is being taken from somewhere. Okay, it's like in order for this idea that there's no pressure exerted on these people, then you have to make you're saying that human behavior doesn't change when different decisions change how much money they make. And to me, I don't understand how you get to that.
No, but we're saying that behavior can change. It just won't change in a way that causes downward economic pressure.
How could it not?
So I feel like we went through this.
If my behavior changes, right? If my behavior changes, why did my behavior change?
Because you just didn't know to act differently once you got to a certain wage bracket or to a certain bracket of money. So once you have a certain amount of money, why would you act the same way? Like behavior is going to change either way.
Well,
it should.
I think the way to dumb it,
but
I think
agreed.
The way to dumb
What
it
I'm
down
saying
the
is
most would be wait. I think the way to dumb it down to the most is my behavior changed because conditions change, but that doesn't mean that's a downward economic pressure.
Okay, so is it an upward pressure? Is it an economic growth pressure? Setting aside that we're not spending the money, is it economic growth when the government takes money out of the market?
But you're assuming that the government takes the money out. That's what I'm saying. So I can change my behavior such that the government doesn't take the money out.
So what you're saying is you're going to have a tax increase, and that the tax increase is going to pull out $0?
At certain income levels, yes. That's why Donald Trump isn't paying federal income tax.
Okay. So
when you increase the tax rate, it doesn't change the zero that Elon Musk and Donald Trump pay. That's exactly what we're saying. That's like precisely what we're saying.
So you're saying if a new tax bracket is created and it is a higher tax rate and it pulls in $0 out of the market, then why do you even care about the tax? If why do you even care? Why not be 100% tax? Because your claim is that no one is going to get taxed by this tax. If some people are going to get taxed by this tax, right? Or if some people are going to change their behavior to not have to pay this tax, that is money that would have been in the market that either isn't going to be in the market or is going to be in a different way so that they don't have to pay taxes, right? That would have been in the market, right? Or like either like if you admit that the tax is going to make money, then you admit that someone somewhere has money in the market and now they're going to get less of an ROI on that money in the market because the government took a larger chunk. And if you admit that, and if you say if the inverse is that no money is going to come out because everyone's going to change their behavior to avoid the tax, you still must admit that that is money that would have been in that portion of the market that is then moved to a less profitable portion of the market because
it doesn't have to be less profitable.
But it would be less profitable because they wouldn't have made that decision unless the government stepped in. So the only reason they made that decision is because the government stepped in. So even if it for at individual levels, it isn't less profitable. They believed it was less profitable because they would not have changed. They would have put that money elsewhere had the government not had that tax. So overall, when you're talking about the price mechanism in the market, it must be less profitable because it's going against what those wealthy people would have invested in for profits and returns.
I think you have to demonstrate what they would have done otherwise, because when push comes to shove, they've shown what they would do.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not talking about like. I understand that corruption exists, right? Like I understand that, like
no, but wait, I don't think this is corruption.
I'm talking corruption. I'm saying when they got the tax, the tax cut, they spent it on stock buybacks,
right? But that's
let their companies die.
That's not relevant to the economic pressures that we're talking about, right? Like you're talking about something else at that point, right? Like you're talking about like, you know, when people, you know, cheat and gain a bunch of subsidies that poor people can't get or things like
but
that's not what we're talking about.
Cheating.
Well, they are when it comes to like COVID stuff. Like, I mean, like half the fucking Congress got fucking loans that were bullshit. So that
I was speaking more so when it came down to COVID, like poor people's spending patterns trending upward and spending more money and putting more money in the economy. So it shows that putting more money into the lower end of the economy is going to be better for the economy all the way around than putting it into rich people's hands. That was the only argument I had there.
Right, you're talking about empirics of where money is best spent, in terms of like this is classic Keynesian like theory, right? Prime the pump. When there's an economic downturn, right? Like your goal from Keynesian economic theory, right, is to pull money from the Federal Reserve or from bonds or wherever, right? Inject it into the bottom sector of the economy to increase consumer spending, and then what nobody follows, because nobody's really a fucking Keynesian in politics, is when there's an economic upturn that you're supposed to do the exact opposite and forcibly deflate the economy, and that this gets rid of the boom and bust cycle or the business cycle, and that this levels out the business cycle, right? Even the Keynesians recognize that you're talking about temporary growth in the economy based off of taxation or in some form, and that this is supposed to like get it started quicker so that we can hurry up and get to that growth, so that like there isn't like loss of property or loss of life or like like all of these bad
ultimately
things.
all I'm saying
you're
is
supposed to shrink the business cycle from the up end as well, and so like it evens out, right? Like when you take that to its long-term consequences, even Keynesians understand that taking money and giving it to the lower sector does not create a stronger economy or more growth in the economy in the long term.
I'm not saying that
because
at
you're
all.
supposed to push down the upward end of the business cycle.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying raise wages so that people feel more comfortable spending money and not feeling like they need to hoard money while being poor, so that they feel comfortable in making the purchases that they were going to make. So you can see what people on the lower end of the spectrum's spending patterns would be if they felt that they had money to make these purchases. So making sure that
like raising consumer confidence by
raise
giving
consumer
stimuluses.
confidence. Well, not even by giving stimuluses, by raising the wages. So the corporations and the people that are lobbying the government make sure that wages stay low. That's just something that's going to happen.
That's actually not true. A lot of big businesses love minimum wage increases. It's because
I've not heard word. Please show me something where anybody has said that.
Well, we can like Koch brothers loves this shit, for example. You can, and I'll get you more stuff later, but let me explain why minimum wage actually helps business, like large businesses, as opposed to small companies, right? When you are a large business and you increase
the investment need to be higher. Right.
So when you
need more money,
it's going to kill every business. It's going to drive up costs. We can't raise. No, please.
Okay,
sorry,
so when you raise the minimum wage, right? Like what? So like if you're a small business, right? And when I say small business, I mean like making under 50 million in revenue, right? So obviously that sounds like a lot to a lot of people, but like the CEO of like a $40 million a year company might only be pulling out like 60, 70K personally, right? So when you have, let's say like 100 employees or something like that, yeah, it kills your ability to, it kills your growth in the short term. And then eventually, everything balances out, right? So when you increase the minimum wage, what ends up happening is, people have, in the short term, they have more spending power. So they can consume more, they have more confidence, they can, invest in they can, fix problems like debt. It helps lower class, low socioeconomic status people in the immediacy. There's no argument there. But it does a couple of other things. So first and foremost, over time, prices match the increase for the lower individuals, right? So, the moment that there's more money in the economy, you start changing the supply and demand equation in terms of every single business that exists, right? So there's more demand for products, but there's the same supply. And obviously the supply might shift as demand increases, but it doesn't quite catch up. But so the price of things will often increase in very quickly, and then eventually it reaches an equilibrium, but it doesn't go down. So you cause inflation in the market. Okay. So when you cause inflation in the market, you also cause, due to wage inflation at the low end, what ends up happening is that inflation doesn't trickle down, right? Like you're kind of making a trickle down argument here in some ways, or a trickle up argument, I guess you could say, right? In that people,
Yes.
you know, let's say I work in HR and I make $20 an hour, and minimum wage is $10 an hour, and there's warehouse employees that make $10 an hour, and then we increase the minimum wage to, let's say, $14 an hour. Well, me working in HR, I don't just magically make $28 an hour now. Right? I don't make a proportional increase in my wages compared to the people that are on minimum wage. Instead, my wage stays the same. And then maybe I have to switch to a different business, you know, as prices go up and people demand more. But what ends up happening is that the middle class don't get the same proportional increase as those at the bottom do. And so what ends up happening is you have a pressure where the middle class and the lower class are kind of squeezed together, where the lower class comes up a little bit and the middle class comes down a little bit. Then what you have is you have businesses that invest in things that are long-term investments that increase the value of labor, right? Which can be good and it can be bad, et cetera, but it will almost certainly have a downward pressure on the labor market, right? So if I'm a business and I've wanted to invest in like some kiosk where people can order things instead of a customer service representative. Well, the moment a minimum wage increase happens, right, I go, well, what might not have been worth the money then is now worth the money now, because the change in inflation hasn't hit yet, but the immediate law has forced a price floor on wages. So I have to immediately pay wages. So what I end up doing is I immediately invest in things like kiosks and things that take away jobs so that I don't have to spend as much on labor at the low end, and I can fire people, or at the very least I can grow my business without having to hire new people, which then has a downward pressure on the labor market.
I somewhat disagree with that.
Those at the very, very top are unaffected by this inflation.
If you
For
had a
much the same reason
functioning,
we've been talking about.
so
And
why
their
hasn't?
wealth
No, I have to
increases.
ask you a question. So why haven't places like In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A done what
Mhm.
you're talking about? They pay higher wages to their employees. Why haven't they done this?
So there's this. So just because this is the problem with empiricism, right? A lot of things change in the market, right? And so it can absolutely be true that a minimum wage increase happens, which, by the way, the reason this hasn't the easy answer here is that minimum wage nowhere has kept up with inflation. So really minimum wage has gone down over time, even with the increases of minimum wage. Like federal minimum wage is like laughable. Like who the fuck is working for $7.50 an hour right now, or $7.25 an hour, right? Like that's like not even worth showing up to work at that point. Like, I mean, obviously there's some people that might show up to certain jobs for that. But like the increases in minimum wage have not kept up with inflation anyways. So it hasn't like it's actually minimum wage has been less of a burden over time in like the past 15 years. Than it has been more of a burden over time. That's the easy
Well,
answer.
what you're stating is the issue of why they had to raise it to 20, because people were literally walking out of these jobs because they didn't feel it was worth their time to even show up. And because there's a demand for that labor, so the supply and demand wasn't meeting the demand. So they had to do what they had to do.
Right. So they had to hire people at a higher wage because the market demanded that wage. That's the market mechanism, not the minimum wage.
As little
Or are
as
you
it
saying, like,
possibly
there's-
could. Well, they raised the minimum wage in California. Like I live in California, so I'm going by this. And the cost of living in California is insane. So raising it to $20 an hour, and this was already a precursor. So COVID was the precursor for this. When people were getting stimulus checks and didn't want to come into their minimum wage jobs, they had to raise the prices they were the wages they were giving people. So before the minimum wage increase, they were already saying, "Hey, we're going to give you 18. We're going to give you 20. Like we'll give you whatever it is. Just come and make us money, because you don't make money if you don't have laborers."
Yeah,
So
well,
you have to
that's
understand
the
there's
market,
a circular.
It's the market
yes.
working without.
There is another
That's
reason
the market
too.
working without minimum wage.
Hey,
There's
Rich.
another reason too why like big businesses sometimes advocate for a higher minimum wage. Like I watched this with Walmart. Walmart was opposed to the minimum wage for years, and then at one point it decided to go to $15 minimum internally, like for everyone in their stores. And once they made that change, Then they lobbied to increase the minimum wage to $15 because they didn't want their competitors to be able to, pay less. They wanted their competitors to have to, have the same burden that they have. So they supported it
Yeah,
once that happened.
They knew that they needed to increase their wages, or they weren't going to get the labor that they wanted. But yeah, they want to price out others out of the.
But they didn't want to compete with other people who would pay less.
Yeah, they want to price other people out of the market by investing in regulation and politicians.
This is another comment. This is not a super chat, but I think a lot of people might feel this way, and I want to give Scott a chance to respond to this. But Alexander said on YouTube, why does Scott act like people are rational actors, perfectly capable of choosing the best move and responding instantly to market forces as if they are run by IQ 1000 MCs? I'm not sure what MCs means, but like people, I think this is a common criticism.
MC's main character,
this.
I believe.
Yeah, main character. But yeah, criticism to and I think I've raised this with you before in the past, is that like it seems like you think the people act within their best interest in the market, right? Or don't act in a way that undermines the market. Because their best interest might be just to undermine the market to make more money, right? You talk about that on the billionaire scare, but like I feel like that happens all throughout the economy. And of course that they have perfect knowledge of the market. I think that I am oversimplifying your ideology. I know, but like I think a lot of people feel that way when they listen to you. So I want you to.
Yeah, no, it's fair, right? Like so the theory of human action. I Ludwig von Mises, right, proposes the axiom of human action, right, which is that all humans are rational actors, right? Now that doesn't, just because someone is a rational actor, that doesn't mean that they always act in their best interests with perfect knowledge. It just means that human beings always choose what they value. Like they might say, oh, I value X over Y, but their behavior will always go towards what it is that they actually value. Right. And so it is absolutely true that there is information failure, that like people don't have perfect knowledge, that like they think they're getting, like, I mean, plenty of people in the job market, right, think a business is going to be great. And then it turns out to be like a horrible fucking business, right? Like, oh, we're like a family here. And then they get a job there and they find out that we're like a family here means that they're going to treat you like shit. Right. Like, and you're like, holy shit. Right. But when you're in that bad business, right, that doesn't pay you well and treats you like shit, what you prove is by your actions, right? Is, let's say there's business A and business B. You're currently working in business A for $12 an hour, and business B is willing to hire you for $14 an hour and treat you better. When you stay in business A, which everyone would agree, given this example, is against your rational self-interest, that you ought to move to business B, what you're proving is that you value the security of the company that you're working in right now versus the effort or the anxiety that it takes to dust off your resume, go talk to other people, and take a risk that business B is either going to actually treat you worse than this company, or just the effort that you put in. So you choose what it is that you actually value. And so if business B puts billboards everywhere saying, instead of $14 an hour, $20 an hour, a lot of those people working for business A will all of a sudden be like, all right, fuck it, dusting off my resume, I got to go to this place. It's almost double the money I'm making, right? So that $2 an hour extra is better for you and is the rational choice. But working within what we do work without imperfect knowledge. But when we say that they're rational actors and that we prove what it is that they value in their decisions and their outcomes, what we've proven is that the business only offering $2 an hour is not enough of an increase compared to their competitors to actually pull employees away from their competitors, because people value the security, and you could maybe even say laziness, if you will, of like not going out and trying to find a better opportunity.
I sincerely disagree with you.
Are all values rational? That's it. That's my question.
Are all values
Can you
rational?
value something irrationally?
Can you value something irrationally?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand the formulation of that concept, right? Because what I would say is what is rational is to act upon your values that are in your own rational self-interest. I don't want to make that circular, right? I want to,
Right.
right? Like
But
I
that's
want
the
to,
risk. I
I
think
want to
it,
like, right. So like, if you, can you value something that is irrational? Yes, but it depends on what your definition of rational is, right?
So,
So we're
like,
now we're in two
let's
different
take for
definitions
instance,
of
let's
rational,
take for instance,
right? Like
loyalty
it
to
wouldn't be again. Why are you saying
loyalty to
smoking wouldn't be in your rational self-interest?
coworkers.
Mhm.
So you stay at that job because you know if you leave that job, it's going to be harder on your coworkers. It's going to be harder all the way around. You have some
Yeah,
company
yeah.
loyalty. That is
Yeah,
irrational.
that's a value you have. That's a value that you have.
And I'm pointing that out as an irrational value.
Well, I mean, it depends, obviously, right? Like, I mean, it would depend upon what value that's giving you, right? Like
If
maybe
your
you're,
life is
well, let's say,
in a worse
well,
position
hold on,
for maintaining that
hold on,
loyalty,
hold on.
please.
Maybe you're a school teacher, right? A lot of the reason school teachers don't make that much money is because they have a really high psychic profit off of like working in education, in mentoring the next generation, in working with other teachers, being a part of the school system that is, bringing in the best and brightest in the next world. And that has a value that isn't necessarily shown. What is shown in the wages of teachers, it's shown by how low those wages are, because there's a lot of people that are willing to not work for that much money because they gain so much value in the happiness they get from being a teacher, the fulfillment that they get. Yeah, they don't make a lot of money, but they go home and they're proud of what they do, right? So it depends upon the context. If that loyalty is working against your own rational self-interest, right? If like all those people are pieces of shit, but like you were abused as a kid, so like you're a people pleaser, then like, yeah, that's an irrational value, that you value the people in your company as opposed to going somewhere that's going to treat you better and give you more money. But I wouldn't necessarily say that that's the same thing if you're like a teacher and you value your coworkers and you value your job and you value all these other things. Like it might be that you don't make that much money, but you really like you couldn't stand to work in an office for twice the money because you would feel like another cog in the machine as opposed to like someone that's doing something meaningful with their life.
Yeah, I think that describes a lot of teachers, but I think the fact that if you can say it depends in answer to that question, then that at least implies that some of the time values are irrational, right?
Well,
And so
again,
some
it
of the
says
time we're not rational.
we're
actors.
using two different, well, you're not a rational actor. You're using two definitions of rational here, right? So there's the philosophical definition of like of rational, and then there's like, is this value in my self-interest, right? Like, is this a good value? Is this a value that I ought value? As opposed to being a rational actor means that you have the will to act consciously
You have a
on
rationale.
your values. Right,
You have a
rationale,
rationale, whether it be a good or a bad one. You have a rationale.
right. Like like I said, cigarette smoking is probably the best example, right? Plenty of people, it's irrational to smoke cigarettes. It's irrational to do that. It's poisonous to your body. It's not helping you in the long term. It's costing you money, right? But you are a rational actor that proves via your actions of smoking cigarettes that you value cigarettes more than you do the fear and anxiety of loss of life in the future, more than you do the other, like you value that at a higher value than you do the money that it costs to buy the cigarettes, and more than you do the presumed psychic
Yeah, so
profit
maybe
of no longer
maybe
being
the
on cigarettes.
misunderstanding comes from the fact that that when we say that somebody's a rational actor, we're assuming that they're acting rationally,
Yeah,
and that's not the
for
same
sure.
thing. And
For
so
sure.
maybe
That's what I was trying to clear up.
Well,
Thank you.
Rich, may I, as you're doing this, somebody brought up black companies in Japan.
okay,
Do you know about black companies in Japan?
I have no idea. No.
So they
Me either.
basically get people that have company loyalty or bully them into company loyalty
Oh yeah.
to put out more work until they literally die.
Oh yeah. I think I've heard a little bit about this. Like I've heard that like you have to do these like really severely anxiety inducing exit interviews too, where like to the point where there's actually businesses that hire people to do your exit interview with you or for you for why you're quitting a company because they're so anxiety inducing that it's worth it to a lot of people to pay someone else to let them know why they left the company.
There's multiple things. So I think that might be a little different from what he's referring to. So there's two things. One, yes, what Scott says is correct. Like there is a small industry in which you hire an individual to quit for you and go in there and quit because like there is such social pressure like placed on you, like shaming you for like how dare you quit the company, right? You should be tied to us or whatever the fuck, right? You're letting us all down.
Yeah.
And so they send someone out there to do that. Secondly, there's also when companies want you to quit, they will stuff you in some of them will, right? Or was this in Korea? I forget. I'm pretty sure it was in Japan as well. But like they'll put you in a room with like nothing to do and just like wait you out to quit. All right, that's something they do. But I think
based on your
it sounded
work
like you were
ethic.
saying
So,
something
like, what you
different.
said is correct.
Okay.
Prime, what you said is correct. Is based on your work ethic because they know you want to work. By not giving you work will make you want to quit, or they will send you overseas and overwork you, knowing you can't meet the goals that they're looking for, and allow them to berate you until you quit or leave or die.
Well, I think this is a great example of how cultural differences in values can create different market mechanisms, right? Like I know another thing that Japanese companies do is sometimes they'll hire Americans at their company like to be in meetings and things, and your job is to be a stereotypical American. Like you're literally your job is to be kind of rude, kind of an asshole, kind of brash, even if you don't want to be, because everyone expects you to do that. And it's more culturally acceptable for you to be like, hey, that's a dumb idea. We're not doing that, because nobody else in the room wants to say that a business decision is a bad idea. But everyone kind of expects the American to step out of turn and like break the social convention. And so they'll have Americans in companies that like their whole job really is to just shoot down bad ideas because everybody else is too nervous to say
I
that
want this job. I didn't know this was a
want this
thing.
job so bad. Yeah,
Oh my
like I
God.
would show up in a business suit.
Oh
and
my
be
God,
like,
Scott, this is so perfect for you.
boys,
Yeah.
this is fucking
But
retarded.
does this not destroy Scott's argument of how like these things work?
No, these are value. Like again, that's why I made a distinction, and thank you, iCal Rich, for showcasing like the distinction there in simpler terms, right, between a rational actor, right, and then people doing rational versus irrational things. That these are two different definitions, right? That when we say someone is a rational actor, we're saying that the market's not good or bad, right? The market just gives you what it is that you value. And so plenty of people can have like look at pornography, for example, right? Like pornography is not good for society. Like it's there's very few fucking
Wait, hold up, Scott. So you know there was a porn star that decided that she was going to get like over 100 people to pull up.
Yeah, we did a whole
and
thing
literally
on it,
like let her. Yeah, so like people will pull up in these instances.
Right. What I'm saying is that just because someone is a rational actor, which means they act based off of what it is that
everybody that showed up in that
doesn't mean
line
that
is
those
irrational.
values are like good values, right? Like, and that's the same thing with any capitalist. Any capitalism.
No, I'm saying they are
doesn't give
irrational. This is all an irrational act.
Well,
Again,
it is an
it's
irrational
the
act, but
same
they're
distinction.
still rational actors.
It's the same distinction. They have a rationale. It might not be a good rationale, but and actually, you know, Scott, when you said you don't mean to be circular, I kind of think you have to be circular, right? Because rational actor is definitionally true. That is to say, by definition, you are acting to fulfill your rationale because your rationale is defined by the thing that's motivating you to act.
It's
So,
an axiom.
it is circular,
and the reason
but
it's axiomatic.
Right.
I can ground it, but I don't want to get into the deep philosophy of that.
No, you're right.
now.
Axiomatic's probably more
but like
pinpointed
right,
word.
but it's not circular. It's just that because the other position would be that we don't have free will, that we're not rational actors, and that we don't actually act in our own based off of what it is that we value.
Damn it, I hate you,
but that
Scott.
we
I
act
agree
based
with
off
you.
of like a predetermined like perspective.
Right, and probably where I would get you on this, I can't because you said the other thing.
You said the thing. You said the thing.
Well, he said the other thing, which was that you also can't assume that you have perfect knowledge, right? So you might think that you're serving your rationale, but there might be
Exactly.
something that you're not aware
for
of
sure.
that means that you can't.
For sure. You're acting off of your values in that moment, but that doesn't mean that you have that you know what will occur. And that doesn't mean that you know what other things are. Like when I go to the grocery store, right? I'm very conscious about what it is that I purchase, right? I read the ingredients labels on everything that I eat. Like I make sure that I don't eat like yellow 5 and red number 3. I don't really care about red 40, right? Like I'm very, and I also pay attention to like what those companies are doing. So for example, I only buy like Dr. Bronner's chocolate when I want a chocolate bar or some other company because I know that Dr. Bronner's, even though it's like $1 more, it's not the best chocolate. I value the fact that they use regenerative farming and that they're not like destroying the environment and that they're helping heal the environment. And that is something that I value, which is something weird to hear from most like right-wing libertarians, but it's a value that I hold. And to me, it's worth $1 more, or, every 5 chocolate bars only getting 4 chocolate bars instead of 5, because that's something that I personally value. But there are plenty of people that go and buy a chocolate bar, a Milky Way or whatever. They have no idea the poison they're fucking feeding themselves.
Yep.
Or they have no idea the horrible fucking practices that have
Nestle,
existed in countries in South America where it's basically fucking slave labor. And like when any fucking, communist group, rears its head up to try and take back the land for the people, that some fucking corporation protected by America fucking offs a couple of them with PMCs. You know what I mean? Like they don't know that.
I want to say something that agrees with you, but it also like pushes back on some of what you're saying. It's our lack of knowledge to let us know what's good for us. So I'm an old ass person. So I was around in the 80s, 90s, the whole deal. I got to see like we thought rice cakes were good health food, where we're just intaking carbs for no fucking reason. But at the same time, we're like inhaling chocolate,
good, better, best,
and things like
rice
that.
Cakes aren't that bad.
Oh, it's just eating carbs for no fucking reason. If you're not working out, eating rice cakes ain't gonna let you lose weight. Yeah, it's literally people were eating rice cakes as health food. We're not eating protein. So like protein now is what I was gonna get to. We're now seeing that chocolate protein has cadmium and lead levels beyond what we thought it was. So while we thought we had the knowledge to make good decisions, we don't, because that knowledge was withheld from us. We didn't know that getting chocolate protein powder versus vanilla protein powder wasn't going to fuck us over. So like all these different knowledges that we could have, like we can be rational actors to a point, but I think if we have the goal of knowing what we want to get out of something, is the better end of the rational actor portion of it. So if we want to push up our wages, if we want to have better outcomes for ourselves, having loyalty to a company is not going to be the answer for that, because that company, if you're loyal to them, has no
loyalty
incentive
to you. Yeah,
exactly. So this is what we've been dealing with constantly, and this is why I brought up, and Rich basically put me on this train of focusing on, if companies have no alliance to us and are looking at their bottom line, like even during COVID, is one of the best examples of how the market works. McDonald's stock rose and their income rose.
Everyone's did, yeah.
So,
I mean, big business,
but wages did not.
In America, obviously, yeah.
So we want people at the lower end to have living wages. Living wages is going to make people want to spend more, because if you're not just looking paycheck to paycheck and you can afford to buy a TV, afford to buy a car, afford to get in debt and know that you can pay off that debt, that's better for the economy in general.
I value that just as much as you do. Right. I value just as much as
I
you
don't
do.
value that. I don't want people to be in debt. I wish people would just pay shit off. So this isn't about my values. This is about the reality.
No. I mean, like, I value what I mean to say is that I value poor people's material conditions going up. Like, to me, that's good. That's good for the economy. That's good for society. That's good for culture. That's good for crime.
I think we're missing each other at this point. Like, I get where you're
Okay,
going,
what am I missing?
but like to see a motherfucker living in his car across the street from my apartment is not good for the economy. So to make it so that people are able to live in spaces and spend money is our best interest. To have people being homeless because they're priced out by the housing markets, which are forwarded by the corporations, which are forwarded by people having tax shelters in other countries, like because Middle Easterners and Chinese people and other people decide to buy housing in our country and price out people from being able to give or get somewhere to live, is fucking up the entire.
Disagree with that bit. I disagree with that bit, but everything else before you said that, I agree. I've been homeless, right? I've gone multiple days without food, right? Like one thing I'll never forget is rolling up in my buddy's abandoned. We were kind of all sharing / living, couch crashing in a condemned building in the basement that like my buddy's dad owned. And he went upstairs in the kitchen and just made taco meat. When I say taco meat, I just mean like cheap beef that was like, 70.
Oh, trust me, I understand
Walmart
tacos.
Beef, right? And
anything
like,
is
and like
anything that goes in a tortilla is taco.
And I hadn't.
If you got meat, it's good.
I hadn't eaten in like 3.5 days, right? And like I will never forget the smell of that when he came down to like.
Were you working a 40-hour work week doing that?
I was working. I wasn't working a 40-hour work week, but I was trying. You know what I mean? I was trying to find 40 hours.
I'm saying we have an influx of working
Okay.
homeless people that are working 30 to 40 hours a week or more that are homeless. This is the problem.
That is a fact of the reality. I agree that that's a fact. What I disagree with, right, is how we solve that problem, right? Like what I'm trying to say is like I agree. Like I'm not some unempathetic asshole that's like fuck poor people. Like let them be poor. I hate the poor. Like I've been there. I've suffered through that shit. Like I have, I've never lived on the streets because I had a car, right? And then like I was able to get a gym membership so that I had a place to shower. And then I would like keep my dirty clothes in the trunk and keep my clean clothes in the back seat, and then I would go to the laundromat and like I was, like I've struggled, right? And so I don't want other people to go through what I went through, right? I don't want people to, feel like it's not even the hunger that gets you. It's not even the lack of a place to sleep that gets you. It's the persistent depressive feeling that you are a failure as a man and a piece of shit that just haunts you, that like makes it difficult for you to even like act like that. That's what does you in more than not having the house. But obviously it's because you don't have the house.
Well, no, it's a different deal. We're dealing with people that are willing to like just commit a crime to get 3 hots and a cot. So people that were willing to go out and work for at least 20 hours could afford a shitty apartment somewhere. You can't even get a shitty apartment working 20, 30 hours.
Right? Like
that's what I want. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying
I know
if you're
what I'm
working,
trying to say is we want the same thing. I don't disagree that the solutions that like the left provides get us that. I'm saying that the states or government should be subsidizing housing to the degree that people that are working a decent amount of hours should be able to get housing. Because when I was growing up, if you saw somebody homeless, I understand that, and that's an entirely different issue. I think that's one of those things where I can get at you on that. But if people are working and putting in time, effort, and are having to go bathe in a sink at a gas station to go to work, it's a really fucked up climate. So I agree. Yeah, we agree. Like I don't disagree.
I think we do agree on this. But what I'm saying, when I grew up, if you saw somebody living on the street,
by the way,
they were
anybody
either a
that's
homeless
poor,
veteran.
get a fucking gym membership. Get a gym membership.
That shouldn't even be the case either. You shouldn't have to have a gym membership either. But I understand
I'm not talking about
should.
I'm talking about
scenario.
that do that.
Yeah, that's an is.
Wash
That's
in
an
a gas
is.
station or something.
That's an is. But I'm saying, like, when I saw homeless people when I was growing up, it was because they were mentally ill, people that went through war, or drug addicts, or people that just didn't want to live that life. It's now people that want to work.
Over 50% of people that are homeless in America have been through the foster care system. That's a huge part of homelessness problem is 18-year-olds turning 18 and in foster care
Yeah,
and then being like, hey, you have no family, you have no support, you have no job.
There is
nothing
support.
cool,
There's the
18th
ILP
birthday.
system. There's the ILP system.
Okay,
The ILP
when I say
system
support, I
may
mean, like,
fail some
hold on,
people, but
listen, I'm not saying you have no options. What I'm saying is you don't have the traditional support system that normal people growing up with a family have.
I agree with you. But I think the ILP system is better than most families are for a lot of people.
Nevertheless, I'm just stating it is. I was just adding to your.
Well,
list
you
of
just hit
reasons
into
that people are homeless.
what my job actually is. I work in children and family services. I've worked there for over 10 years, and I work with ILP, and seeing what the ILP system does for people in the system, it's better than what my own family did for me. It's better than what most people's families did for them. As much as I hate to like out myself for what my job is, that's a huge thing.
I don't tell people my job.
I don't usually tell people my job either, but this is like, wow.
So where are we going with this?
We have the same end goal. We just disagree on how to get there wildly, right? But I'm just trying to say, like, yeah, I don't want to see poor people fucking suffer, man. I want to see housing. I want to see affordable housing. I want to see good wages.
Yeah, my ass working 40 hours a week in the county system was about to live in my car. Like, when we get to that point in housing, we need to reconfigure things.
I think there are a lot of things we need to reconfigure, like starting immediately with the abolishment of every single fucking NIMBY law. Like that's where I would start. Like we just have different means of getting to that end goal.
So people that have wealth or have some asset, people that have wealth in this system have more input than people that are putting into the system or are trying hard. I agree with you.
I just want people to be able to build fucking apartment buildings without fucking having to bounce through 20 pieces of red tape and then giving up, right? Like, you want to solve housing, you need to build more houses. And if you want to build more houses, the best way you can build more houses is, and this is where I severely disagree with you when what you said earlier, is to allow more people to purchase houses, which means foreign investment. And it also means getting rid of regulations that stop people from building houses.
Dude, so like literally South Park laid it out that if people are coming from other countries using housing as a tax shelter, they're going to drive up the price of housing. So you look at like the little town of South Park where they had low income housing and bring in some investors that are trying to fix up homes and get more money on their investment using as a tax shelter from a country that they know is going to take their money anyway. All of a sudden it's going to drive up the cost of housing in that area.
So why would it drive up the cost of housing?
Because they're willing to pay more for the house. If somebody's willing to pay $300,000, $500,000,
if they're willing to pay more for a house, what does that mean towards people that build houses? That means more growth in people that build houses, correct?
Yes and no. So if people build houses, they're going to make money. That's great. That's going to go into the economy. But once that house is on the market, if somebody from some other country that has a bunch of money that's using that money as a tax shelter is going to buy up that property as well.
Yeah. And it
so
kind
if the cost of housing goes up, right, then that means the price equilibrium on rent goes up. And if the price equilibrium on rent goes up, that means that every one of these, let's say Chinese owned houses, has a higher incentive to not have the house be vacant, but instead have the house rent because there's more money to be made. So again, where is the problem, loss of the housing market?
Well, that's a problem right there in itself, right? One, if they are renting these, right, units that were available for purchase before, well, then they're those houses off the market, and you can't use that to build equity, right? So rather than a family using it, gaining value out of it as equity and as housing, right? Now it's an asset, right? It's an asset for some foreign buyer, and so you'll have an increase in the housing market, right? Of the prices. That'll be a signal to developers say, oh, maybe we should build more houses, right? The housing market is up, but what are they going to build? They're going to build more high-priced apartments, right? They're not building low-income apartments. They're going to build high-priced apartments because now we know within this market, right? Let's say the market of South Park, they will. You're going to have an increase. There's interest in assets there and they can park their money in, right? And they're going to want to park their money in something that is of high value, right? Than paying a lot for a low value item. And so that is more units being built that can't be accessed by regular people, right? So you have empty buildings. And we've seen that in different states. You have like almost completely empty buildings, but they're all bought. All the apartments are bought. But no one's living in there because they're just being used as an asset, right, to hide money. So this is why that'd be a problem.
You're nailing it, Prime. They regentrify the area, and now people can afford to buy the housing in that area. So they'll even build up. So they'll build over businesses and the whole deal. Those apartments are out of the range of anybody that would want to live in that area. So everybody just has to move away.
Right. So I agree that if you build houses and you keep them vacant, right, that you that those vacancies, if they were no longer vacant, would lower the housing prices, right? I can I agree to that. The problem is when we look up the issue is, would that house have been built if not for the ability to utilize it as a tax haven? And so there is this assumption that like the house would have already have been built if, right, and that this house would be going to someone else. But because it is a tax haven, the house is empty. And that's just not true, right? Like if
no, it's a tax break. It becomes a tax break because they have empty housing. It's a tax loss.
That's true of housing, but that's not necessarily true of land, right? We have a finite amount of land. It can't go forever, right? So a greater percentage of it that gets devoted to vacant housing means that next marginal unit of land that you have to buy cuts that much more into a finite resource. And while America is a large country, it's still not infinitely large, and we do know that we need to leave a lot of that land fallow. I sit on, or I don't anymore, but I used to sit on a board of a local nonprofit that its whole job, it was a conservancy, was to buy up land in the North Texas area that would otherwise be developed and just sit on it and never let it get developed. And the fact that we have to actually do this in the private sector now because we don't feel like enough of it's being done like by government, just tells you that we are starting to hit some pretty hard limits in terms of what we can do. And then if we allow so much of it to be occupied, like I agree that if we were just concerned with housing and developers and like the you can have more developers if you have more demand for housing. So I understand your logic there. I just don't think it applies to the land that housing sits on.
And two things. Well, two things. One, I think the type, like this type of speculation in the housing market affects the type housing that's built. Right now, all type housing is equal, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So like I was applying with like the high rent apartments, or right like a McMansion, right? Those can be used for speculation.
Well, it's like because of like mortgage-backed securities, like before the financial collapse, right? Like you had people trying to buy 2 and 3 houses off of debt, and almost all of them were like suburban family homes. And the amount of materials and time it takes to build a suburban family home compared to like a high-rise apartment building, in terms of the ratio of materials and time to how many people can be housed, because these things are in competition with another,
Yeah.
is drastically different.
Yeah. And
But that was
just
a fraudulent market.
let me just get the second point out, right? And also, all land isn't equal. Of course, you understand this, but like, there land that is to our friend Eiko's point, right? Land that is closer to infrastructure, right? Be that transportation, like public transportation, or businesses or whatever, right? So it's not that we can build infinitely outwards, right, to accommodate the land closer to all these things will be the ones that are more valuable and the more likely the ones to be empty, right? So this land that's like next to this train stop, right, is more valuable. But rather than filling that with individuals who could use that train stop to get to work, right, and do something valuable for the economy, that unit is being used as asset speculation. So, like, all of these compound with each
Yeah,
other.
I mean, right, but like, again, this isn't because foreign investment, right? This is because we have tax policies in the United States that benefit, especially in places like New York is one of the worst of them, right? But like New York City. But we have tax policies that are designed for the wealthy and the rich because they're designed to incentivize speculation over utilization, right? Like we very easily don't need to ban Chinese people, or like,
Agreed.
or some other country
Agreed.
people from like owning property. What we need to do is stop having tax codes and tax laws that are.
Well, I want to ask you a question, Scott, when you get done. I don't want to cut you off. Please continue.
Well, no, I think my point is essentially made, right? Like it's the tax structure that is incentivizing speculation as opposed to utilization, right? I mean, that's just one of many problems in this, but obviously, like, like NIMBY and other things that I mentioned. But
when we're looking at this tax code, we have a bunch of people who work hours at places like Walmart, Target, all these other places, and are getting substandard wages. You admit it yourself that the wages have not met up. Where does that money go?
Where does what money go?
So when the wages are not met by the work that people are doing, who pays?
I don't understand your question. Who pays what? What do you like? What do you
The
mean?
taxpayer pays because these people are not getting free health care because they aren't
you're saying
enough
like
hours.
why are they like who's subsidizing?
Yeah, I'm saying
that
subsidizing the wages of the
Yeah.
Walmart worker, the McDonald's worker, the Del Taco
Yeah, this is why
worker.
we should abolish welfare. I agree.
No, it absolutely isn't why we should abolish welfare. We should
it
force
is.
the
Then
companies
it wouldn't be there.
that are forcing them on welfare to pay more wages
not
so they
forcing
wouldn't
them.
be on welfare.
Walmart's not forcing
Well, they
anybody
can
on
just
welfare.
well, they could just quit. They should all just quit. Every
I mean, they
Walmart
could,
worker,
yes.
every Taco Bell worker, every McDonald's worker should quit.
They could, right? I
Do
don't
you know
where they
what would
go to their
happen?
next job.
Oh, they would get their next job. Trust somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, if they're paying you a wage and you're still on, and you're
It's
still
their fear of
utilizing
not
government
having a
resources.
job, like exactly what you just stated. Their fear of not having a job is why they are working for these people and why they're subsidized by the lower class wages.
Right. Well, that's two things, right? So part of it is the fear of being jobless and having less money, and part of it is that the government provides an incentive for Walmart to pay their employees less and an incentive for Walmart employees to not quit their job by providing welfare and resources regardless of what it is that they do, as opposed to, let's say, like a charity organization.
They don't provide the welfare. We provide the welfare because they decide
the government
to
with our tax dollars. Like, I agree, I'm a libertarian. Like,
while subsidizing these businesses.
I agree. Yes, this is why I'm against welfare. One of the many reasons I'm against welfare. Right?
No, the welfare is for businesses. The corporations are getting the welfare.
Well, the individuals are getting welfare as well. Right? Like all welfare needs to go away. I'm against corporate subsidies. I'm against local townships giving Walmarts tax breaks so that they can build a Walmart near their town and fucking destroy their town, but it works better in the market because they have a tax advantage because they
Okay,
can
this
like
is
go
where
to
I can
local.
agree
Like
with
I'm
you to a
against a bunch of
degree.
shit.
I can
Right,
agree
like
with
I'm
you.
against all of this. But I want to get rid of welfare. I want to get rid of Social Security. I want to get rid of food stamps. I want to get rid of
I
all
would
of
rather
that shit.
get rid of corporate welfare over the welfare for the lower end of
If
people.
you want to fucking start there, hell yeah. Like, I don't care. Like, if you can't get with me on Social Security and TANF and food stamps, but you want to work with me to get rid of fucking corporate subsidies,
Well, I
like,
pay
I
into
want them
Social
all
Security.
gone. Like, yeah. Well, I mean, I think the only
That's
feasible
my
way
money.
to get rid of social, well, sure. I mean, like, all of the money that was taken from you is your money. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. But, you know, if the only real feasible way to like get rid of Social Security is to like phase it out, right? Is to have people that are entering the job market not have to pay Social Security tax, and people that are have already paid into Social Security to either A, continue paying in Social Security and take it when they die, or B, just stop paying now, and then they get like some proportion based off of how much they paid, etc. Like,
I think
don't
Rich has
like
a better argument for this than I could even come up with, but I'll let that ride.
all I'm saying is that like I agree with you that corporations get welfare and that people get welfare, and that both of these are an incentive for Walmart to pay people less.
Well, I would
I
say
understand
that
that
the
our
welfare
solutions
that
are wildly
each,
different.
I want to say that the welfare that each entity gets is disproportionate.
I mean,
I
maybe
mean, I
I
think
don't know.
you're
I don't know
looking
what
at
that
the
means,
same
but like,
dollars.
sure, like I hate it all.
You're
Yeah.
just looking at the same dollars, but like from two different directions. Like neither one of you's wrong in terms of like who benefits from those welfare dollars. But it is true that
I hate the idea of Walmart fucking paying people $15 an hour and then them
Well-
getting like welfare from me, and then like Walmart being like, I don't have to pay them that.
Yeah,
and then
Rich.
me subsidizing both of these people so that they can have shitty wages and people can feel like shit because they feel like a piece of shit because they're getting government handouts.
I don't think
Like, I just wanna get rid of that whole
multi-billion-dollar
process.
companies should get welfare. That's where I'm like right here with Scott. Is damn it, you're doing this to me twice in 1 week. I hate you, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to start with like massive farming corporations getting all these farming subsidies that like fucking family farmers can't afford and can't get, and you want to start with like companies like fucking Walmart getting like these giant handouts, or like, things like, if that's where you want
Elon
to
Musk
start,
getting
like, we agree.
fucking subsidies. Well,
Yeah, no, I
I
agree.
want to let Prime know, like, I had to judge a debate panel, well, a debate between Scott and somebody else, and I already came into that conversation saying, I'm going to not vote for Scott, and Scott convinced me. I fucking hated myself at the end.
Well,
So that's twice this week where I have to agree with Scott.
Maybe don't go into a conversation saying that. I definitely am not going to listen to the other guy.
that's probably not
Fuck
the way to
that
go
guy.
into a debate round.
Yeah.
It's not, but I'm still movable. So like the idea that I can still be moved and I'm not so ideally captured
Yeah, well,
speaks more to me than what it is.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, like I try to listen to my friend Scott, even though our values are different, right? Where we come from is different, and sometimes we can find agreement. But yeah, I usually don't come into these conversations saying there's nothing that you can do to convince me, unless it's like like empathy shouldn't
I
be like
thought
the
it was a
center of my
popularity
politics.
contest going in, and in popularity, fuck Scott. No, I love you, my dude.
Well, here's the thing that's really crazy, that both of you maybe will begin to understand better. I don't think our values are hardly that different at all. I think our values are very close. That's
I think it's how we act on
I
them.
was a Marxist Leninist Maoist as a teenager, right? Like I don't think my values have changed that much since then. What has changed is my philosophy and my theory on how to get the world that I want to live in. And yeah, I mean, maybe I've gotten a little more conservative over time, as most people do as they age, and I have children. But like, for the most part, I don't think like most of our values are pretty fucking similar. It's that we have wildly different philosophies and beliefs in how how reality
So,
works.
like, you and I both have children. Like, we both have a progeny. So, if you put your kid into their first job, do you want them to get ripped apart by the system?
Of course not.
So, like, do you want your kid, like, even if they're doing a menial, what we consider, like, I don't even consider this menial because, like, honestly, I consider this a service industry. And service industries deserve caveats because we have to deal with people's bullshit on a regular basis. And this is when I was working at Starbucks, when I worked in food service. To deal with people's bullshit deserves a premium. They have to subsidize on tips. So if I were to send my child to work their first job, I don't want them to feel the brunt of like, hey, you got to take shit off of people to make it in life, to make them want to be in the workforce.
What do you mean? I'm not. What do you mean?
I'm
take shit off
saying
people like. Oh, you mean like take bullshit from people?
Yeah, a lot of us want have our kids, and then once they get to 15, 16 years old, we're like, go to work at McDonald's, go to work at whatever. And they got to take shit off people.
I don't want them to work that job at 15 or 16.
Like, many people, a great deal of people,
for sure.
especially conservatives,
for sure.
want
Fuck
their
the
kid to
service
work.
industry. I don't want my kid. No, I don't want that. Like, I want my kid. Like, when some of the
I think it's a good thing. I don't think
impactful...
that the service industry is a bad thing. I think it's something you should learn to know the nature of people and how service works so they can be better.
I would rather, I agree, like that's fine. I would rather my son did kind of like some of the things that I did. Like I worked in a mill, learning about different types of wood and like having to like unload like wood off of trucks for like a specialty mill, where we made like dental block and like, panels, specialized trim for like houses that were built before trim and quarter round and stuff was like standardized, right? So like
that's a specificity.
That's the type of shit. But I want my son, especially my son, probably.
Yeah, that's a specialty thing. Like to know what something is.
I want him to have his hands on something. I want him to have his hands on something. I want him to see a completed product from his labor. Like, I mean, like in the most Marxist kind of way, right? What I don't want is my kid to have like the alienation from labor, right? I want my kid like, or Durkheimian if you prefer like anime, right? Like I want my kid to be able to put hands on something, learn, and then gain skills and know what that feeling is like to look at a finished product and go, I was a part of the construction.
But on a small scale of
I like that idea.
I could
a lot,
create
actually.
a drink. So if somebody came into my coffee shop and wanted a drink that nobody else in that shop could make but me, and give me the acknowledgement that I made their drink properly and they were happy with it and they would only come in and only talk to me in that shop, I think that's something that should be a premium.
Okay, so sounds great. I think we've wound down here. So
it's
been a good long panel.
There was one thing I wanted to say just real quick on that though.
Okay.
Is that it's funny because when conservatives talk about people should work for a living, and I know you're not connecting this to welfare necessarily in this conversation, but a lot of times you'll hear conservatives talk about, people should work for a living and not just have things handed to them. And often I'll hear people on the left say the exact same thing about the rich, right? My perfect example for this was always Paris Hilton, because not only did she, not have to work for a living and will never have to, she does do work, but it's by choice, not because she has to. But she even starred in a TV show in which she took regular jobs that normal people would take at the beginning of their career just to make fun of the fact that they have to do that and she doesn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a stupid TV show like back in the 90s. It's always stuck with me.
Yeah, I remember.
Because yeah.
It's like her and like some other rich blonde.
Yeah, another rich, teenage white girl. Yeah, exactly. And it's just, I hear very often out here from the left and the right people saying the same things, but about inverted, like context, and it's just that it sort of makes me reminds me of that.
I agree to
If
both.
we think everyone
Right.
should have to work for a living, then that means people at the upper end of the economic bracket should have to work for a living too, which is one of my arguments for progressive
You
taxation.
guys are
I
thinking
don't
of
think
Nicole Richie. She was Eli.
Nicole
No,
Richie, yeah.
yeah.
Lionel's
Yeah, that's who it was.
daughter.
Lionel
No,
Richie's.
I think, yeah, I don't necessarily think people should have to work for a living. I just think that the default state of nature is that if you don't work, you starve. Right. And so if you're
Right.
lucky enough to not work and go, I don't know, fuck around and make art, like I'm happy for you. Right. But I think that, man's man's capacity is to nature is coercive by its existence and to a certain extent, but it's not consciously coercive in the same way that that like commies might make it such. But like if you don't work, you don't deserve to not work, right? Like I think that's the key distinction. But I also agree that like we ought not as value as a society Kim Kardashian's new fucking TV show, right? Like I think that's a sign of a sick culture that we value that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what I'm impressed
I'm gonna
upon
send you off to.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
No worries,
Please,
friend.
Brian.
I'm gonna send you off
Yeah, I gotta
not
get
to
out
a
of here, too.
woman, not to a woman. Oh wow, that's such a big change.
Yeah.
But to our long lost friend, who I haven't talked to in a long time, our relevant, who
Irrelevant.
apparently just started
I
the
knew
stream.
it.
Hey,
Really?
yeah. He's
Where did you go, GSU? You shut the fuck up so
I'm
long
Yeah.
here.
ago.
I started playing Street Fighter 6, but I've been listening.
I need to face you again because you face rolled me.
So
I hate
I'll
you.
see you guys soon in the future. Just waiting for this timer to run out. And then we can all go